welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. In the quiet stillness of a new city, I sought solace in a cozy apartment, shared with a roommate named Alex. At first glance, everything seemed serene and harmonious, yet a subtle unease lingered beneath the surface, a feeling that something was amiss. Alex, with his enigmatic smile and polite demeanor, harbored a curiosity that bordered on obsession. Innocent questions about my routine soon revealed a pattern of meticulous observation, as if he knew my every move before I made it. Despite my growing discomfort, I dismissed these concerns as paranoia, attributing his behavior to mere friendliness. But a locked drawer in his room, a mystery left unspoken, beckoned to me with a whispered promise of revelation. Ignoring the voice of reason, I succumbed to temptation one fateful evening, driven by a need to unravel the enigma that was Alex. A rusty key, discovered in a forgotten box, unlocked the drawer to reveal a trove of photographs and notes. Images of my mundane existence, captured in secret, sent a chill down my spine. Each snapshot, each note meticulously chronicling my every move, painted a picture of obsession and intrusion. As I delved deeper, the truth unfolded in handwritten logs detailing my life with chilling precision. The realization dawned upon me that I had unknowingly become a subject of relentless scrutiny, a victim of unwanted surveillance. In the depths of the drawer, a worn journal unveiled Alex's innermost thoughts, written with a fervor bordering on madness. His words spoke of a twisted desire to possess and understand me, to bridge a gap that only existed in his delusion. The air grew heavy with the weight of realization as I grappled with the unsettling truth. Alex's presence, once comforting, now felt suffocating, his every gesture laden with hidden intent. The walls of the apartment closed in around me, echoing with the ghostly whispers of his obsession. Summoning courage born of desperation, I confronted him, unraveling the facade of normalcy to reveal the darkness that lurked beneath. His confession, a mix of sorrow and desperation, laid bare the depths of his fixation, a solitary quest for connection that spiraled into manipulation. As he departed, leaving behind a trail of shattered trust and shattered illusions, I remained haunted by his ghost, a specter of intrusion that lingered in every corner, a reminder that some wounds cut deeper than the surface. In the silence of the night, I grappled with the aftermath of his obsession, a shadow that refused to dissipate, a scar that marred the sanctuary I once called home. The echoes of his presence whispered through the walls, a haunting reminder that some boundaries, once breached, can never be made whole again. Story 2. The tale began with a mere inconvenience, an inexplicable ringing of the doorbell at peculiar hours. Initially, it was simple to brush off. Whether toiling away into the night or relishing a serene evening, the familiar chime would resonate through the house. Each time, a swift dash to the door in anticipation of a visitor or a late-night package awaited me. Yet, every single time, the scene that greeted me was unchanged. An empty porch, bathed in the soft glow of the street lamp. In the beginning, I dismissed it without much thought. Perhaps a prank, I rationalized. Or maybe a glitch in the doorbell system. I inspected the wiring, swapped out the batteries, and meticulously tested every component to ensure its proper functioning. All seemed well. But the persistent ringing refused to cease. Initially sporadic, it gradually became more regular, always at odd hours, late into the night, at the break of dawn, or just as I was on the cusp of slumber. Soon enough, it became a nightly occurrence, rupturing the silence and shattering any semblance of peace I managed to grasp. Each time I answered the beckoning call, only the hush of the night greeted me. What was once a benign and even comforting sound had morphed into a sensation of dread. Determined to put an end to this unsettling cycle, I upgraded the doorbell system to a state-of-the-art model, complete with a video camera, motion detection, and real-time alerts. I meticulously replaced the wiring, installed fresh batteries, and ensured every element was flawless. For a brief period, the house basked in blissful silence, granting me a reprieve to relax. Yet it returned. One fateful night, as I drifted into slumber, the familiar chime resonated through the house once more. Dazed, I stumbled out of bed and reached for my phone to inspect the video feed. The screen portrayed an empty porch, cloaked in darkness and stillness. No figures, no movement, just the doorbell ringing precisely at 2:37 a.m. A knot formed in my stomach, the same time as before with the old system. As the nights unfurled, the ringing became an inevitable nightly ritual, unfurling its melody consistently at the same hour. Every time I scrutinized the footage, yet every time there was nothing to be seen. The doorbell would illuminate, chime, and yet there was no discernible cause. No shadow, no movement, no rationale. The weight of the situation bore down on me heavily. My once tranquil abode now felt intrusive, the doorbell's sound evolving from a mundane convenience to a wellspring of profound disquiet. Sleep eluded me as I lay awake in anticipation of the nightly interruption. Seeking resolution, I reached out to the doorbell manufacturer, detailing my predicament. Technicians were dispatched to conduct diagnostics, replace components, and certify the system's flawless operation. Alas, the ringing persisted, existing beyond the realms of logic or rationale. On one particularly harrowing night, the doorbell rang incessantly, rupturing the house's silence. The chimes rang in rapid succession, unrelenting and unsettling. Hastily, I checked the video feed, and for the first time, a specter graced the screen, a fleeting, indistinct shadow traversing the porch. My heart raced. I replayed the footage ceaselessly, yearning for clarity, yet the shadow remained elusive, too transient to reveal any details. Desperation gripped me. I adorned the porch with motion-activated lights, added more cameras to eliminate blind spots, and even installed an alarm system to alert me of any movement near the door. Yet the disturbances endured, the doorbell's chime a mocking echo of my futile attempts to comprehend or govern it. One night, while reviewing the security footage, a peculiar sight met my gaze. The doorbell had rung, yet no motion had been detected. The camera captured the doorbell, illuminating and chiming autonomously, as if triggered by an invisible force. Turning to a local paranormal investigator for solace, I hoped for answers. In the following days, as I once again found myself immersed in work after hours, a sense of disquiet settled upon me. Gary's nightly rounds seemed to stretch endlessly, his form a constant presence just beyond reach. The office, bathed in the soft glow of artificial light, whispered of isolation and vulnerability. It was when the clock struck midnight, and I ventured out for a brief respite, that I glimpsed a sight that froze my very core. Through the frosted glass of my office door, I beheld Gary, his hands fumbling with the lock, a sight that sent a shiver down my spine. Panic gripped me as I retreated, heart thundering in my chest. Security was swiftly summoned, but by the time they arrived, Gary had vanished, leaving behind a facade of innocence. The security footage painted a different picture, and suspicion clouded the air. In the aftermath, HR took swift action, severing ties with Gary and fortifying the office against unauthorized entry. Yet the sense of violation lingered, weaving itself into the very fabric of my workspace. Every late night brought a torrent of unease, shadows whispering tales of intrusion. I scrutinized every lock, every corner, wary of unseen eyes. In time, I sought solace in the semblance of routine, leaning on newfound security measures and counseling to navigate the residual fear. But the memory of that night clung to me like a ghost, a reminder of the fragility of safety. The once familiar contours of the office now bore the weight of uncertainty, each security camera a silent sentinel of past transgressions. Though I rebuilt my facade of normalcy, a part of me remained vigilant, a testament to the breach of trust that had scarred my sanctuary. The incident etched a lesson in my soul, a stark reminder of the delicate balance between security and vulnerability. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, I forged ahead, mindful of the boundaries that safeguarded my peace, a whispered caution against the encroachment of shadows in the realm of light. Story 9. The soft glow of my phone lit up the darkness. A notification, a friend request from a stranger named Jessica Mitchell. In this new city, where unfamiliar streets whispered secrets in the night, I had been seeking connections to fill the silence. Jessica's name was a foreign melody in my mind, a puzzle piece waiting to be placed. With a hesitant breath, I let my curiosity guide my trembling thumb to the accept button, like opening a door to the unknown. As swiftly as a ripple in a calm pond, the request transformed into a new link, a digital thread weaving between us. A message materialized in my inbox, carrying the weight of unknown intentions. Jessica's words danced across the screen, a symphony of friendliness that felt too intimate for a stranger. Hey there, thank you for accepting my friend request. I've been eager to connect and unravel the threads of your story. I hope you find solace in this new chapter. Her words, a gentle breeze in the stillness, beckoned me to respond. I crafted a cautious reply, a delicate web of words introducing myself while treading lightly on the fragile ground of our newfound acquaintance. Our conversation blossomed like a midnight flower, blooming with discussions of shared interests, hidden gems in the city, and the weight of starting anew in unfamiliar terrain. Jessica's presence, a comforting embrace in the lonely nights that stretched endlessly. But as days melted into nights, the tone of her messages shifted, like shadows creeping across a moonlit room. Her inquiries delved deeper, probing into the chambers of my life, questions about my past, my passions, and even the echoes within the walls of my new abode. At first, I welcomed her curiosity, believing it to be a bridge between two wandering souls seeking refuge in each other's company. Then came the night when the fabric of reality unraveled before my eyes. A message, a photograph, a snapshot of my sanctuary, captured without my consent. The image, a mirror reflecting the intimate details of my living room, sent a shiver down my spine. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred as I gazed at the familiar setting, now tainted by an unseen presence. Her words beneath the image pierced through the silence. Your haven looks serene. I admire your taste in decor. Questions spiraled in my mind like leaves caught in a tempest. How had she captured this glimpse of my private world? Panic knotted in my stomach as I typed a trembling response, seeking answers in the digital void. Her reply, swift and dismissive, offered no solace. Do not fret, my dear. I simply wanted to extend a greeting, a token of my thoughts drifting towards you. The tendrils of unease tightened their grip around my fragile sense of security. Days turned into a haunting carousel of messages, each unveiling a new layer of intrusion. A photograph of my kitchen, a voyeuristic gaze into my daily rituals, accompanied by words that dripped with false concern. The realization dawned like a storm on the horizon. Someone unseen was watching, a specter haunting the edges of my existence. Confrontation loomed like a specter in the night, demanding answers from the shadows. Her explanations, cloaked in half-truths, crumbled like sandcastles against the tide of my growing fear. A video surfaced, a haunting testament to her unseen presence within the walls of my sanctuary. The footage, a violation of my privacy, captured moments of vulnerability in the place I had deemed safe. Her words, a twisted lullaby of false concern, whispered through the screen, a chilling reminder of the darkness lurking in the corners of my life. Seeking refuge in the arms of authority, I brought her digital trespasses to the light of the law. A trail of breadcrumbs led to a dead end, a prepaid phone, a ghost in the machine. Days turned into weeks, the investigation a slow waltz with shadows, leaving me stranded in a sea of uncertainty. Despite the fortresses of security I erected, the feeling of being watched lingered like a ghostly echo. And then, a whisper in the digital wind, a final message, an apology cloaked in shadows of remorse. Her words, a tapestry of regrets woven with threads of loneliness and fractured intentions. "I never meant to cause harm," she pleaded, her voice a faint echo of a soul adrift in the darkness. The wounds she had inflicted, invisible but deep, left scars that refused to fade. With a heavy heart, I severed the digital ties that bound us, a final act of reclaiming my sanctuary. Yet, the specter of her presence lingered in the corners of my mind, a reminder that even in the quiet hum of a notification lies a portal to shadows darker than dreams. And so, I tread forward, my steps cautious, my gaze wary, rebuilding the fortress of my solitude brick by brick, guarding against the unseen eyes that once invaded my world. Story 10. In the depths of a tranquil Tuesday night, a solitary phone call set off a chain of events that would haunt me for nights to come. Surrounded by the quietude of my living room, the only sound a gentle hum from the refrigerator, the sharp ring of my phone shattered the stillness. An unfamiliar number blinked on the screen, an unexpected intrusion in the late hour. Intrigued, yet wary, I answered, my voice breaking the silence. But there was no response, only the faint crackle of static on the other end before the call abruptly ended, leaving an unsettling feeling lingering in the air. The following night, at the stroke of midnight, the phone pierced the silence once more with the same mysterious number. Again, I picked up, seeking answers in the void. This time, the silence felt heavier, more ominous, devoid of any human presence, just the eerie static echoing through the line. Each night thereafter, like a haunting ritual, the phone would ring at the same hour, and each time, I would be met with that same unsettling void. The rhythm of these calls began to consume my thoughts, a sinister game unfolding with me as the unwitting player. Then, on a fateful night, a whisper broke through the static, chilling me to the core. "I know where you are." Those words, laced with an unknown threat, reverberated in my mind long after the call ended, leaving me in a state of unease. Desperate for answers, I sought to trace the elusive number, only to find it non-existent in any records. The calls seemed to materialize from the shadows, a phantom presence haunting my every moment. Night after night, the same whispered message taunted me, instilling a creeping fear that refused to dissipate. As anxiety tightened its grip on my life, I found myself consumed by paranoia. Every shadow, every sound, a potential threat lurking in the darkness. Seeking solace, I turned to the authorities, hoping for respite from the unseen tormentor. Their promises of investigation offered a fleeting sense of security, yet the fear persisted, an ever-present specter in my daily existence. Then, as abruptly as they had begun, the calls ceased. The silence that followed was deafening, a void filled with unanswered questions. Why had the caller vanished without a trace? Was this merely a pause in their sinister game, or had they found a new way to surveil me from the shadows? The absence of the calls brought no solace, only a deepening dread of the unknown. Every creak, every rustle, a whisper of lingering fear that clung to me like a ghost. The identity of the caller remained a mystery, their words echoing in the recesses of my mind. "I know where you are." Though the calls had ceased, the fear they left behind lingered like a shadow, a constant reminder of the vulnerability that lurks in the quietest of moments. Story 11. In the quiet suburban neighborhood where I lived, a sense of unease settled like a heavy fog when my neighbor Greg Thompson disappeared without a trace. Greg was a man of mystery, always wrapped in a tweed jacket with a perpetual frown etched on his face. Despite living next door for over a decade, our interactions never ventured beyond polite nods and brief exchanges. His sudden absence left behind a vacuum of questions and a deep curiosity that gnawed at my thoughts. Greg's house, always meticulously kept, exuded an eerie stillness that intensified on the day he vanished. It was as if the very essence of warmth had been sucked out of the walls, leaving behind a hollow shell. The police investigation yielded no answers. There were no witnesses to his departure, no signs of a struggle, no forced entry. It was as if Greg had evaporated into thin air, leaving only a lingering mystery in his wake. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I delved into my own investigation, starting with Greg's home. The unlocked front door, a stark contrast to Greg's cautious nature, beckoned me inside. The interior was eerily pristine, books neatly aligned on shelves, furniture untouched by dust, no trace of a hurried exit. Yet, the emptiness carried a weight of secrets waiting to be unraveled. In Greg's study, a hidden journal revealed cryptic notes and fragmented thoughts. One entry stood out ominously. "I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late." Whose secrets was Greg referring to? What truths had he unearthed that led to his disappearance? A chill ran down my spine as I pondered these questions. An old photograph tucked in the journal depicted Greg standing beside a stranger, their solemn expressions seeming to pierce through the paper and into my soul. Determined to uncover the puzzle, I traced the people in the photographs scattered around Greg's home. Initial visits to neighbors and acquaintances yielded little until a local historian hinted at Greg's involvement in a secretive community group with unconventional beliefs. The historian's vague allusions propelled me into a labyrinth of old records and whispered rumors about the enigmatic group. Known for their shadowy operations and obsession with dangerous ideas, the group's reputation reeked of secrecy and danger. It became evident that Greg had stumbled upon something within this clandestine world that had placed him in peril. Returning to Greg's house, a hidden compartment behind a bookshelf unveiled a trove of unsettling documents, strange blueprints, a map dotted with ominous locations, and one chilling detail, my own address circled in red. Panic gripped me as I grappled with the realization that Greg had been scrutinizing my life. What had he discovered? Why was I a part of this sinister puzzle? Nights turned restless as nightmares of being pursued through my own home tormented my sleep. Each morning revealed subtle signs of intrusion, displaced furniture, eerie sounds echoing through the walls. Fueled by fear, I set up surveillance cameras, only to find blank footage each dawn, as if the intruder had found a way to erase their presence from existence. Paranoia gripped me as I fortified locks, installed security measures, and questioned my own sanity. Was I losing my mind, or was there a malevolent presence lurking in the shadows, orchestrating this sinister dance? One fateful night, a chilling note slipped under my bedroom door, warning me to cease my pursuit or face the same fate as Greg. The message, penned by an unknown hand, sent shivers down my spine. The realization that I was being watched, monitored, threatened, fueled my determination to unearth the truth. Each clue unraveled a deeper layer of the mystery. The secretive group, the intrusion into my life, the looming danger that drew closer with each revelation. Reality blurred with nightmares as I delved deeper into Greg's world, realizing that his disappearance was not an isolated incident, but a thread woven into a tapestry of darkness that ensnared me. In a forgotten passage of Greg's journal, a haunting warning emerged. The closer you get to the truth, the harder it becomes to escape its grip. The chilling truth loomed before me, hidden in the shadows of Greg's past and the ominous forces he had encountered. As I pursued answers, I grappled with a haunting question. Was uncovering the truth worth the peril it entailed? Each step deeper into the mystery drew me closer to a fate mirroring Greg's, a reminder of how easily curiosity could transform into obsession, safety into danger. A sense of foreboding gripped me as I realized that unseen eyes monitored my every move, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In the darkness of the night, as the world slept, I remained vigilant, haunted by the shadows that lurked just beyond the threshold, knowing that the truth I sought might come at a price too heavy to bear. Story 12. In the dead of night, a peculiar ritual played out at my doorstep, like a mysterious melody in the silence. At the stroke of 3 a.m., the echoes of 3 sharp knocks pierced the stillness, followed by a momentary pause, then another set of 3. The cadence was impeccable, almost mechanical, hinting at a force bound by an enigmatic schedule. Initially, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, a mere trick of the mind born from sleepless nights or an overactive imagination. Perhaps it was the mischievous game of a neighbor or the gentle tap of a curious creature against the door. But the knocking persisted, growing louder and more insistent with each passing night, as if challenging me to acknowledge its presence. One frosty night, as the chilling air wrapped around the house like a cloak, the sound shattered my fragile resolve. The sharp knocks reverberated through the corridors, cutting through the silence like a sharp blade. With a racing heart, I tiptoed out of bed and approached the front door. Peering through the peephole, all I saw was the vacant porch bathed in the faint glow of the street lamp. Hesitant breaths escaped me as I cautiously opened the door, only to be met by an eerie stillness. Stepping onto the porch, I scanned the yard, searching for any sign of movement in the dancing shadows cast by the flickering light. Yet there was no trace of life, no evidence of disturbance. It was as if the night had swallowed the knocking whole, leaving behind an unsettling void. And yet, the following night, it returned. The persistent knocking invaded my sleep, its haunting rhythm draining me of peace and leaving me on edge. Desperate for answers, I took measures to regain a sense of security. An additional lock adorned the door, a silent guardian against the unknown intruder. Above the porch, a vigilant security camera stood watch, its unblinking gaze fixed on the source of the mysterious knocks. Yet, each morning brought the same disheartening revelation as I reviewed the footage, nothing but the empty porch and the shroud of darkness. The exhaustion weighed heavily on me, its burden growing with each passing day. Sleep became a distant luxury, a realm I could no longer reach. The fear that gripped me isolated me from the world, turning my once welcoming abode into a prison of dread. Friends were distanced, plans were abandoned, and the outside world seemed like a distant memory. The house, once a sanctuary, now felt suffocating, every creak a reminder of the unwelcome visitor that haunted the night. After enduring weeks of torment, I reached a breaking point. The knocking had transcended mere sound, becoming a psychological intrusion that controlled every aspect of my existence. With a heavy heart, I made the decision to depart. As I packed my belongings, a sense of defeat lingered in the air, but the need for escape outweighed any sense of loss. The house, once a place of solace, now stood as a monument to fear, a reminder of the powerlessness that had consumed me. Driving away, I stole a final glance at the dwelling, its form fading in the morning light. Relief mingled with apprehension as I left behind the oppressive rhythm of the knocking, yet its memory clung to me like a ghostly presence. In my new abode, the silence felt foreign, devoid of the familiar cadence that had plagued my nights. Each creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind, triggered a cascade of memories, pulling me back to the sleepless nights of dread. The experience had transformed me, rendering me hyper-aware of my surroundings, a prisoner to my own paranoia. Though the knocking had ceased, its impact endured, etched into the recesses of my mind. It had become a permanent resident of my thoughts, a constant reminder of the fragility of peace and safety. The haunting rhythm lingered in the quiet moments of my new life, a spectral companion that refused to fade. And as I drifted into slumber, every now and then, I could still hear it, a faint echo in the chambers of my mind. 3 knocks, a pause, and 3 more. Story 13. The night I spent in my new house was serene, almost eerily so. Tucked away on the edge of town, the house exuded an old-world charm, its wooden floors whispering secrets with each creak and its lofty ceilings amplifying every sound to a haunting melody. It was the haven I craved after enduring endless days of work-induced stress. Far removed from the city's clamor, it felt like a sanctuary. As I snuggled beneath the covers, a blanket of silence enveloped me, broken only by the occasional sigh of the house settling into its ancient bones. Initially, the quiet was soothing, lulling me towards slumber. But just as I teetered on the edge of dreams, a soft, rhythmic noise brushed against my consciousness, so faint I questioned its existence. I dismissed it as the whims of aging pipes or the wind's playful whispers infiltrating through unseen crevices. Chuckling at my own unease, I turned over, surrendering to the embrace of sleep. Yet in the nights that followed, the sound persisted, growing clearer with each passing hour. It was a gentle tapping, reminiscent of distant footsteps, muffled and tentative. Each time it stirred me from rest, I rose to investigate, traversing the house with a beam of light, scouring every nook and cranny, only to find emptiness embracing me in return. The windows remained locked, the doors secured, and the silence lingered like a conspirator, mocking my disquiet. Rationalizing it as a figment of my imagination, I returned to bed, attempting to silence the whispers of doubt. With time, the footsteps evolved, becoming more frequent, more purposeful. They followed a pattern I grew to recognize, originating in the hallway, traversing through the kitchen, then progressing towards the bedrooms. Though no visible presence accompanied the sounds, they painted a vivid picture impossible to ignore. Nights transformed into a test of endurance. I lay rigid in bed, senses heightened, anticipating the inevitable commencement of the footsteps. And commence they did, without fail. One evening, while engrossed in a television show in the living room, the footsteps resurfaced. Beginning as a faint murmur, they crescendoed into a resolute march, as if an unseen entity roamed the halls. The cadence remained steady, the sound purposeful. Muting the television, I strained to hear, my heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. The footsteps drew nearer, their echoes reverberating through the walls. Clutching a flashlight, I ventured from room to room, questing for the source of the enigma. I probed every shadow, every concealed recess, yet the house remained as desolate as ever. Nevertheless, the echo lingered, now distant, as though jesting at my expense. Fear eventually metamorphosed into obsession. I bolstered the locks on doors and windows, monitoring them obsessively, but to no avail. The footsteps persisted. When I divulged my plight to friends and family, their responses, though well-intentioned, were dismissive. Just the settling of an old house, they reassured me. You're under a lot of strain. I yearned to embrace their rationale, yet the precision of the sound, its tangible reality, defied the notion of mere imagination. One fateful night, I resolved to document the phenomenon. Placing a recording device in the hallway, I remained awake, anticipating the inevitable. Hours waned until, true to form, the footsteps commenced. I allowed the device to capture the sounds, my heart pounding as they reverberated through the dwelling. The following day, as I replayed the recording, the footsteps were unmistakable. However, it was the faint whisper that accompanied them that chilled me to the core. Soft, almost imperceptible, yet undeniably present. The whisper eluded comprehension, sending shivers down my spine. Desperate for elucidation, I sought the aid of a team of paranormal investigators. Arriving armed with cameras and instruments, they embarked on a night of exploration, documenting every creak and groan. Alas, their findings yielded no conclusive answers. Just the commonplace sounds of an aged abode was their verdict. Their inability to provide closure only deepened my apprehension. One ominous evening, the footsteps drew closer than ever before. Jolted from slumber, I discerned the pacing just beyond my bedroom threshold. Breath caught in my throat, I lay paralyzed beneath the covers, transfixed by the deliberate, unhurried rhythm. Mustering every ounce of courage, I swung the door ajar. The hallway lay vacant, yet the sound enveloped me, as if the very walls resonated with its echoes. I called out, "Is someone there?" My voice quavered, yet the sole response was silence. The footsteps ceased, leaving behind a suffocating stillness, heavier than the absence of sound. Not long after, while delving into the attic's recesses, a peculiar find awaited me, a dusty, leather-bound journal concealed amidst aged boxes. Belonging to a prior inhabitant of the dwelling, its brittle pages chronicled their encounters with the footsteps. They detailed sleepless nights, the ceaseless pacing, and the encroaching dread. The final entry culminated in a foreboding declaration: "The echoes of the past never dissipate." Following the journal's unearthing, the footsteps gradually faded, as if their purpose had been fulfilled. Yet the house never embraced complete tranquility. On nights shrouded in darkness, when the wind held its breath and the world lingered in silence, I could swear the echoes resurfaced, faint, distant, a poignant reminder that certain entities never truly depart. Story 14. In the quiet of the night, a subtle disturbance began to unfold, a disturbance that would unravel the fabric of security I had always clung to. It all started with a routine check of my home security system, a nightly ritual that had always brought me a sense of calm. But on this particular evening, as I gazed at the live feed on my phone, a wave of unease washed over me. The once clear images of my home had transformed into a distorted, flickering display. Rooms and hallways seemed to blend into each other, creating an unsettling mosaic of chaos. I couldn't look away, transfixed by the glitched reality playing out before me. As days turned into nights, the distortions only grew more pronounced. Shadows danced eerily, furniture shifted inexplicably, and the very essence of my home seemed to be in a state of flux. Despite my attempts to brush off the anomalies as temporary glitches, a deep sense of foreboding settled in the pit of my stomach. I reached out to the security company, hoping for answers and reassurance. A technician arrived, exuding a sense of calm expertise as he delved into the inner workings of the system. Hours passed as he meticulously inspected and adjusted the cameras, assuring me that the issue had been resolved. For a brief moment, I allowed myself to believe in the restoration of normalcy. But that fleeting sense of relief was shattered the following day. Upon reviewing the footage, a chilling realization crept over me. Amidst the distorted visuals, a figure lurked, a phantom presence that moved stealthily through the rooms of my home. Panic gripped me as the implications sank in. Someone had breached the sanctity of my space. I watched in horror as the figure meandered through my living spaces, a ghostly specter captured by the malfunctioning cameras. Desperate for answers, I sought out the expertise of an independent security consultant. His meticulous examination unearthed the unsettling possibility of external interference or a sophisticated hacking attempt. The very thought sent shivers down my spine, plunging me deeper into a realm of uncertainty and fear. Despite all efforts to rectify the situation, the distorted footage persisted, a haunting reminder of the intruder's presence. I fortified my home with additional security measures, but the sense of being watched lingered like a shadow, a constant companion in my daily life. Weeks stretched into months, the ordeal gnawing away at my sense of security. Even with a new security system in place, the scars of that harrowing experience refused to fade. The unknown, the inexplicable, had seeped into my reality, leaving me perpetually on edge. In the aftermath, I grappled with unanswered questions. Was it a mere technical glitch, a calculated intrusion, or something beyond comprehension? The truth remained elusive, buried within the static of those haunting recordings. What remained was a profound awareness of the fragility of security, a reminder that even the most advanced systems can falter in the face of the unknown. And so, I learned to live with the uncertainty, to navigate a world where shadows held secrets and every flicker of light carried a whisper of the unseen. The experience had etched itself into my psyche, a permanent reminder of the thin veil that separates us from the mysteries that lurk just beyond our sight. Story 15. In the journey of starting anew in a fresh apartment, I sought solace away from the tumult of my past. The building stood as a relic of mid-century charm, its brick walls whispering stories of bygone eras. Tall windows bathed the rooms in soft light, creating a haven of tranquility. Nestled on the second floor, my sanctuary embraced me with a gentle hush, a symphony of stillness that calmed my weary soul. The neighboring unit remained vacant, a silent companion to my solitude. At first, the disturbances were mere whispers, barely caressing the edges of my awareness. Footsteps tiptoed through the empty space next door, their echoes haunting the corridors of my mind. Soft murmurs danced on the air, teasing my senses with their elusive presence. Every now and then, the subtle shifting of furniture brushed against my consciousness, a delicate reminder of unseen movements. I dismissed the sounds as the building settling into its old bones, the natural symphony of aging walls and creaking floors. Yet with each passing day, the noises grew bolder, more insistent. In the dark hours of night, the whispers sharpened into coherent voices, as if beckoning me to listen. The once muted footsteps now paced with purpose, their rhythm echoing through the thick silence. Night after night, the disturbances pierced the tranquility, pulling me from the depths of slumber into a realm of unrest. My heart raced, straining to decipher the enigmatic sounds that enveloped me. Desperation drove me to press my ear against the wall, seeking answers in the void that separated us. But all that greeted me was the eerie silence of my own domain, mingling with the faint echoes of my growing apprehension. Turning to the landlord for solace, I found only a stoic figure, his brow furrowed with a lifetime of unspoken burdens. His assurances of an empty neighboring unit offered little comfort as the disturbances persisted, their intensity escalating with each passing night. Frustrated and fearful, I resorted to capturing the sounds on tape, hoping to unveil the mystery that plagued my nights. The recordings confirmed my darkest suspicions. Footsteps, whispers, the ghostly echoes of unseen hands at play. Armed with evidence of my torment, I sought the landlord once more, pleading for intervention. Yet his nonchalant dismissal left me adrift in a sea of uncertainty, my fears left unaddressed, festering in the shadows. As weeks turned into a relentless tide of disturbances, the once subtle noises erupted into a cacophony of chaos. Furniture scraped, voices clamored, and the weight of unseen burdens bore down upon me. The night of the crescendo, with its symphony of unrest, shattered the fragile peace I clung to, propelling me into a realm of unrelenting dread. Confronting the landlord with newfound resolve, I demanded action, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and defiance. Reluctantly, he dispatched a maintenance worker to investigate the vacant unit, while I stood vigil in the hallway, my nerves taut with anticipation. The verdict was swift and chilling, empty, devoid of life or presence, yet pulsating with the echoes of a past unspoken. Haunted by the relentless disturbances, I sought refuge elsewhere, my once beloved apartment now a chamber of spectral echoes and unseen whispers. The walls bore witness to my sleepless nights, my fragile peace shattered by the specter of the unknown. Delving into the building's history, I unearthed the echoes of a tragic past, a fire that claimed lives and left behind a legacy of sorrow. The realization that I dwelled among the remnants of a bygone tragedy consumed me, driving me to a decision born of necessity. I had to leave, to escape the shadows that clung to my every step. Packing my belongings, I bid farewell to the haunted sanctuary, seeking solace in a new beginning. As the door closed behind me, I carried with me the weight of spectral echoes, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the unknown. In my new abode, serenity greeted me with open arms, a balm to soothe the wounds of my past. Yet the memories of the haunting echoes lingered, a testament to the ephemeral nature of peace in a world touched by the unseen. The rhythmic footsteps, the whispered secrets. They etched themselves into the tapestry of my mind, a reminder that some disturbances reach beyond the realm of sound, lingering as echoes of mysteries unsolved. Story 16, The Whispering Shadows. The subtle unraveling of reality began with quiet whispers in the shadows, a friend here, a colleague there, slipping away into the night. Each disappearance cast a veil of uncertainty and unease over my once familiar world. Initially, I brushed off the vanishings as random misfortunes, disconnected threads in life's tapestry. Yet as the list of the missing souls grew longer, a haunting truth dawned upon me. I stood as the sole common thread binding them together. It all commenced with Mark, a diligent colleague from the office. One dawn, he failed to grace the workplace with his presence, his phone a silent sentinel to his absence. Concern soon spiraled into a frantic search as news spread of Mark's vanishing act. His apartment stood frozen in time, untouched by chaos or struggle, a ghostly echo of his sudden departure. And then, like a whispered secret carried away by the wind, Emily, a dear friend from the book club, vanished without a trace. Her laughter from the last meeting still lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of her abrupt departure. Her home remained undisturbed, a silent witness to her inexplicable absence. But the darkest blow came with the disappearance of my cousin Alex, a rekindled bond lost in the shadows. His belongings sat in eerie serenity, a silent testament to his sudden departure from my world. No signs of intrusion, no breadcrumbs to follow, just an empty space where he once stood. Each disappearance felt like a cruel twist of fate, a haunting melody playing out its sinister tune. The growing tally of missing souls painted me as a harbinger of shadows, a magnet for the unknown. Driven by an insatiable hunger for answers, I delved into the enigmatic labyrinth of their disappearances. The chilling truth that emerged painted a portrait of malevolence. Every soul that vanished had brushed against my existence in the days leading to their fate. An unseen force, a malevolent specter, stalked the edges of my reality, plucking lives from my orbit. Desperate for clarity, I retraced the steps that led to their vanishing acts. Mark's apartment stood frozen in time, a silent witness to his departure. Emily's note hinted at cryptic warnings, a ticking clock counting down to an unknown finale. A thorough examination ensued, probing for electromagnetic interference, environmental factors, any logical explanation for the disturbances. Alas, their findings were inconclusive. The notion of residual energy or even a haunting was posited, an unsettling prospect I had endeavored to evade. With time, the ringing dwindled. Though not fully eradicated, the occurrences became sporadic, less predictable. However, the damage had been wrought. My sanctuary had transmuted into a dwelling of unease, a place where an unseen presence observed my every move, defying comprehension. The doorbell, a simple device, now bore a legacy of unexplained disturbances. Its chime, once mundane, now a haunting testament to the ease with which the enigmatic can infiltrate our lives. Though the nights now hold a semblance of tranquility, the memories endure. The doorbell's chime, the vacant porch, and the shadow that lingered just beyond reach. Story 3. The park opposite my apartment was always my refuge, a sanctuary of tranquility that beckoned me each evening. I would lose myself in its peaceful embrace, strolling along its meandering paths, inhaling the serene calm that washed away the day's stresses. The city lights would twinkle softly on the pond's surface, casting a mesmerizing spell that never failed to soothe my restless mind. Amidst the urban chaos, this park was my haven, a space where time seemed to slow down, granting a moment of respite. I had stumbled upon this oasis shortly after moving in, and it soon became an integral part of my daily ritual. The rhythmic crunch of gravel beneath my feet, the whisper of leaves, the distant hum of traffic, all merged into a harmonious symphony, easing my tensions. It was on one of these serene evening walks that I first encountered him. An elderly man seated on a bench, strategically positioned to observe my apartment building. Initially, he appeared like any other park visitor, unassuming and easily overlooked. Clad in a simple gray coat and a tilted fedora that partially concealed his features, he seemed ordinary. Yet as days passed, a peculiar aura surrounded his presence. He was unfailingly there, at the same spot, at the same time, every single evening. His presence was not forceful or menacing, but rather consistent, purposeful. His stillness felt different from the park's natural calm. It was almost deliberate, calculated. I gradually became conscious of his watchful gaze. Even when his eyes remained hidden beneath the fedora, I could sense them tracing my movements. A subtle sensation crawled down my spine, not quite fear, but a growing unease. The tranquil park, once my solace, was morphing into something intricate, unnerving. Weeks drifted by and the pattern persisted. I would leave my apartment, head to the park, and there he would be, always observing, always there. I tried to rationalize his presence. Maybe he was just an elderly man relishing the evening air. Perhaps this was his routine, just as the park was mine. Yet deep down I sensed a disparity. On a particularly crisp autumn eve, with the air laden with the fragrance of fallen leaves and impending winter, I could no longer ignore the situation. My curiosity and apprehension had peaked. As I neared his bench, my heart raced, though I exuded outward composure. "Excuse me," I uttered, my voice steady but laced with uncertainty. "I couldn't help but notice your presence every evening." And Alex's notebook whispered of encroaching shadows, of a darkness closing in on our shared reality. A sinister web began to unravel before my eyes, weaving a tapestry of dread and uncertainty. The shadows whispered of a puppeteer pulling the strings, orchestrating a macabre symphony of disappearances. And in the heart of the storm stood Rachel, a ghost from the past with eyes that held secrets untold. Her presence lurked at the fringes of my reality, a shadow waiting to consume the light. With trembling resolve, I confronted her, seeking answers in the depths of her gaze. Her denials rang hollow, a mask veiling a deeper truth. The police were summoned, security measures heightened, but the vanishing dance continued unabated. A chilling message awaited me one fateful evening, a stark reminder that the shadows had claimed me as their next target. As the walls of my reality crumbled around me, I sought solace in the shadows, seeking the origin of my torment. The trail of whispers led me to an abandoned mansion, its decrepit facade a haunting reflection of forgotten memories. Within its walls, a sinister tableau awaited me, a gallery of the lost souls, a tapestry of connections leading to a singular point of convergence. And there, in the heart of the darkness, a familiar voice whispered my name, a spectral echo of the past. With bated breath, I turned to face the orchestrator of my nightmares, only to be greeted by a revelation that shattered my reality like fragile glass. Story 17. As I awoke from the depths of slumber, the world around me was shrouded in a hazy veil, muffling my senses and leaving me adrift in a sea of confusion. A nauseating fog of disorientation enveloped me, obscuring my memories and casting a shadow of uncertainty over my mind. I found myself bound, my wrists tightly restrained behind my back, while a rough fabric obscured my vision, plunging me into a realm of darkness. Panic threatened to engulf me, but I fought against its insidious grip, focusing on the rhythmic cadence of my breath to anchor myself in the present moment. I needed clarity, a lucid understanding of my predicament before I could formulate a plan of escape. The blindfold weighed heavily upon my eyes, shutting out all traces of light and plunging me into a realm of shadows. As I summoned the courage to delve into my surroundings, a stale, acrid scent permeated the air, hinting at an industrial metallic presence. The surface beneath me was unyielding and cold, rough against my skin like weathered wood. Testing my restraints, I detected a faint rustle in the room, a subtle echo of someone's presence before me. With a steady resolve, I wriggled in search of clues, my fingers brushing against a smooth, solid object, dusty and forgotten. It was a book, a journal, its leather cover weathered by time, its secrets waiting to be unveiled. My heart quickened as I gingerly pried open the journal, guided by touch rather than sight. The words within sent a chill down my spine, a cryptic message of survival etched upon its pages. Intricate sketches, a crude map of the room, and enigmatic symbols beckoned me to embark on a perilous journey. "Follow the instructions carefully," the journal whispered, its urgency palpable. I was not merely confined. I was entangled in a web of tests and trials, my very existence hanging in the balance. Straining to visualize the layout of the room based on the map, I identified key landmarks: a heavy wooden door, a rickety table, scattered objects, and a faint beam of light filtering through a high window. These were the puzzle pieces of my confinement, the clues that would unlock my path to freedom. The first challenge lay before me, demanding acute observation and unwavering focus. The journal hinted at hidden patterns, leading me towards a concealed compartment beneath the table. With bated breath, I explored the room with my bound hands, searching for anomalies in the arrangement of objects. After an eternity of painstaking search, my fingertips grazed a loose floorboard, revealing a glint of metal, the first key to unlocking the mysteries that lay ahead. Each step propelled me closer to liberation, each puzzle a test of wit and perseverance. Unlocking a drawer in the table with the key, I uncovered a cryptic riddle that guarded the combination to a hidden box. Sweat beaded on my brow as I grappled with the enigmatic phrases, the weight of time bearing down upon me like a heavy shroud. At last, a moment of clarity dawned, and the solution emerged from the depths of my mind, unlocking the box to reveal a vial of liquid and a tantalizing note. Applying the liquid to the walls and floor, hidden markings emerged, guiding me towards the final challenge, a complex arrangement of objects that would trigger a hidden mechanism. With each passing moment, the blindfold seemed to tighten around my senses, the air growing thick with anticipation. Failure loomed like a specter, but the fervor of survival burned bright within me, urging me onward. At long last, a sharp, mechanical click shattered the silence, signaling the unlocking of the door. Fresh air greeted me as I stumbled into the dimly lit hallway, the blindfold falling away to reveal a corridor shrouded in decay. Though the surroundings were chilling and desolate, the expanse of space felt like a breath of freedom after the confines of my prison. The first trial had been conquered, but the path ahead loomed dark and uncertain, promising further challenges and tribulations. Standing amidst the shadows, clutching the journal tightly in my hands, I knew that my ordeal was far from over. The hallway stretched before me, a labyrinth of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Fear mingled with a faint thrill of survival, propelling me forward into the unknown. The journal had guided me this far, and with unwavering resolve, I vowed to continue my journey into the depths of the unknown, ready to face whatever trials awaited me. Story 18. In the quiet of the night, a single note found its way under my door, a simple folded paper devoid of any signature. Intrigued, I reached for it, unfolding the message within. Typed in precise, orderly handwriting, it read, "Remember to collect your dry cleaning today. Your 2 p.m. meeting awaits." Initially, I brushed it off as a peculiar prank or a misplaced reminder from a neighbor. The mention of my errand and the exact timing of my meeting sent a shiver down my spine, but I pushed the unease aside, attributing it to a harmless jest. Days passed, and another note materialized, slipping discreetly into my mailbox. This time it delved into my gym habits and even commented on my choice of workout attire. "The blue suited you well today. Perhaps consider a lighter shade next time." My heart clenched as I absorbed the words. The author of these notes possessed an unsettling knowledge of my life, observing me from the shadows. But why, and from where? The notes increased in frequency, each one bearing unnervingly specific details. Snippets of conversations, moments spent with loved ones, even a minor disagreement with a colleague. It was as if my every move was being meticulously tracked. What unsettled me most was the familiarity and politeness of the notes, as though the sender believed in a shared intimacy between us. One evening, upon returning from a grocery run, I discovered yet another note waiting on my kitchen counter. Panic gripped me. I had locked the door behind me. Noticed you stocked up on pasta again. Comfort food can only provide solace for so long. Fear coiled in my stomach, driving me to seek help from the authorities. Detective Davis, a seasoned officer exuding calm authority, took my concerns seriously, yet maintained a cautious skepticism. "Any inkling of who might be behind this?" he inquired, sifting through the stack of notes I presented. "None," I replied, my voice quivering. "I have no enemies in mind." He promised a thorough investigation, advising me to safeguard the notes and record any future occurrences. Leaving the station, a faint relief settled over me, though the fear lingered like a specter refusing to dissipate. Days melded into weeks, the notes evolving from mere observations to thinly veiled threats. "You missed the market last night. Beware. Predictability is your downfall." Following a social gathering, another chilling note arrived. "Your companions won't shield you when the time arrives. Be cautious of whom you trust." Paranoia tightened its grip on me. I bolstered my security, installing new locks, setting up impromptu alarms, scrutinizing every entry point. Yet, the notes persisted, appearing on my car windshield, nestled in my mailbox, or slipped into my work bag. One fateful evening, a particularly chilling note, complete with a snapshot of me leaving my abode, revealed a horrifying truth. The angle of the photo matched the perspective of my security camera. They were watching me through my own surveillance system. Frantically, I contacted the security firm responsible for the installation. Their inspection unveiled a disturbing reality. Someone had manipulated the system, gaining remote access to the live feed. My fortress had been breached. Detective Davis delved deeper, collaborating closely with the security experts. Through relentless pursuit, they traced the intrusion to a local contractor tasked with security installations in my building. He had abused his position to stalk multiple clients, fixating on me with alarming precision. Upon his arrest, a cache of surveillance footage, detailed logs of my routines, and drafts of unsent notes came to light. The revelation brought a mix of horror and relief. The nightmare had reached its conclusion. The notes ceased. The shadows that once haunted my every step receded, leaving behind a residue of fear. While life gradually resumed its course, the violation lingered, casting a shadow over my once safe haven. The experience etched into my soul the fragility of privacy and the depths to which some individuals would plunge to breach it. Even as justice prevailed, the memory of those meticulously crafted, intimately chilling notes would forever haunt me. A somber reminder that behind locked doors, true security remains an elusive prize. Story 19. On a chilly November evening, the air crisp with the promise of winter, a sense of unease settled over me as I observed a shift in my dear friend Max. Our bond, forged through late-night study sessions and culinary adventures, had always been a steadfast pillar in my life. Max was the epitome of reliability, a constant presence I could lean on through thick and thin. So when his behavior began to stray from the norm, it sent ripples of confusion and concern through our friendship. Initially, the signs were subtle, easy to dismiss as fleeting quirks. His phone incessantly buzzed, prompting him to retreat into secretive conversations. His once easygoing demeanor turned guarded, his responses curt and defensive. The effortless flow of our communication dwindled into sporadic exchanges, and he started bailing on plans with vague excuses revolving around work obligations. I reassured myself that it was merely the weight of a stressful project or personal turmoil he wasn't ready to divulge. However, a sense of disquiet lingered, growing heavier with each passing day. Then came the pivotal moment that shattered the illusion I had crafted around Max. On a serene Saturday afternoon, I ventured to his apartment, intending to return a borrowed book as a surprise. As I approached his slightly ajar door, a wave of apprehension washed over me. Max, meticulous in his habits, would never leave his sanctuary vulnerable in such a manner. "Max," I called out tentatively, stepping into the chaotic scene before me. What greeted my eyes was a stark departure from the orderly space I had come to know. Unopened letters littered the dining table, a bag filled with cash lay exposed, and a collection of gleaming weapons lay scattered on the floor. Disbelief twisted my stomach in knots. This couldn't be the Max I cherished. This ominous tableau painted a picture of a stranger inhabiting his skin. Before I could process the implications of my discovery, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, sending me scrambling behind a stack of boxes. Holding my breath, I watched as Max entered, his expression morphing from confusion to alarm at the sight of his disheveled domain. A sharp intensity colored his gaze as he scanned the room, a glint of wariness flickering in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" His voice sliced through the tense silence, his eyes locking onto mine as I tentatively emerged from my hiding spot. I was just returning your book," I faltered, the words catching in my throat. What is all this?" A shadow passed over Max's features, his demeanor hardening. "It's not what you think. You shouldn't be here." His icy words pierced through my denial, cementing the realization that he harbored secrets, dangerous ones. "I should go," I managed, edging toward the exit. "We can talk later." Max made no move to impede my departure, but the tension in his posture spoke volumes. The revelation of that fateful day haunted me in the days that followed, a specter of doubt clouding my mind. The unsettling puzzle pieces fell into place when news of a string of daring robberies gripped the city. One of the targets had been an apartment in my very own building, the heist executed with chilling precision and devoid of any traces of forced entry. Max's erratic behavior, the cryptic phone calls, the mysterious envelopes, all wove a sinister narrative that hinted at his involvement in these crimes. Driven by a gnawing need for answers, I delved into the depths of local reports, connecting the dots with a sinking heart. Each burglary bore the same calculated finesse, mirroring Max's recent behaviors with unsettling accuracy. Confrontation became inevitable. In a charged exchange fraught with emotion, Max finally broke his silence. "I handle logistics," he confessed, his voice heavy with guilt. "Money transfers, drop-offs, that's all." "That's all?" My voice held a tremor of disbelief. "You're part of a criminal enterprise." "I never wanted you to find out." Max's admission was laced with regret. "I tried to shield you from this, to keep you safe." A wave of sickness washed over me. The veil had been lifted, revealing a dual existence that ensnared me without consent. Despite his vows to sever ties with his illicit connections, the fracture in our trust ran too deep to repair. I fortified my defenses, implementing security measures that transformed my once safe haven into a fortress of paranoia. Our friendship, once a bastion of mutual trust and camaraderie, dwindled into a mere echo of its former self. Conversations turned stilted, burdened by the weight of unspoken truths. Though Max distanced himself from his criminal past, the specter of doubt lingered like a ghost between us. The image of the man I glimpsed in that tumultuous apartment, the shadow of his hidden life, cast a long and haunting shadow over our fractured bond. Story 20. In the depths of my home, a hidden room lay silently concealed behind the familiar walls, undiscovered until a chilling afternoon stirred my curiosity. The tranquility that once enveloped my suburban sanctuary had begun to fade, replaced by unsettling occurrences that whispered of an unseen presence. Shadows danced in the night, possessions moved with a will of their own, and the absence of my loyal companion Max hung heavy in the air. Determined to restore a fragment of normalcy, I delved into the labyrinthine basement, a realm of forgotten relics and dusty memories. While rearranging the clutter, my hand brushed against a peculiar patch of wall, a subtle irregularity that beckoned further exploration. A hidden seam, skillfully disguised, hinted at a world beyond. With trembling fingers, I uncovered a hidden door, its hinges groaning as it swung ajar, revealing a realm shrouded in neglect and mystery. Hesitation lingered at the threshold, a primal instinct urging caution, but curiosity led me forward. Illuminated by the soft glow of my phone's light, the room unfolded before me, a meticulous arrangement in disarray, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of the past. Photographs adorned the walls like a haunting tapestry, each frame capturing moments of my life, from mundane routines to intimate vulnerabilities. An unsettling chill crept down my spine as I realized the depth of intrusion, the invasion of privacy woven within each image. Notes and scribbled musings adorned the walls, a testament to a voyeur's obsession with unraveling the intricacies of my existence. Amidst the eerie tableau, a weathered table stood adorned with journals detailing my every movement, a voyeuristic chronicle of my private world. The discovery of a dusty camera, its lens fixed on my unwitting actions, shattered the fragile illusion of solitude. Tears welled in my eyes, not from fear but from the violation of trust, the desecration of my sanctuary. With trembling hands, I pressed play on the antiquated recorder, unveiling a spectral reflection of my life, a haunting echo of a reality distorted by unseen eyes. Questions clawed at my mind, suspicions coiled like serpents in the shadows. Who lurked behind this twisted voyeurism, this intimate violation of my world? A haunting memory resurfaced, a cryptic warning hidden in Max's collar, a harbinger of a darkness unseen. As the weight of realization settled upon my shoulders, a chilling thought gripped my heart. Were they still watching, still lurking in the shadows, unseen and unfathomable? Panic surged through my veins, urging flight, escape from the suffocating grip of the unknown. With a trembling resolve, I sealed the hidden portal, racing upstairs to the sanctuary of locked doors and bolted windows. The authorities must be informed, the truth unveiled, no matter the cost. Yet, a sinister doubt lingered like a specter in the night. What if my actions only fueled the flames of their obsession? What if they awaited my response with bated breath? The dread of uncertainty gnawed at my resolve, but with trembling hands, I dialed 911, a lifeline cast into the abyss of the unknown. The line rang, a heartbeat in the silence, echoing through the empty corridors of my home. Before salvation could reach my ears, a faint sound pierced the stillness, a creak, soft and menacing, the hidden door yawning open once more. In the darkness, I was not alone. Story 21. In the midst of seeking solace from the daily hustle, I stumbled upon a haven in the form of a secluded cottage deep within the embrace of the woodland realm. The promise of tranquility whispered through the photos, luring me into a world far removed from the chaos of urban life. With anticipation dancing in my heart, I made the reservation, yearning for the serenity that awaited. As I arrived at the cottage, reality mirrored the online portrayal. Its charm enveloped me, offering a sanctuary with a crackling fireplace and expansive windows framing the enchanting forest outside. The living room exuded a cozy warmth, adorned with antique furniture that whispered tales of yesteryears. Days melted into each other, guided by leisurely strolls along meandering paths where sunlight played hide-and-seek with the foliage, and evenings melted away as I lost myself in the pages of a book nestled by the fire's gentle embrace. The silence, interrupted only by nature's gentle whispers, the rustle of leaves, the haunting call of an owl, wrapped around me like a comforting shawl. But amidst this idyllic facade lay a revelation that shattered the tranquility I had come to cherish. One quiet afternoon, a glimmer caught my eye behind the smoke detector, a subtle beckoning that piqued my curiosity. With trembling hands, I uncovered a hidden camera, its presence stirring a storm of emotions within me. Tracing the thin wire to a forgotten closet, my dread deepened as I unearthed a recording device concealed among old blankets. The meticulous setup bespoke a sinister intent, a violation of my privacy that sent shivers down my spine. Who had been watching me, and for what purpose? Gathering evidence, I reached out to the property owner, my voice a fragile thread as I confronted him with the truth. His feeble denials only fueled my unease, his hurried attempts at rectification falling short of soothing my frayed nerves. The sense of security I once held dear now lay in tatters, every corner of the cottage whispering of unseen eyes. With a heavy heart, I made the decision to depart, carrying with me the weight of betrayal and uncertainty. The drive home was a blur of questions and fears, the violation lingering like a ghost in the rearview mirror. Reporting the incident to the authorities and the rental platform offered a sliver of solace, but the scars of intrusion ran deep. The once peaceful cottage now stood as a cautionary tale, a stark reminder of the fragility of trust and the necessity of safeguarding one's sanctuary. The memory of the hidden camera became a silent sentinel, urging me to listen to my instincts and tread carefully in a world where shadows could conceal unseen threats. As I navigated the aftermath, the cottage's promise of renewal faded into a distant echo, replaced by the harsh truth of vulnerability in even the most serene of settings. Story 22. On an ordinary Saturday morning, a moment of unintended clumsiness shattered the tranquility of my bathroom. The mirror, a faithful companion in that dimly lit space for years, lay broken at my feet, a mosaic of sharp fragments reflecting the harsh reality of its demise. As I navigated the treacherous terrain of glass shards, a sense of loss crept into my heart, unsettling and profound. The cleanup was meticulous, each jagged piece handled with caution, each tiny shard carefully swept away. Despite the tedious task, there was an underlying tension in the air, a feeling that lingered long after the last shard was disposed of. The mirror needed replacing, a minor inconvenience in the grand scheme of things. A sleek, modern design was chosen to breathe new life into the space, a fresh start amidst the remnants of the past. Days later, a new mirror arrived, wrapped in protective layers, a pristine surface waiting to reflect a new chapter. A brief interaction with the delivery driver left a lingering unease, a cryptic message hidden within a simple wish. Hope this one doesn't crack. The words carried a weight, a subtle foreboding that sent a shiver down my spine. Dismissing it as mere coincidence, I hung the mirror on the wall, its reflective surface promising clarity and light. At first, everything seemed normal, the mirror a silent observer in the daily routine. Yet a subtle shift began to unfold. Each glance into its depths brought a creeping sensation of being watched, unseen eyes piercing through the glass. Discomfort grew with each passing day, a chill running down my spine whenever my reflection met those unsettling gazes. Attempts to rationalize the unease proved futile as the feeling intensified, driving me to avoid the mirror altogether. A sense of dread permeated the room, an unspoken tension that refused to dissipate. Determined to uncover the source of my unease, I delved into the shadows of the past, searching for answers in forgotten corners. A dark smudge, unnoticed before, hinted at secrets hidden within the walls. A restless night brought haunting dreams of shadowy figures lurking behind the mirror, their presence a ghostly echo of the unknown. Seeking solace in the rational, I turned to experts for guidance, their tools and tests revealing no tangible evidence of the supernatural. Though their reassurances brought a momentary relief, the unease lingered, a silent companion in the stillness of the bathroom. The echoes of the past, the remnants of shattered glass, whispered of a deeper truth, a truth rooted in the power of suggestion and the fragility of perception. Slowly, with each hesitant glance into the mirror, the fear began to wane, its grip loosening over time. In the quiet moments of reflection, I learned the true nature of fear. It thrived in the shadows of uncertainty, in the echoes of past traumas. The mirror itself was innocent, a mere reflection of the self. The real terror lay in the mind's ability to distort reality, to weave tales of dread from the fabric of everyday life. As time passed, the mirror remained a silent witness to my journey of resilience, a testament to the power of confronting one's fears head-on. The shadows that once haunted its surface faded into obscurity, their whispers lost to the echoes of a lesson learned. In the end, it was not the mirror that held power, but the courage to face the darkness within, to embrace the unknown with a steady gaze and a resolute heart. Story 23. In the quiet neighborhood where I lived, a subtle shift began to unfold, almost imperceptible at first. It was a feeling, a gentle awareness that someone's eyes lingered on me. Mr. Thompson, my elderly neighbor in the aged house next door, seemed to cast his gaze towards my windows more often than necessary. I caught glimpses of him standing by his window or tending to his garden, his attention fixed on my home just a bit too long. Initially, I brushed it off as harmless curiosity, a quirk of aging perhaps, a passing interest in the person next door. But as days turned into weeks, the feeling grew harder to ignore. Each time our eyes met through the glass, he would quickly avert his gaze, pretending to be engrossed in mundane tasks like pruning a bush or inspecting the earth beneath his feet. The charade was transparent, and his furtive glances began to unsettle me. One evening, as night draped its cloak over the neighborhood, I sat in my living room and noticed something that made my heart quicken. Through the slender opening in my blinds, I saw him standing just outside his front door, his eyes fixed on my window. I could no longer dismiss this unsettling behavior. Summoning my courage, I stepped outside and crossed the distance to his porch. The chilly evening air did little to calm my nerves as I approached him. "Mr. Thompson," I called out, my voice steady yet taut. Startled, he looked up, a flash of surprise and guilt crossing his features. "Oh," he stammered. "Good evening. Can I help you with something?" I hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I've noticed you've been peering into my windows quite frequently lately. Is there a reason for this?" His response was a flurry of apologies. "Oh dear, I apologize. I didn't mean to make you uneasy." Nervously, he wrung his hands. I wasn't trying to intrude. I've been a bit concerned about you." "Concerned about me?" I inquired, skeptical. "Yes," he replied, avoiding my eyes. "You're often alone, and with the recent break-ins in the news, I just wanted to ensure your safety." His explanation seemed plausible, even kind in its own way, but it failed to dispel the deep-seated feeling of being under constant surveillance. In the ensuing days, his behavior remained unchanged. Whenever I glanced out, there he was, tending his garden, sweeping his porch, or simply standing by his window. His eyes always seemed to drift towards my dwelling. The sensation of being watched began to infiltrate every aspect of my life. I found myself checking the windows repeatedly, peering out from behind the curtains to see if his eyes were fixed on me. Mundane activities like cooking dinner or watching television suddenly felt exposed, shrouded in discomfort. The unease settled over me like a heavy shroud. Determined to reclaim my privacy, I hung thicker curtains and installed blinds in every room, hoping to create a barrier between his prying eyes and my inner world. But the feeling of being observed persisted, seeping into my thoughts and leaving me on edge no matter how hard I tried to shut him out. Eventually, I resolved to confront him once more. One afternoon, I marched over to his house, my resolve unwavering despite the knot of anxiety coiling in my stomach. When he opened the door, his expression was guarded. "Mr. Thompson," I began, "I need to address this matter again. Despite your apologies, I still feel extremely uneasy. It's not just about my safety, it's about my privacy. I need you to cease monitoring my home." His countenance softened, a genuine look of distress crossing his features. "I am truly sorry," he murmured. "I didn't realize how much I was affecting you this way. I suppose I've grown overly cautious after witnessing so much in this neighborhood over the years." Though his words sounded earnest, They did little to assuage the tension within me. I nodded politely, hoping this second conversation would put an end to the unease. For a time, it seemed to work. His actions became less intrusive, and a modicum of relief settled over me. However, the lingering unease never fully dissipated. Even though his watchful eyes were no longer visible, I still felt his presence, a lingering awareness of being under scrutiny that refused to fade. To safeguard myself further, I meticulously recorded any peculiar incidents. Every glance, every time I spotted him near my property, I documented it. I also reached out to other neighbors, hoping to discern if anyone else had noticed his behavior. Their responses varied. Some had also observed his odd glances, while others dismissed them. Seeking guidance, I joined a local community support group. They offered practical advice: document everything, establish clear boundaries, and if necessary, involve local authorities. Their reassurances helped me regain a semblance of control that had eluded me for weeks. As months slipped by, Mr. Thompson's actions dwindled in frequency, yet my vigilance remained steadfast. The experience had left an indelible mark on me. I had learned how fragile the sense of safety and privacy truly is, how easily it can be disrupted even with well-intentioned actions. While his behavior softened, the disquiet lingered, a shadow trailing behind me, a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between care and intrusion. Reflecting on the past, I remain uncertain about Mr. Thompson's motives. Was it genuine concern or something more sinister? I may never unravel the truth. Nonetheless, the memory of his watchful eyes endures, etched into the recesses of my mind, a lasting testament to the profound impact of privacy on our peace of mind. Story 24. The day began like any other, with the gentle glow of sunlight seeping through the curtains and the comforting murmur of my coffee maker in the background. Yet the tranquility was shattered as my eyes fell upon a small, unassuming package resting on my doorstep. A plain brown box devoid of any return address, bearing only my name inscribed in a precise, unfamiliar script. Curiosity mingled with a creeping unease as I brought the mysterious package inside. With a steady hand, I sliced through the tape securing the box and unveiled its contents. Nestled within was a collection of photographs, meticulously arranged and held together by a simple rubber band. Each image portrayed a distinct moment from my life, sending a chill down my spine. The first photograph depicted me at a local park, immersed in a moment of solitude on a bench, engrossed in a book. A candid snapshot captured from afar, unbeknownst to me. A shiver danced down my spine at the realization that someone had been observing me without my knowledge. The subsequent photos showcased me in various settings around the city, leaving a grocery store, savoring a meal at a cafe, browsing through the aisles of a library. Yet, a disquieting detail lingered in each frame. I was always alone, devoid of any companions. As I reached the final photograph, a wave of apprehension washed over me. This particular image portrayed me within the confines of my own living room, a look of startlement etched on my features. The photograph had been taken through the window, capturing a moment when I glanced up from my book, startled by a sound outside. Dated just the day prior, it was a chilling reminder that an unseen observer had been watching me from the shadows. A folded note lay nestled among the photographs, and as I gingerly unfolded it, my hands trembled with trepidation. The message inscribed upon it read, "I see you, and I know you see me. These photographs are a mirror reflecting your life, captured and foretold. Observe closely, for the future unfolds within. Your choices shall shape what lies ahead." My heart quickened as I grappled with the implications of the enigmatic message. The notion that someone not only watched me, but also sought to influence the course of my life, sent a chill down my spine. Desperate for clarity, I sought the aid of the authorities, entrusting them with the package and its unsettling contents in hopes of unmasking the sender or unraveling the mystery that loomed over me. Days passed, yet the haunting images lingered in my mind, casting a shadow over my daily routines. Each morning, a sense of foreboding accompanied my mailbox check, half expecting another parcel to materialize. Paranoia became my unwelcome companion, compelling me to glance over my shoulder incessantly, a whisper of unease tugging at my senses. One fateful afternoon, amidst the mundane task of sorting through my mail, I stumbled upon a lone envelope. Resembling the previous package, it contained a solitary photograph taken in the same park as the initial image. However, this time, a crimson X marred the photograph, indicating a specific point along the trail. The cryptic message scrawled on the reverse implored, "The path you choose shall mold your fate. Meet me at the marked spot, and enlightenment shall dawn." A conflicting mix of intrigue and dread gripped my heart at the prospect of a clandestine rendezvous. The unsettling notion of being coerced into a decision I could not comprehend gnawed at my resolve. Despite the looming uncertainty, I resolved to confront the enigma that awaited me, yearning for answers concealed within the shadows. He turned deliberately, sending a subtle chill down my spine. His eyes, when they met mine, exuded an unexpected serenity. No malice, no threat, just an eerie sense of determination. "I am watching over you," he replied, his voice soft and measured. "Sometimes people need a guardian, even if they are unaware." His words lingered, carrying a meaning that eluded my grasp. It was both a reassurance and a foreboding, hinting at something beyond my comprehension. I wanted to inquire further, to demand clarification, yet something in his composed demeanor gave me pause. I stammered a vague excuse and retreated, my mind awash with queries. That night, within the confines of my apartment, I felt exposed. The sensation of being surveilled had not waned. If anything, it had heightened. Subsequent weeks unraveled into a controlled paranoia. I orchestrated my move discreetly, refraining from sharing my motives with loved ones. I dreaded their dismissal of my concerns as paranoia or figments of my imagination, but the feeling persisted, too tangible, too real to be dismissed. Moving day dawned. The new apartment lay in another city district, far removed from the park and its enigmatic visitor. I hoped the change would help me shed the lingering cloak of constant scrutiny. The initial nights were tranquil. I unpacked, settled in, and attempted to unwind. However, the unease never fully dissipated. It lingered, less overt now, more ambiguous. Not the direct gaze of the man in the park, but a pervasive sense of being watched. I found myself double-checking locks, drawing curtains shut, startled by trivial noises. The ordeal had reshaped my perception of security and privacy. Weeks melted into months. The man in the park faded into a spectral memory, a tale that might have been imagined. Yet the impact endured. I grew more vigilant, more attuned to my surroundings. The notion of a guardian watching over me, be it real or imagined, had left an indelible mark on my psyche. In the end, I had departed from the park, from the enigmatic man. Nevertheless, the emotional fallout of that encounter lingered. A reminder that sometimes the most disquieting experiences blur the boundaries between protection and intrusion, between care and constraint. Story 4. It was a cool autumn morning when I stumbled upon the initial letter. The aged envelope, tinted yellow with time, lay peacefully in my mailbox, bearing the name John Doe. Initially, I brushed it off as a simple mix-up in the mail delivery, a common occurrence. Yet there was an air of peculiarity about this envelope that piqued my curiosity. It lacked postage, a return address, or any indication of passing through the postal system. Intrigued, I unfolded the letter. The words, carefully penned in block letters, sent a shiver down my spine. They recounted, in eerie detail, every moment of my previous day, my morning stroll in the park, the quaint coffee shop I frequented, even the fleeting exchange with the barista. The letter concluded with a chilling line, "I hope you enjoyed your day." I gazed at the letter, my mind swirling with questions. How could someone possess such intimate knowledge of my daily routine? I attempted to dismiss it as an elaborate prank or misplaced notes, yet a lingering unease lingered within me. In the following week, 3 more letters materialized, each more unsettling than the last. As twilight descended upon the park, enveloping it in a shroud of eerie stillness, I ventured towards the designated location demarcated by the Scarlet X. A secluded nook where the path veered into a small clearing awaited me, suffused with an air of expectancy. I stood vigil, nerves taut, until a figure materialized from the dusk. A man cloaked in darkness, his countenance partially obscured by the brim of his hat. "You have arrived," his voice resonated, deep and mellifluous. "I perceive you have heeded the breadcrumbs of fate." "Who are you?" I demanded, striving to steady my voice. "What is your purpose in all this?" Drawing nearer, his features emerged from the shadows, an aged visage adorned with sharp contours and a penetrating gaze. "I am but a spectator of your existence, a witness to your responses amidst the unknown," he elucidated. "The photographs were intended to unveil the tapestry of your destiny and assess your mettle." An amalgamation of anger and trepidation surged within me. Why? Why subject me to this ordeal? His demeanor softened marginally. "Our choices sculpt our essence. The photographs were not mere prophecies, but a conduit to steer you towards enlightenment. Your reactions, your decisions, they carved the trajectory of your journey. I aspired for you to discern how the future is molded by the present." A maelstrom of thoughts swirled within me as I endeavored to decipher his cryptic revelations. "So this was all an elaborate trial?" "Not solely a trial," he replied. "A revelation. You confronted ambiguity and dread, yet showcased resilience. The future lies within your grasp. Your responses to adversity delineate your destination." With those enigmatic words, he pivoted and receded into the shadows, melting into the obscurity of the night. I lingered in contemplation, absorbing the enigmatic encounter and the profound message left in its wake. The photographs, the premonitions, the trial, they all coalesced into a grand scheme, a test devised to compel me to confront my fears and embrace the unknown with fortitude. Exiting the park, a peculiar sense of finality and emancipation enveloped me. Though the ordeal had been disquieting, it served as a poignant reminder of the potency of choice and the imperative of confronting uncertainties with valor. The vista of the future remained veiled in uncertainty, yet I harbored the realization that I held the authority to shape it through my deeds, my choices, and my readiness to confront the enigma of tomorrow. Story 25. In the midst of turbulent months filled with identity theft, cryptic messages, and unsettling occurrences, I found myself adrift, yearning for a sense of normalcy. Seeking refuge, I sought solace within the serene confines of the local library, where the hushed whispers of ancient tomes and the familiar aroma of well-loved books offered a sanctuary from the chaos of my thoughts. One crisp autumn day, while wandering through the labyrinthine shelves of mysteries, my fingers brushed against a weathered, leather-bound volume. Its spine cracked, its title faded into obscurity, beckoning me with a silent allure. Intrigued, I settled at a nearby table and delicately turned the brittle pages, unveiling a forgotten world within its yellowed confines. As I delved into the musty tome, a fragile manuscript fluttered to the table, its presence a whisper of the past. A collection of aged, handwritten pages bound by a frayed string, the script upon them smudged and stained with the passage of time. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, I began to decipher the erratic yet precise words that danced between poetic reverie and chilling lucidity. Initially resembling a personal journal or perhaps a lost novel, the entries soon revealed a disquieting familiarity. The author chronicled moments from my life with an unsettling accuracy, my daily rituals, the tapestry of my family history, and even the recent unsettling incidents that I had shared with none. With each turn of the stained pages, a creeping unease coiled within me. The manuscript not only recounted past events, but foretold occurrences yet to unfold. It spoke of the identity theft, the enigmatic messages, and even the harrowing ordeal at the secluded cabin. Each entry bore an uncanny insight into my deepest fears, as if the writer possessed a prophetic understanding of my innermost turmoil. And then, as I reached the final pages, my breath hitched in my throat. The inked words painted a vivid picture of a forthcoming night, when the full moon would cast its silvery glow upon a convergence of past and present. The manuscript ominously warned of a revelation that would fracture the fabric of reality, a truth poised to emerge when the shadows of yesteryears intertwined with the light of the present. The final entry bore the date of that very night, promising a revelation that would shake the foundations of my existence. Heart-pounding, I grappled with the unsettling mystery that had woven its tendrils into my life. How could this forgotten manuscript, nestled within the confines of a library book, hold such intimate knowledge of my past and foretell my future with uncanny precision? Driven by a thirst for answers, I sought out the wisdom of Mrs. Carter, the venerable head librarian who had presided over the repository of knowledge for decades. Listening intently, Mrs. Carter furrowed her brow in contemplation before agreeing to aid me in unraveling the enigma. Delving into the annals of the library's history, she unearthed the origins of the book, a donation from an abandoned estate on the outskirts of town. The former owner, a reclusive writer consumed by an obsession with the occult and the whims of fate, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a legacy shrouded in mystery and whispers. Fueled by a blend of apprehension and curiosity, I persuaded Mrs. Carter to accompany me to the derelict estate under the eerie glow of the full moon. The decrepit manor loomed like a specter from bygone days, its dilapidated facade casting a shadow over our shared apprehension. Within its walls, we stumbled upon a study veiled in the dust of ages, a sanctuary littered with ancient tomes, faded maps, and curious relics. Amidst the relics of a bygone era, a weathered wooden desk commanded the center of the room, its surface strewn with scattered parchments and weathered journals. My gaze fell upon a particular journal, its weathered cover bearing witness to the passage of time. Leafing through its entries, my hands trembled as I absorbed the writer's fixation on the interplay of past, present, and the elusive truth. They will unearth the manuscript when the time is ripe. The past shall guide them, the present shall test them, and the truth shall be laid bare, the faded script proclaimed. The writer's fixation on my existence sent a shiver down my spine, as though I had been a mere puppet dancing to the whims of an unseen maestro. The final, unfinished entry bore a frantic urgency, urging the protagonist of this strange narrative to confront the shadows and embrace the truth that awaited. The weight of the writer's words hung heavy in the air, a tapestry woven from threads of premonition and uncertainty. The revelations weren't merely unsettling. They were an intimate portrait of a life intertwined with forces beyond comprehension. Had the writer observed me from the shadows, or was there a more mystical force at play, guiding the threads of fate? Exiting the abandoned mansion, shadows cast long by the moonlight, I couldn't shake the sensation that the writer's prophecy continued to unfurl, casting its tendrils around my reality. That fateful night, ensconced within the quiet of my apartment, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon, I pondered the cryptic journey that had led me to this pivotal moment. The manuscript, the manner, the ominous warnings. And then as the clock's hands inched toward the midnight hour, a realization dawned upon me like a revelation. The prophecy had not manifested through external machinations, but within the depths of my own being. The collision of past and present wasn't a tale of supernatural occurrences, but a narrative of confronting my innermost fears, unearthing buried regrets, and embracing the mysteries that had long eluded me. As the echoes of the past faded into the stillness of the night, a sense of clarity washed over me, illuminating a path forward shrouded in uncertainty. The future remained an enigma, Yet for the first time in months, fear no longer held sway over my heart. In the quiet embrace of the moonlit night, I found solace in the knowledge that sometimes the only path to light lay through the shadows, and that confronting one's deepest fears could lead to a newfound sense of peace and understanding. Story 26. In the quiet embrace of a Sunday morning, my world shifted. A post like a whisper in the digital wind caught my gaze as I scrolled through the endless expanse of social media. Its words, long and detailed, wove a tapestry of fear and familiarity around me. Accusations, sharp as knives, pointed directly at me, someone I thought I knew so well. At first, disbelief clouded my mind. A mistake, a prank, it had to be. Yet with each passing sentence, a knot twisted in my stomach. The post delved into the depths of my life with an eerie precision. Places visited, secrets shared, intimate details known only to a trusted few. The anonymity of the accuser cast a shadow of dread over my soul, as if a specter had torn open the fabric of my existence for all to see. Desperation clawed at me as I delved into the comments, seeking solace in a sea of words. Some offered support, a lifeline in the storm, but many dripped with venomous condemnation. The accusations, like wildfire on a dry plain, spread rapidly among friends, colleagues, and distant acquaintances. It was not just an assault on my reputation. It was a meticulously crafted plan to obliterate my very being. A swift response became my lifeline, my only chance to salvage the wreckage unfolding before me. With trembling fingers, I crafted a heartfelt denial, addressing each accusation with a raw honesty that laid bare my soul. I pledged cooperation, a willingness to face any scrutiny that came my way. The words, a shield against the storm, were shared across my digital realm, a beacon of hope in a sea of darkness. Yet the damage had taken root, tendrils of doubt entwining around my every word. As I fought to defend my truth, the accusations gained strength, morphing into detailed accounts that cut too close to the bone to dismiss as mere lies. A chill settled in my bones, a realization that the orchestrator of this torment knew me in ways I dared not admit. Days blurred into nights of restless unease, each moment a battle against the shadows closing in around me. Seeking refuge in the arms of justice, I enlisted the aid of a legal guardian, gathering every scrap of evidence that could exonerate my tainted name. Together, we built a fortress of alibis, messages, and documents, presenting my truth to the world with a trembling resolve. Simultaneously, I embarked on my own quest for answers, scrutinizing past connections for signs of betrayal. One figure emerged from the tangled web of suspicion, a former friend, a fractured bond that seemed a mere footnote in the grand tale of my life. Yet clues aligned, whispers of resentment lingering in the air like a bitter taste. Confrontation loomed, a reckoning with shadows of deceit that threatened to consume me whole. The conversation, a dance of veiled accusations and vehement denials, left me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Their protestations of innocence rang true, yet doubt lingered like a ghostly whisper in the night. Weeks turned to months as the investigation unfolded, a maze of dead ends and false leads that mocked my efforts. Then a glimmer of hope pierced the darkness. A tip, a thread leading to a hidden cache of digital breadcrumbs. Chat logs, twisted plans, and meticulous timelines painted a portrait of betrayal so vivid it stole the breath from my lungs. The mastermind revealed, a once trusted ally turned bitter foe, consumed by envy and a thirst for vengeance that knew no bounds. Legal consequences followed, justice served on a cold platter of retribution. My name, cleared in the eyes of the law, remained tarnished in the court of public opinion. Relationships fractured by doubt, strained under the weight of suspicion, some beyond repair. The scars of that dark chapter etched deep into my soul, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the power of a well-crafted lie. Yet amidst the wreckage, a seed of resilience took root. Lessons learned in the crucible of betrayal forged a new resolve within me. The shadows of the past may linger, but they do not define me. I stand stronger, wiser, a testament to the enduring power of survival. The path forward, though shrouded in uncertainty, is mine to tread, guided by the light of my own truth. Story 27. The attic had always been a place of serene enigma, where forgotten trunks and dusty boxes held the secrets of bygone days. On a rainy afternoon, driven by a sudden urge to tidy up, I found myself sifting through the remnants of history, hoping to uncover a glimpse into the lives that came before mine. And there, amidst brittle newspapers and faded photographs, I stumbled upon a small leather-bound diary. Its cover, weathered and cracked, bore barely legible gold-embossed initials. Intrigued, I wiped away the dust and gingerly opened it. The diary, adorned with neat, flowing handwriting and faded sepia ink, exuded an almost ethereal quality. Each dated entry chronicled the life of a man named Henry Lawson, a man who had walked the earth long before my time. His words were vivid, his reflections profound, painting a portrait of a contemplative soul. Henry's diary spanned decades, recounting his life as a carpenter, a husband, and a dreamer. He shared tales of work joys, family love, and a yearning for far-off lands beyond his small hometown. As I delved deeper into Henry's musings, I felt a connection forming with this man from a bygone era. But as I neared the final entry, expecting reflections on a life well lived, I was met with a chilling revelation. The last entry, penned just days before Henry's passing in 1945, did not speak of his own life, but of a moment from mine. Henry described an afternoon at a city cafe with uncanny detail: the blue teapot, the checkered tablecloth, the sunlight dancing through the window. He mentioned a conversation with a young woman in a blue dress, a dress identical to the one I had worn weeks ago in that very cafe. My hands trembled as I read on. Henry chronicled my every gesture, my thoughts, my emotions, as if he had been there, silently observing. The entry concluded with a cryptic message: I feel as though the threads of time have woven my life into yours. I hope you understand what I mean. Confusion and disbelief gripped me. How could a man who had long passed before my birth know such intimate details of my life? Determined for answers, I scoured the diary for clues, finding only consistency in the handwriting, ink, and style. It was unmistakably Henry's. Seeking solace, I sought out the local historical society, hoping to unravel the mystery of Henry Lawson. Yet the more I dug, the deeper the enigma grew. Henry had no descendants, no living relatives to carry on his legacy. The historian could offer no explanation, only cryptic words about the fluidity of time. Returning to the attic, I grappled with the diary's unsettling yet magnetic pull. Amidst relics of the past, I unearthed a faded photograph of Henry, his eyes kind, his expression pensive. I stared at his image, pondering the inexplicable connection that seemed to bind us across time. Days turned into nights as I mulled over the diary's revelations, feeling both discomfort and a strange sense of peace. Henry's words echoed in my mind, hinting at a profound intertwining of our lives that transcended the boundaries of time. His diary, once a mere artifact, had morphed into a mirror reflecting fragments of my own existence. Despite the eerie sensation, there was a tranquil acceptance in Henry's final message. It was as if our stories were threads woven into the same tapestry by unseen forces. I safeguarded the diary, cherishing it as both a mystery and a gift, a portal to a world long past that resonated with my present. Henry's words lingered, a haunting reminder of the intricate web connecting us all. Perhaps, as Henry suggested, our lives are strands in a larger, timeless narrative, intertwined in ways beyond our grasp. In the end, the diary stood not just as a relic, but as a testament to the enduring resonance of human experience. It whispered of unseen connections, of lives intersecting across the vast expanse of time. In Henry's parting words, "The threads of time have woven my life into yours," echoed softly, a lullaby of interconnectedness that transcended the confines of past, present, and future. Story 28. As the sun rose on yet another ordinary morning, I followed my usual routine, a steaming cup of coffee and a brisk walk through the peaceful neighborhood. All I yearned for was to return to my home sanctuary, a haven of tranquility far removed from the chaos of daily life. But as I neared my front door, a sense of unease crept over me. A faint, chilling draft caught my attention, and my heart skipped a beat when I saw the door slightly ajar. The once sturdy lock, a symbol of security, now dangled weakly from its hinges, a silent testament to a violation of my sanctuary. Fear clenched my heart as I stood frozen, the feeling of intrusion suffocating me. With trembling hands, I dialed 911, my voice barely steady as I reported the break-in. The operator's calm reassurance was a thin comfort as I stood outside, waiting anxiously for help to arrive. Minutes felt like hours as questions raced through my mind like shadows in the night. Who could have done this? And why? The unknown answers loomed ominously, casting a pall over the morning light. At last, the arrival of flashing blue lights signaled the presence of the law. The officers combed through every inch of my home, meticulously documenting the forced entry and collecting evidence in their search for the intruder. Yet, to their puzzlement, no trace of the perpetrator was found. No signs of a break-in beyond the tampered lock, no hidden figure lurking in the shadows. The mystery deepened as the investigation continued, leaving me with a sense of unease that refused to dissipate. Venturing inside, I discovered unsettling details that made my blood run cold. Personal belongings had been disturbed, photographs askew, and precious items missing or misplaced. The violation of my most intimate spaces left me reeling, a sickening realization that a stranger had invaded the sanctity of my home. Each room revealed a meticulous search, as if the intruder had sought to leave no corner untouched. The violation cut deeper than mere material loss. It pierced the very essence of my security, leaving scars that could not be easily healed. The officers relayed their findings and advice, urging me to take inventory of the missing items and review any potential surveillance footage. Their words offered little solace in the face of the emotional turmoil that engulfed me. Alone with my thoughts, I painstakingly cataloged the losses, each item out of place a personal affront. The violation had transformed my sanctuary into a place of fear and uncertainty, a stark reminder of vulnerability in the supposed safety of one's own home. In the days that followed, I sought to restore a semblance of normalcy, fortifying my defenses with new security measures in a desperate attempt to regain control. Yet, the sense of violation lingered like a shadow, haunting my every move. The shattered illusion of security cast a long shadow over my days as I grappled with the aftermath of the intrusion. The slow progress of the investigation offered no closure, leaving me to confront the lingering sense of unease that had taken root in my once peaceful abode. Each day became a battle to reclaim a sense of peace, to find solace amidst the echoes of that unsettling violation. The experience had changed me in ways I could never have anticipated, a stark reminder of the fragility of security and the profound impact of breaching our most intimate spaces. Story 29. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the rugged hills as I trudged along the overgrown trail. The cool autumn air stung my lungs, each breath heavier than the last. The forest enveloped me, its once vibrant colors fading into the deepening dusk. I sought solace in this hike, a respite from the relentless demands of life that had worn me thin. Little did I anticipate that this simple walk would unravel into a chilling ordeal, testing the very fabric of my sanity. Just as I contemplated turning back, a break in the underbrush caught my eye, a narrow, neglected path leading to an unfamiliar clearing. A strange compulsion urged me forward. At the clearing's heart stood an ancient stone slab, nearly swallowed by creeping vines and fallen leaves. A shiver ran through me at the sight. The stone seemed out of place, its weathered surface a stark contrast to the wild surroundings. Kneeling beside it, I brushed away the debris, revealing an inscription that sent a shiver down my spine. Here lies my full name, born, my date of birth, died, today's date. My heart skipped a beat. My name, my birth date, today's date, etched into the stone as a grim prophecy. The world around me blurred into a haze of unease, as if the very air had turned heavy with foreboding. I scanned the clearing, half expecting a malevolent presence to emerge from the shadows, but only the echo of my own racing heartbeat filled the silence. With trembling hands, I captured images of the stone on my phone before retracing my steps along the trail, a whirlwind of anxiety and confusion clouding my thoughts. Who would orchestrate such a macabre charade, and to what end? That night, sleep eluded me, every creak and rustle magnified into sinister whispers. The stone's ominous inscription lingered in my mind, a riddle without solution. Determined for answers, I sought help from the local historical society, only to find no trace of the grave in any record. Days turned to weeks as I delved into archives and enlisted the aid of a skeptical yet dedicated private investigator, Jim. Despite our efforts, the mystery remained elusive, a shadow looming over my every waking moment. It was during a late-night review of the stone's photos that a chilling revelation surfaced. A subtle alteration in the inscription, as though time itself was erasing the truth it bore. Jim's grim expression mirrored my unease. We returned to the clearing, only to find the grave vanished, leaving behind a nondescript patch of grass. Confusion and dread knotted in my stomach. "What is happening?" I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. Jim's silence spoke volumes as we stood in the eerie emptiness where the stone once stood. As days bled into weeks, a sense of being watched haunted me, shadows and sounds conspiring to unsettle my fragile peace. Then, a cryptic message arrived, warning of a larger scheme at play, plunging me deeper into paranoia and fear. Seeking refuge in surveillance, I allowed cameras to monitor my home, a disquieting reminder of the intrusion into my unraveling reality. Days passed with no sign of the mysterious figure, until a night of revelation, when the footage captured a shadowy presence bearing a familiar object, a stone akin to the one from the clearing. Before clarity could be grasped, the screen dissolved into static, leaving me adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. I felt like a pawn in a game of shadows, manipulated by forces beyond comprehension. Realization dawned that escape was my only recourse. Packing my belongings, I cast a final glance at the tainted sanctuary that was once my home, a stage for a dark narrative that had ensnared me. The road stretched endlessly before me as I drove away, the unknown looming like a specter on the horizon. The chilling inscription on the stone remained etched in my mind, a haunting reminder of the fragility of our grasp on reality when confronted by the enigmatic and unknown. Story 30. On a cool autumn afternoon, I set out to tame the wildness of my new home's backyard. The Victorian house, ancient and sprawling, whispered secrets through its creaking wooden floors and neglected garden. The previous owner, an elderly recluse, had left the house empty for a year before my arrival, adding an air of mystery to the property. The overgrown backyard, a tangle of weeds and unkempt bushes, beckoned me as a welcome distraction from the chaos of unpacked boxes inside. With each shovel of damp earth, a sense of calm settled over me, the earthy aroma of soil soothing my senses. The rhythmic scrape of the shovel against the ground lulled me into a meditative state, my mind drifting with the motion. Lost in my thoughts, envisioning a future garden transformed with neatly trimmed grass and vibrant blooms, a jarring clang interrupted my reverie. The shovel had struck something solid, buried beneath the soil. Intrigued, I uncovered a weather-beaten wooden box, its surface aged and worn from years of concealment. With a weight that belied its size, the box held a secretive allure. Heart racing, a mix of excitement and trepidation, I brushed off the dirt and pried open the lid. Inside lay a blood-stained shirt, its fabric faded blue and marred with dark crimson stains, unmistakably dried blood. A shiver ran down my spine, questions swirling in my mind. Why was there a bloodied shirt buried in my backyard? Setting the shirt aside, I turned my attention to a photograph nestled beneath, resting on a bed of brittle, yellowed newspaper. The image captured a younger version of myself, grinning beside a stranger in an unfamiliar, dimly lit room adorned with antiquated furniture. A chill gripped me as I studied the photograph, the setting a puzzle with no clear solution. Turning it over, hoping for answers on the back, I found only blankness, adding to the mystery that now enveloped me. Puzzled and unsettled, I delved into researching the house's history that evening. Hours spent sifting through old newspapers and property records yielded little, the house appearing as any other family home with no hint of the macabre. Determined for answers, I reached out to the local historical society, where Mrs. Whitaker's somber tone hinted at a hidden past beyond what records revealed. Following her advice, I sought out elderly neighbors for clues, finding only fragmented memories of the house's past occupants. A vague mention from Mr. Thompson of a troubled family hinted at darker tales, fueling my curiosity further. Seeking expertise, I consulted a local photographer to analyze the photograph, revealing its age from the early 20th century, but offering no clarity on its enigmatic subjects. A chance discovery in an old journal hinted at a secret room in the basement, long sealed off from prying eyes. Intrigued, I scoured the house for hidden passages, eventually uncovering a concealed door behind a dusty bookcase. As it creaked open, a forgotten chamber revealed itself, filled with relics of the past and shadows of untold stories. Among the dusty remnants, more photographs and documents emerged, painting a fragmented picture of a forgotten gathering and a vanished guest. The pieces of a puzzle began to align, whispering of a dark history veiled in secrecy. The house held on to its secrets tightly, each discovery deepening the mystery that clung to its walls. As I pieced together the fragments, the chilling realization dawned that the photograph, the blood-stained shirt, and the hidden room were threads woven into a tapestry of unresolved intrigue. The house, a silent witness to untold events, kept its secrets close, despite my efforts to unearth the truth. Haunted by unanswered questions, I eventually left the house, a sense of unease lingering in my wake. The memories of the blood-stained shirt, the enigmatic photograph, and the hidden room still echo in my mind, a ghostly reminder of a story left untold. Some mysteries, it seems, are destined to remain buried in the shadows, whispering their secrets only to the night. Story 31. In the quiet neighborhood where ancient tales whispered through the trees, a new presence emerged in the form of Mr. Hargrave, a mysterious recluse who took up residence in the long-abandoned mansion next door. His arrival stirred a curiosity that lingered in the air like a fog, shrouding the truth in a veil of enigma. At first, the neighborhood merely murmured about the peculiarities of the dilapidated mansion and its enigmatic new owner. But as the nights grew longer, a symphony of unsettling sounds began to dance on the edges of perception. A metallic clang here, the hum of hidden machinery there, and the murmur of voices carried by the wind. I, too, fell under the spell of curiosity, drawn like a moth to the flickering flame of mystery. The allure of the unknown beckoned me closer, whispering secrets that begged to be unraveled. And so, with a heart heavy with unease, I embarked on a journey into the shadows of Mr. Hargrave's domain. The day was bathed in the golden hues of autumn when I noticed the slight opening of Mr. Hargrave's front door, a silent invitation into the depths of his world. With a cautious step, I crossed the threshold, feeling the weight of centuries-old dust settle around me like a forgotten memory. The interior of the mansion was a realm frozen in time, where shadows clung to the walls like ghosts of the past. Following the faint echo of mechanical hums, I ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, guided by a force beyond my comprehension. At last, I stood before a door, adorned with intricate carvings and veiled by the threads of time. With trembling hands, I pushed it open, revealing a sight that froze the very marrow in my bones. A sterile laboratory bathed in harsh light, a sanctuary of scientific aberrations. Metal tables gleamed with instruments of unknown purpose, while glass jars held grotesque forms suspended in eerie suspension. The air hummed with an energy both alien and familiar, a pulsating heartbeat of forbidden knowledge. My gaze fell upon a desk adorned with files that bore names like echoes of the damned. Each folder held a piece of a twisted puzzle, weaving together medical records, psychological musings, and the dark dance of experimentation. But it was the folder with my name that sent a shiver down my spine, revealing a tapestry of my life woven with threads of manipulation and intrusion. The truth unfurled before me, painting a portrait of horror and violation. As I pored over the details of my own torment, a soft rustling stirred the air, a phantom presence lingering just beyond the veil of shadows. Panic gripped my heart, urging me to flee from the abyss that yawned before me. With pounding heartbeats as my only companions, I fled the laboratory, chased by the specter of my own nightmares. The days that followed were a haze of paranoia and fear, a descent into a darkness that threatened to consume me whole. Desperate for salvation, I sought allies in the light of truth. Together with Dr. Lenora Hayes, we unveiled the monstrous tapestry woven by Mr. Hargrave, exposing his sins to the world and igniting a firestorm of justice. The mansion crumbled, its walls echoing with the ghosts of the past as justice bore down on its creator. Though the scars of that night lingered, a glimmer of hope emerged from the ashes, a promise of redemption in the face of unspeakable horror. And as the shadows of the past faded into memory, I found solace in the knowledge that light had triumphed over darkness, and that the monsters of the night had been vanquished by the courage of those who dared to defy the unknown. Story 32. In the quiet shadows of familiarity, a subtle shift began. My cousin Eleanor, a steadfast beacon of support and reliability, started to dance on the edges of normalcy. We had traversed the winding paths of childhood together, weaving a tapestry of shared memories and an unbreakable bond. So when her footsteps strayed from the familiar rhythm, it sent ripples of disorientation through my world. It started with small tremors, missed calls, abandoned plans, and conversations veiled in distraction. I attributed it to the weight of her demanding job, a burden too heavy for even her sturdy shoulders. But as days melted into weeks, the cracks in her facade deepened, her once sturdy presence dissolving into a haze of uncertainty. Then came the whispers of peculiarity. Eleanor beckoned me to accompany her on errands, leading me to forgotten corners of the world, empty warehouses, solitary cabins, and hidden storage units. Her reasons were shrouded in ambiguity, cloaked in the guise of personal projects or sorting through old relics. Though unease tugged at the corners of my mind, loyalty and trust painted over the shadows of doubt. One twilight-stained evening, Eleanor's voice quivered with urgency through the phone, a plea laced with desperation. Stepping into her apartment, I was greeted by a whirlwind of chaos. Papers fluttering like restless spirits, folders spilling their secrets, and notes scattered like forgotten dreams. She paced, a portrait of frazzled nerves and taut tension. "I find myself in a bind," she confessed, eyes darting away from mine. "I need your assistance. It's crucial for my research." Despite the tendrils of unease wrapping around my heart, I couldn't refuse her plea. She pressed a stack of cryptic leads into my hands, words dancing in a language foreign to my understanding. Each inquiry I posed was met with hurried evasion, a veil of secrecy draped over her intentions. As days melted like wax, her demands grew more insistent. One depicted my twilight hours on the porch, down to the book I perused and the subtle shifts in my chair. Another narrated an encounter with a delivery person, noting precise details of our brief dialogue. The final letter breached the boundaries of privacy entirely. It delved into a private moment within my home, the rearrangement of furniture in my living room, even referencing a casual remark I had made about redecorating. The sender was not merely observing me, but intruding upon my most intimate moments. Paranoia gripped me tightly. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow beyond my window seemed laden with suspicion. I scoured my surroundings, desperate for a clue to unravel this enigma. Reaching out to the postal service proved fruitless. They too were perplexed by the absence of postage or return addresses, unable to trace the origin of the letters. Their reassurances offered little solace in the face of my escalating fear. Driven by a sense of urgency, I took matters into my own hands. Security cameras dotted my residence, capturing any potential intruders in the act. I meticulously documented every anomaly, every unfamiliar face near my abode. Altering my routines became a necessity, avoiding predictability at all costs. Yet, the letters persisted in their arrival. Each missive delved deeper into my psyche, divulging not only my actions, but also my innermost thoughts and emotions. One letter, particularly haunting, contained a detailed sketch of my home, implying a watchful eye from across the street. As anxiety reached its zenith, I sought aid from the authorities, armed with the letters and the evidence I had amassed. Despite their best efforts, the police investigation yielded no leads. The elusive perpetrator left no trace behind. On a rainy afternoon, the most intrusive letter to date materialized. It recounted a confidential conversation with a dear friend, divulging details known only to us. The realization struck me like a thunderbolt. This was no mere coincidence. Someone was actively infiltrating my life, breaching the sanctity of my privacy. The notion of hidden cameras or recording devices haunted me. I scoured every nook of my abode, searching for any irregularity. The constant dread of being surveilled through concealed lenses gnawed at my sanity. In a desperate bid to regain a semblance of control, I fortified my security measures. Motion sensor lights, sturdy locks, an array of cameras, I transformed my dwelling into a fortress. Further adjustments to my routines ensued, venturing out at unpredictable intervals and steering clear of familiar haunts. Yet, despite my efforts, the letters persisted. Then, abruptly, they ceased. The sudden stillness brought both relief and a fresh wave of apprehension. Why had they stopped? Had the sender moved on, or were they biding their time for a resurgence? The ordeal left an indelible imprint on my psyche. My once cozy abode now felt like a prison. The shattered sense of security lingered, replaced by a constant vigilance against unseen threats. Though the letters had vanished, the psychological scars endured. The lingering sensation of being watched served as a haunting reminder of that tumultuous period when an unseen observer laid bare the pages of my life. The letters imparted a lesson unforeseen. Privacy, fragile as a whisper, can succumb to the most invasive of intrusions. Story 5. It all began on a mundane Tuesday morning. Midnight knocks on my door heralded urgent signatures, warnings of impending calamity looming over delays. And then came the pivotal moment. She implored me to transfer a substantial sum of money into a shadowed business account she had crafted, a request that tasted of deceit. Though she painted promises with honeyed words, a whisper of truth gnawed at my core. I hesitated, claiming the need for contemplation, a decision that only fueled her desperation. Driven by suspicion, I delved into the labyrinth of documents she had thrust upon me, unraveling a tapestry of deception. False names, forged signatures, and a shadowed dance of shell games painted a portrait of betrayal. My cousin, my confidant, entangled in a web of deceit, my name a pawn in her intricate game. Her betrayal struck like lightning in a clear sky. How could someone I held dear manipulate me in such darkness? Heart heavy with sorrow and anger, I stood amidst the debris of her cluttered apartment, a landscape of deceit laid bare before me. "You have used me," I accused, voice trembling with the weight of betrayal. Eleanor's features contorted with a blend of desperation and guilt. "You do not comprehend," she cried, eyes pleading for understanding. I was drowning. I grasped at a lifeline. Her words spilled forth like a broken dam. Debts mounting, a failing empire, the suffocating grip of financial ruin. She painted her actions as a final desperate gamble, a plea born of despair. But no justification could soothe the wounds of deception. She hadn't merely lied, she had gambled with my trust, my very essence. The path forward was a jagged road of necessity. Every shard of evidence was laid bare before the authorities, a narrative of deception woven through ink and paper. The wheels of justice turned, grinding slowly through the truth. Eleanor faced the weight of her transgressions, fraud, financial malpractice, and the theft of identities. The courtroom became a theater of shadows, my once admired cousin now a figure ensnared in her own web of deceit. The depth of her crimes unfurled like a tattered scroll, victims beyond myself, shattered lives, futures fractured. Despite her apologies, the wounds remained unhealed. Her career, her name, our bond, all tarnished beyond repair. In the aftermath, a tempest of emotions raged within: grief, fury, guilt, and disbelief. Therapy became my compass through the labyrinth of betrayal, a guide to rebuild the shattered fragments of trust within myself and the world. The hardest lesson was not in losing Eleanor, but in accepting that the illusion I clung to had never been real. Through the crucible of pain, I forged a newfound strength, a shield against the shadows of deceit. I emerged scarred but resilient, armed with the knowledge that even the closest hearts can harbor darkness. Trust, a fragile bloom, must be nurtured with cautious hands, and intuition, a whisper of truth, should never be silenced. Eleanor's deception left a mark, but it also kindled a flame of vigilance within me, a vow to never again be blindsided by the cloak of lies. Story 33. In a bid to escape the turmoil that had consumed my life, I embarked on a journey fraught with mystery and intrigue. Months of grappling with stolen identity, enigmatic messages, and the unearthing of a cryptic grave tied to my past had left me in a state of disarray. At the behest of my therapist, I sought refuge in a secluded cabin nestled deep within the embrace of the mountains, a sanctuary far removed from the clamor of urban existence. The mere thought of solitude acted as a soothing salve to my frayed nerves, offering a glimmer of hope to restore the tranquility I had long yearned for. The cabin, ensconced amidst majestic pines and overlooking a serene lake, exuded an aura of comfort that beckoned to my weary soul. Its weathered wooden exterior and inviting front porch whispered promises of solace and respite, a welcome respite from the chaos that had plagued me. Initially, life in this secluded haven was blissfully serene. I wandered along peaceful trails, immersing myself in the crisp mountain air, allowing the profound stillness to quiet the incessant chatter of my mind. Nights descended in hushed tranquility, punctuated only by the haunting calls of distant owls, lulling me into a sense of calm I had almost forgotten. On the fourth day of my retreat, as I endeavored to bring order to a cluttered closet, my fingers stumbled upon a concealed treasure, a dusty, time-worn box concealed behind forgotten blankets. Intrigued, I cautiously pried open the lid to reveal a trove of personal relics, a weathered leather journal, faded photographs, and a few articles of worn clothing, including a jacket marred by stains resembling dried blood. A surge of curiosity gripped me as I delved into the contents of the journal. Its pages bore the frenzied scrawl of an anguished soul, recounting tales of paranoia, dread, and the ominous presence of shadowy figures lurking at the edge of perception. One chilling entry seared itself into my consciousness. They watch me, their unseen gaze ever present in the shadows, a relentless specter haunting my every move. There is no escape. The photographs, too, painted a disquieting picture. Images of the cabin, captured from various angles, revealed spectral figures lingering in the blurred backgrounds, their presence palpable yet elusive. A shiver coursed through me as I pored over the unsettling snapshots, each frame a silent witness to a hidden narrative of surveillance and secrecy. Determined to dispel the encroaching unease, I ventured into the basement, its musty air thick with foreboding. Behind a loose panel in the wall, a clandestine cache awaited discovery, harboring lock-picking tools, hand-drawn maps of the surrounding wilderness, and a collection of meticulous surveillance notes. The scribblings chronicled the movements of past inhabitants in meticulous detail, capturing their routines, appearances, and even the nuances of their emotional states. Distorted sketches of countenances, etched with trembling strokes, adorned the margins, culminating in a haunting declaration. I see them. They know I am here. The reckoning draws near. A chill gripped my heart as I grappled with the implications of my findings. Was I unraveling the delusions of a tormented mind, or unearthing evidence of a sinister truth concealed within the cabin's walls? That night, the once peaceful abode felt suffocating, its silence now a veil for unseen perils lurking in the shadows. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind, served as a harrowing reminder of a presence unseen yet keenly felt. I lay awake, my senses attuned to the ominous symphony of the night, my pulse a thunderous drumbeat drowning out the symphony of the night. At dawn, gripped by a sense of urgency, I reached out to the rental agency, seeking answers to the enigma that had ensnared me. Their responses were cryptic, their assurances hollow, as they dismissed my apprehensions as mere echoes of a bygone era. Yet their unease mirrored my own, fueling the gnawing dread that had taken root within me. A call to the local authorities yielded scant reassurance, their records devoid of anomalies or disturbances, save for a history of transient occupants departing without explanation. The weight of unseen eyes bearing down on me intensified, every rustle of foliage, every fleeting shadow, a portent of impending malevolence. As the week drew to a close, a decision crystallized in my mind: to flee the confines of the cabin, to forsake the peace I had sought in favor of liberation from the encroaching shadows that now enveloped me. Loading my belongings into the car, I cast a furtive gaze towards the looming forest, a sense of unease gnawing at my resolve. Was I being hunted, observed by an unseen predator lurking just beyond the veil of perception? Before departing, I stole one final glance in the rearview mirror, a fleeting glimpse of a phantom figure obscured by the enigmatic dance of shadows among the trees. The winding road unraveled behind me, yet the tendrils of fear coiled around my consciousness, a chilling reminder that the specter of the unknown was a constant companion, whispering that the shadows held secrets yet untold. Story 34. The unexpected chime of the doorbell shattered the tranquil melody of my afternoon. No anticipated deliveries, no familiar faces scheduled for a visit. The ring echoed unnaturally loud, disturbing the peace of my abode. Opening the door revealed a nondescript package resting on the doormat, wrapped in plain brown paper and secured with simple twine. No hint of its origin, no return address, no markings to unveil the sender's identity. A mix of curiosity and unease enveloped me as I picked up the package, feeling its weightless presence. Bringing it inside, I placed it gingerly on the kitchen counter. The once comforting space now felt too silent, magnifying my escalating dread. With trembling hands, I untied the twine and unwrapped the brown paper, revealing a stack of photographs bound together by a rubber band. Initially, they appeared ordinary, a series of snapshots of a house. But as I flipped through them, a gasp caught in my throat. These were no ordinary images. They were pictures of my house, taken from different perspectives and varying times of day. Some captured the front yard, others the street, and a few focused on the backyard. The level of detail was uncomfortably intimate. The flower beds near the porch, the weathered bench by the garden, even the small shed nestled in the corner of my property. My heart raced as I scrutinized each photo. These were not random shots. They were deliberate, calculated. Someone had been observing my home. At the bottom of the stack lay a note, hastily written in a frantic script. "You should have been more careful." The words sent a shiver down my spine, brief yet menacing, devoid of explanation or context. Just a cryptic, chilling warning. I stared at the note, a whirlwind of questions swirling in my mind. Who could have sent this? Why? Was it a cruel jest, a veiled threat, or something more sinister? Unease morphed into fear, prompting me to contact the authorities in search of answers. Upon their arrival, the officers handled the package with care, collecting the photographs and note for further scrutiny. Despite dusting for fingerprints and scouring for clues, they unearthed nothing definitive. The absence of a return address or identifying marks rendered tracing the sender nearly impossible. Before departing, they pledged to remain vigilant for similar occurrences and advised me to stay on high alert. But their assurances did little to quell the storm of anxiety brewing within me. Days turned into nights, and the sensation of being watched lingered. Every creak, every whisper of the wind felt like evidence of an unseen presence. I became hypervigilant, double-checking locks and securing windows. The photographs haunted me, pinned to a corkboard in hopes of unraveling their mystery. Yet they divulged no new insights, just precise images of my abode, captured by a meticulous observer. My daily rituals felt invaded, mundane tasks now fraught with unease. Each moment outside felt like scrutiny from afar, an unseen gaze dissecting my every action. One evening as I readied for bed, a shadow flitted past my window, fleeting and vague. My heart leaped in my chest as I peered outside, finding nothing but a tranquil moonlit yard. I convinced myself it was a trick of the mind, a figment of imagination, but fear refused to dissipate. Silent phone calls followed, brief and eerie, disrupting the calm of the night. Each call, a silent reminder of the unwavering watchfulness. Seeking solace, I sought counsel from a therapist, finding a fraction of comfort in sharing my ordeal. Yet the anxiety persisted, unyielding. Months passed, the police investigation yielding no leads. A letter arrived from the department, polite yet disheartening. It detailed the lack of progress in unraveling the mystery of the package, the photographs, the note. The fear ebbed with time, but its remnants lingered, casting a shadow over my existence. I resumed my routines, reconstructed a semblance of normalcy, but the package remained a ghostly specter. A stark reminder of how easily safety could be shattered, how the specter of surveillance could infiltrate every facet of life. Though the fear softened, the unease endured. New locks, heightened precautions, a constant vigilance. They became my companions, a silent acknowledgement that even the sanctuary of home could be breached by the unknown. And in the recesses of my mind, the awareness persisted that the sender might still be watching. Story 35. The initial message arrived on a gloomy Tuesday morning, nestled within a sea of spam and marketing emails. Its subject line bore a deceptive simplicity: "We should converse." With no inkling of the impending unease, I opened the email, only for a chill to grip my insides as I absorbed the ominous words within. "Greetings, my name. I have been observing you. I possess knowledge about you that you would prefer to keep hidden. Should you fail to comply with my requests, your deepest secrets will be unveiled." The message remained unsigned, adorned only with a peculiar, unfamiliar symbol. Accompanying it was a photograph of me departing my apartment, captured from a distance. Someone had been watching. Fear surged through my veins. I combed through the rest of my inbox in search of clues, yet none were to be found. Was this a malicious prank or something far more sinister? The thought of involving the authorities crossed my mind, but hesitance held me back. The message was cryptic, no clear ultimatum, no evident transgression. Perhaps it was best to disregard it. The following day, a second email materialized. This time, there was no room for ambiguity. It divulged intimate details, specifics regarding my mother's recent illness and a family excursion we had been planning. information privy to just a select few. Transfer $10,000 to this offshore account within 48 hours, or I shall expose everything. The attached file was even more disquieting. A compilation of private messages, snapshots from my social media profiles, and even a scanned document from my personal archives. They had infiltrated my life in ways beyond my comprehension. Panicked, I reached out to the authorities. An investigation was initiated, but progress hit a dead end swiftly. The email's origin was masked through multiple proxies, leaving no digital trace. The perpetrator could be anyone, the detective somberly remarked. Exercise caution. Yet caution proved insufficient. The emails persisted, each one more invasive and menacing than the last. They possessed knowledge of my daily routines, tracked my movements, and referenced confidential conversations held within the confines of my own abode. The realization that someone could peer into my existence with such clarity sent shivers down my spine. One correspondence contained a video. My breath hitched as I initiated playback. The grainy footage depicted me in slumber within my own bed, oblivious. The accompanying caption read, "We are nearer than you realize." My sense of security crumbled. Sleep eluded me. Relaxation became a foreign concept. Every creak of the floorboards echoed as a footfall. Every shadow morphed into a lurking presence. I installed security cameras, bolstered my locks, and sought refuge with friends. Yet the messages pursued me relentlessly. Then arrived the most harrowing demand yet. Infiltrate the secure facility at 12th and Main. Acquire the files marked Project Solace. Fail, and your family's darkest secret shall be unveiled. I felt ensnared, entwined in imperceptible shackles. Resistance equated to devastation. Compliance equated to criminality. I grappled with the insurmountable choice, but discerned no escape route. Desperation eclipsed rationale. Fueled by dread and survival instinct, I meticulously orchestrated the break-in. Clad in somber attire, I ventured into the secure facility late at night. My heart pounded as I navigated the dimly illuminated corridors. Each noise reverberated, every shadow morphed into a potential menace. After what seemed an eternity, I located the designated file. Seizing it, I fled, heart racing. However, the emails persisted. The blackmailer remained unrelenting, their demands escalating. The subsequent task was personal, sabotaging a public event where I was slated to deliver a speech. Compliance would devastate my career, sully my reputation, and sever my professional ties. Yet once more, the alternative appeared bleaker. I felt akin to a marionette in a macabre play. My existence was no longer mine to control. Then came the call, an obscured number. My hand trembled as I answered. Greetings. The voice on the other end was distorted yet eerily familiar. Cold, calculating. "You have performed admirably thus far," they uttered smoothly, "but our dealings are not concluded." A memory sparked, a faint recollection of the tone, the cadence. It was someone I knew, someone I had placed my trust in. My breath caught as comprehension dawned. "It is you." Silence. Then a gradual, deliberate chuckle. "Took you long enough." Days later, I confronted them, armed with scant evidence. They attempted denial, but fissures soon fractured their facade. Pressured by guilt and fear of exposure, they eventually confessed. It emerged that the culprit hailed from my inner circle, a friend twisted by envy, resentment, and a lust for dominance. They had orchestrated the entire nightmare, exploiting my faith and access to my personal life. The authorities were able to intervene, apprehending them on multiple charges. As the ordeal unraveled, I grasped the extent of their manipulation, how they had surveilled me for months, breached my devices, and pulled the strings from the shadows. Even post-arrest, the repercussions lingered. The betrayal cut deeper than the transgressions themselves. Trusting anyone appeared insurmountable, and my abode, my sanctuary, served as a stark reminder of how effortlessly my life had been invaded. I sought therapy, painstakingly reconstructing my fractured sense of security. I fortified my online privacy, altered every password, and restricted access to my personal details. Time dulled the keen edges of fear, yet the scars endured. The experience rendered me hyper-alert and perpetually wary of the delicate balance between seclusion and exposure. Deep within, however, I unearthed resilience. They had endeavored to shatter me, but I persisted, and I vowed never to allow anyone to wield such dominion over me anew. Story 36, The Legacy of Secrets. Inheriting the old house from a distant relative was an unexpected twist of fate. The house, a sprawling Victorian mansion perched on the edge of a quiet town, had been in the family for generations. Yet I had never seen it before. It passed to me after my great-uncle's passing, and I decided it might be the perfect chance to escape the chaos of my busy life. A break, I thought. Maybe I could even restore the old place, breathe some life back into its weathered walls. The mansion was breathtaking in a way that was both grand and melancholic. Its creaking wooden floors and ornate but dusty furnishings whispered of a bygone era. As I wandered through the halls, the scent of aged wood and forgotten memories lingered in the air. It felt as though the house had stories to tell, secrets buried beneath its layers of dust and time. One day, as I explored further, I found myself drawn to the attic, a dimly lit space cluttered with relics of the past. Old trunks, faded drapes, and cobwebs crowded the room, illuminated only by thin beams of sunlight sneaking through cracked wooden slats. Amidst the forgotten clutter, something unusual caught my eye: a door. At first, I almost missed it. Tucked behind a stack of trunks and draped in shadows, the door was unlike any other in the house. Its surface was solid, its frame reinforced with heavy bolts, and its handle seemed untouched by time. Stranger still, the bolts were on the inside, as if someone had locked themselves in, or something out. My curiosity flared. What could be hidden behind such a secure barrier? A forgotten heirloom? A family secret? Determined to find out, I tried everything I could to open it. I pried, pulled, and even used tools I found scattered in the attic. But no matter what I tried, the bolts refused to budge. Frustrated but unwilling to give up, I called a locksmith the next morning. When he arrived, I led him to the attic and showed him the peculiar door. He studied it with a furrowed brow, then began working, his tools clinking in rhythm as he muttered about the unusual design. While he worked, I stood nearby, my thoughts spinning. What could possibly be behind that door? My excitement grew, tinged with a faint sense of unease. After nearly an hour of meticulous work, the locksmith finally stepped back and wiped his hands on a rag. "All right," he said, his tone both curious and satisfied. "Let's see what's inside." With a slow turn of the handle, the door creaked open. The room beyond was empty, completely, utterly empty. No furniture, no boxes, not even a speck of dust. The walls and floor were bare, their clean surfaces eerily pristine compared to the rest of the attic's age-worn surroundings. The room felt lifeless, like it had been sealed away from time itself. The locksmith frowned, scratching his head. "That's strange," he muttered. "It's like nothing's ever been in here." I nodded absently, unable to shake the sense of wrongness that hung in the air. The emptiness felt oppressive, like a weight pressing down on my chest. There was no logical reason for it, but the silence in that room was deafening, as though it carried an unseen presence. The locksmith packed up his tools and left, but I lingered, staring into the void of the empty room. A cold draft brushed past me, raising goosebumps on my arms. I told myself it was just the open attic windows, but deep down I felt something more, a chill that came from within. Over the following days, I found myself consumed by the mystery of the room. I searched the house from top to bottom, digging through old boxes and forgotten drawers, hoping to find some clue to explain why it had been sealed. But I found nothing. No journal, no letter, no hint of its purpose. At night, the house seemed to take on a life of its own. I'd lie awake in bed, hearing creaks and groans from the attic above me. Footsteps echoed through the halls, though no one was there when I investigated. A growing sense of unease crept over me, and soon I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Desperate for answers, I turned to the town's historical society and its oldest residents. I scoured records, asked questions about my great-uncle, and dug into the mansion's past. What I uncovered only deepened my unease. The house had a dark reputation. Whispers of previous occupants who had disappeared under strange circumstances, tales of eerie phenomena, and hushed warnings about avoiding the attic after dark all painted a picture I wasn't sure I wanted to see. One evening, as I roamed the attic again, something caught my attention. The floorboards near the locked room looked slightly disturbed, as if they'd been moved recently. My pulse quickened as I carefully pried them up. Beneath the boards was a hidden compartment, and inside I found old leather-bound books and stacks of yellowed papers. The documents were meticulous, filled with legal jargon, correspondence, and names I didn't recognize, but they offered no direct answers. The more I read, the more I sensed something sinister woven through their lines, a pattern of secrecy, of deals and disputes that hinted at hidden motives. Despite my efforts, the room's purpose remained a mystery. Its emptiness felt alive, a presence that defied explanation. When I finally decided to leave the house for good, the empty room lingered in my thoughts. I locked the door once more, leaving it exactly as I had found it. Some secrets, I realized, are meant to stay hidden. The house, with all its history and shadows, would keep its mysteries. As I walked away for the last time, I couldn't help but glance back at the attic window. For a moment I thought I saw something move, a flicker of shadow, a shape that shouldn't have been there. And then it was gone. Story 37. On a crisp November afternoon, I encountered Ethan R., a respected author known for his intricate narratives and deep psychological insights. Struggling with a creative block that had held my novel captive for months, I sought Ethan's guidance in a moment of desperation. The prospect of his expertise igniting a spark in my stagnant manuscript filled me with hope and excitement. We rendezvoused at a charming downtown cafe, its cozy ambiance a refuge from the chilly autumn air outside. Ethan exuded charm and eloquence, speaking fervently about the art of storytelling. His feedback on my novel's foundation was profound and exact, offering ingenious plot twists and profound character motivations. His passion was contagious, leaving me rejuvenated and eager to immerse myself back into my writing. In the ensuing weeks, Ethan and I maintained communication through emails and late-night conversations. His meticulous critiques proved transformative, steering my narrative into darker, more captivating realms. Yet, as I implemented his suggestions, a disquieting pattern began to emerge. Ethan proposed weaving a major trauma from my protagonist's past, hauntingly reminiscent of a personal family tragedy I had endured years ago, a chapter of my life I had never disclosed to anyone, let alone hinted at in my manuscript. He urged me to delve deeper into the protagonist's grief, reflecting emotions I had struggled to express in reality. Initially brushing it off as mere coincidence, I convinced myself that Ethan's brilliance lay in his ability to tap into universal emotions. However, the parallels grew more pronounced. He suggested introducing a subplot involving a fractured friendship post-betrayal, a narrative mirroring a falling out I had experienced with a dear friend years before. The dynamics he described mirrored my own experiences too closely to be accidental, as if he had plucked memories straight from my past. Then came his most unsettling proposal, a shadowy figure stalking the protagonist, dispatching anonymous missives laden with intimate details. A chill ran down my spine as memories of receiving similar letters months earlier flooded back. I had tried to bury those haunting letters, but Ethan's suggestion resurrected them with unnerving clarity. Despite the escalating unease, I persisted in collaborating with him. Undeniably, his ideas elevated my manuscript, weaving a tapestry of tension and emotional depth that had eluded me on my own. Yet, The intrusive familiarity of his suggestions gnawed at my peace of mind. One evening, following a particularly intense phone call, where Ethan once again referenced something uncomfortably close to my personal history, I resolved to confront the source of my disquiet. I invited him to my apartment for a face-to-face discussion, determined to address the unsettling echoes reverberating through my manuscript. Ethan arrived punctually, exuding his customary self-assurance. The weathered leather briefcase he carried, brimming with notes, once symbolized a mentor's professionalism, but tonight it bore a different weight. Seated across from each other at my dining table, drafts and scribbled ideas strewn about, I mustered the courage to speak. "Ethan," I began, my voice quivering despite my resolve, "I need to address something that has been troubling me. Your suggestions, some of them, they tread too close to events from my own life. It's unsettling." His expression shifted from polite interest to cautious concern. "I assure you that was never my intention. I only sought to help shape a more authentic narrative." "It transcends authenticity," I insisted. "The stalker subplot, the family tragedy, the fractured relationship, these are not mere literary devices. They are fragments of my reality." Ethan's gaze sharpened, his composed demeanor faltering. "Writers draw inspiration from lived experiences," he stated smoothly. "Perhaps our creative dialogue unearthed memories you had not considered. Fiction has a way of mirroring reality, often unbeknownst to us." His rationalization deepened my suspicion. "How do you account for knowing things I never divulged?" I demanded. "How do you explain the letters I received prior to our meeting?" For a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed his eyes. Just as swiftly, he regained his composure. "Sometimes, the boundary between fiction and reality blurs," he murmured. "Perhaps I overstepped, but isn't that what makes a story compelling?" His words lingered heavily in the air, pregnant with implication. This transcended crafting an engaging tale. It was about dominance. Ethan hadn't been assisting me in writing a book, he had been crafting me. The revelation struck me like a bolt of lightning. "I believe our collaboration ends here," I declared, my voice steadier now. "Thank you for your guidance, but I must conclude this journey on my own terms." Ethan's countenance hardened, yet he nodded slowly. "If that is your wish." Gathering his belongings, he departed without another word. As the door clicked shut behind him, a wave of relief washed over me, tinged with residual apprehension. Returning to my desk, surrounded by drafts tainted by Ethan's intrusive presence, I made a firm decision. To reclaim my narrative, I purged the files he had influenced and commenced anew. The act of writing became a form of catharsis, a means to expel the lingering shadows he had cast over my life. In the culmination of my novel, I realized I wasn't merely recounting a tale, I was reclaiming my own story. Ethan's influence had propelled me to delve into the emotional depths of my narrative, albeit at a grievous cost. He had transgressed boundaries I had not fathomed could be breached, imparting a lesson on control, privacy, and the delicate boundary between inspiration and intrusion. Story 38. In the beginning, the partnership sparkled like a gem in the sun. Collaborating with Ryan Cole, a magnetic entrepreneur with a web of connections, felt like unlocking a treasure trove of opportunities for my business. Ryan's name carried weight, his vision stretched beyond the horizon, and his concepts danced on the edge of innovation. His passion flowed like a river, and I eagerly waded into the stream of possibilities. Yet beneath the shimmering surface, shadows began to stir. Ryan's once bright ambition twisted into something darker, a hunger that gnawed at the edges of reason. He urged us towards risky ventures, plunging headfirst into investments that whispered of danger and spoke of dreams too lofty to be real. Then came the day when he dangled a daring proposal before me, a colossal stake in a tech startup with no history to lean on. On paper, the startup gleamed with potential, but its foundation felt shaky beneath my feet. I hesitated, voicing my doubts, but Ryan waved them away with a smile that masked his true intentions. Big risks yield big rewards, he purred, his words a velvet trap. Despite my misgivings, I tiptoed forward, my steps cautious and wary. An unsettling sense of unease lingered, a puzzle with missing pieces that refused to fit together. With each passing day, Ryan veiled his personal dealings in shadows, evading my inquiries with grace and swatting away concerns with empty promises. The knot in my stomach tightened. Fueled by suspicion, I delved into Ryan's past, unearthing a trail shrouded in fog. Online searches revealed scant details, a void where accomplishments should have shined, replaced by whispers of failed ventures and shuttered enterprises. The absence of a clear narrative set off alarms in my mind. Determined to unravel the mystery, I enlisted a private eye, feeding them morsels of Ryan's history, his business endeavors, his connections, his financial threads. What they uncovered painted a chilling portrait. Ryan's past bore scars of collapsed ventures, legal battles, and a tapestry of deceit. He had led partners astray, coaxing them into sinking fortunes into phantom projects, all while diverting funds into hidden coffers. One scheme stood out as a haunting specter, an elaborate ruse where Ryan lured investors into a phantom company that dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only broken dreams and empty pockets. Armed with this damning knowledge, I knew our alliance had to end. We met in a neutral haven, a serene eatery where whispers of business once floated on the air. As we sat face to face, a cloak of foreboding draped over the table. "Ryan, I've delved into your past ventures," I began, my voice steady but laced with concern. "There are discrepancies that cannot be ignored." His facade cracked, revealing a flicker of fear. "What nonsense is this?" he retorted sharply. "The past is irrelevant. Our focus should be on the future." I presented the evidence, each page a dagger in his facade. His mask crumbled, exposing a raw core of fury and desperation. "You're blind to the grand design," he spat, his voice a crescendo of deceit. His words wove a tangled web of deception, a last-ditch effort to ensnare me in his web of lies, but the truth had pierced through the veil. "It ends here," I declared firmly. "I sever all ties. My legal team will see to the rest." Ryan's pleas turned to pleas, then to frenzied pleas, but my resolve stood unshaken. To continue would be to court disaster, to dance on the edge of ruin. In the aftermath, I toiled alongside my legal guardians, untangling the knots of our shared ventures, salvaging what remained of my assets, and shining a light on Ryan's shadowed dealings. The road was long and arduous, a journey through thorns to preserve my name and honor. Ryan vanished into the mist, a specter who had flitted away to haunt another soul. Though relief washed over me like a cleansing tide, the scar left behind throbbed with the memory of betrayal. The sun had just peeked over the horizon, and I found myself in a daze, instinctively grabbing my phone. A missed call from an unfamiliar number caught my eye. No voicemail, just a silent, unanswered ring that stirred a sense of curiosity within me. Dismissing it as a wrong number or a pesky telemarketer, I carried on with my day. The following day, the same mysterious number called once more. This time I mustered the courage to answer. "Hello?" I spoke into the silence. For a brief moment, only the soft hum of the connection filled the air. Then, the call abruptly ended. A chill ran down my spine, but I brushed it off as a technical glitch or a childish prank. As days turned into nights, the calls persisted, always disrupting my routine at odd hours. Initially, they were an annoyance, breaking the flow of my day. However, on one fateful evening, the nature of the calls took a peculiar turn. I stood in the kitchen, stirring a pot of pasta, when the phone rang once more. Tempted to ignore it, a strange compulsion led me to answer. "Hello?" I uttered. The voice on the other end was eerily calm, almost conversational. "I see you're preparing pasta tonight. Remember to stir it well or it might stick to the bottom," the voice whispered. Frozen in place, I glanced at the pot simmering on the stove, tendrils of steam dancing upwards. "How?" I stammered, but the call terminated before I could collect my thoughts. Gripping the phone tightly, my heart raced with unease. How could they have known? My kitchen was shielded from prying eyes. It had to be a coincidence, I reasoned, a lucky guess or a slip of information shared unknowingly. The next day brought another unsettling call. "I noticed you had a taxing day at work," the voice intoned smoothly. "That meeting with the client must have drained you. Remember to unwind tonight, perhaps indulge in that movie you've been discussing." The shock nearly caused me to drop the phone. The level of detail was too precise to dismiss as mere chance. The voice, detached yet familiar, felt invasive, as if the caller had been present in the room with me. Subsequent calls grew increasingly personal and specific. "I see you're meeting friends for coffee tomorrow. Inquire about Jamie's new job," the voice advised. A shiver crept down my spine. It was no longer about knowing my plans. It was about the intimacy, the caller's grasp of every facet of my life. It felt as though I was trapped in a waking nightmare. Seeking answers, I reached out to my phone provider, hoping to trace the elusive number. Dead ends greeted me at every turn. Law enforcement offered little assistance without concrete evidence, prompting me to take matters into my own hands. Security cameras were installed, routines altered, and each call meticulously documented in a quest for patterns. Yet, the caller remained elusive, always one step ahead. The incessant calls intruded upon meals, work, and even moments of respite, fueling my escalating anxiety. Paranoia took hold, casting shadows of doubt on every interaction and prompting furtive glances over my shoulder in public. One evening, following yet another cryptic call that disrupted my dinner, I reached my breaking point. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice quivering. "How do you know so much about me?" A pregnant pause hung in the air before the voice replied, unwavering, "I've been watching over you because I care deeply for you. You must understand that." His treachery had been a lesson etched in fire, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk behind honeyed words and false promises. But from the ashes of deceit, I rose anew, a sentinel of caution, vowing never again to be ensnared by the siren song of charisma and charm. In a world where trust is a fragile currency, I had learned the cost of misplaced faith and the value of guarding my heart against those who would seek to plunder it. Story 39. The day unfolded like any other, the sun casting a gentle glow through the curtains as I delved into the task of decluttering my study. Amidst the stacks of forgotten papers and trinkets of yesteryears, a sudden interruption broke the tranquil air, a soft chime of the doorbell. Stepping towards the entrance, I found a delivery person standing there, cradling a sizable, unassuming crate in their grasp. There was an air of mystery surrounding the package. No labels, no logos, no hint of its origin. It was a mere enigma wrapped in plain wood, secured with a sturdy lock, devoid of any accompanying documentation. "Do you know who sent this?" I inquired, intrigued by the peculiar arrival. The delivery person merely shrugged. "No idea. It appeared at our dock without a trace, but it's meant for you." Expressing my gratitude, I brought the enigmatic crate inside, setting it down at the heart of my living space. Its presence exuded an eerie aura, unsettling in its unexpected arrival. No recent orders, no anticipated deliveries. My mind was a whirlwind of curiosity and apprehension as I gazed upon the mysterious box before me. After moments of contemplation, I resolved to unveil its secrets. With a creak, the lid parted, revealing a trove of relics that sent shivers down my spine. Within lay treasures of the past, long-lost possessions, a glimpse into chapters thought closed forever. Among the cache, I retrieved an aged, leather-bound journal, a relic from my youth teeming with the musings of a bygone self. Flipping through its pages, memories long dormant flooded my senses, a tapestry of joys and regrets woven within its weathered leaves. Lost for over a decade, its reappearance elicited a blend of nostalgia and disquiet. Further exploration yielded a trove of photographs, snapshots of moments frozen in time, birthdays, vacations, cherished faces from a distant era. Faded and worn, these images bore the weight of time, evoking a sense of remembrance tinged with intrusion. People and places once dear but now relegated to the recesses of memory resurfaced before me. Delving deeper, I unearthed bundles of letters, penned with care and tied with ribbon, a tapestry of emotions from friends, family, and echoes of romances past. Each missive stirred vivid recollections, resurrecting buried sentiments and forgotten connections. Their words, a bittersweet echo of a life left behind. Amidst these revelations, a small jewelry box awaited, housing treasures thought forever lost. A silver locket, a pair of earrings, an heirloom ring, all returned in a mystifying gesture. Their familiar weight should have brought solace, yet the enigma of their return cast a shadow of unease. Who had orchestrated this enigmatic delivery, and to what end? No note, no explanation, only a cryptic assortment of artifacts that defied reason. As I pondered the puzzle, more questions arose. Had someone delved into my past, gathering shards of a life unbeknownst to me? And for what purpose? In the days that followed, the enigmatic crate loomed over my thoughts, a riddle unsolved, an enigma unresolved. I sought patterns, hidden meanings, a semblance of understanding within its confines, yet each attempt proved futile. Reporting it seemed futile. What authorities would comprehend a return of lost relics without malice? Resigned to uncertainty, I chose to stow away the artifacts, preserving them in a corner of my abode. Unable to discard these fragments of my past, yet unwilling to let them disrupt my peace, I embarked on a journey of organization. Sorting photos, categorizing letters, a therapeutic endeavor to reclaim control over my history. With each item cataloged, the crate transformed from a mystery into a symbol, a testament to the unexpected resurrection of the past, a reminder of the impermanence of privacy. Though the sender remained a ghostly enigma, the experience imparted a profound lesson. It taught me to cherish the present, to savor fleeting moments with loved ones, and to safeguard the sanctity of my personal realm. The past, a spectral visitor, forever lingers in the shadows, waiting to be rediscovered. Unsettling yet enlightening, it holds the power to unveil what truly matters, the essence of our being, shaped by people, places, and fleeting moments. Story 40. In the hush of a tranquil night, the world seemed to hold its breath. My car's engine softly purred as I journeyed homeward, the clock inching closer to midnight. The road ahead stretched empty, bathed in the ethereal glow of streetlights casting long ghostly shadows on the pavement. These solitary drives were my sanctuary, a time to drift through my thoughts while the world slumbered. The familiar, winding country lanes leading to my sanctuary should have been a source of comfort, a friend in the darkness. But that ease began to slip away when a pair of headlights materialized in my rearview mirror. Initially, I brushed it off as another traveler sharing the night road. However, those lights remained steadfast as the miles slipped by, neither advancing nor receding, mirroring my every move. An uneasy feeling crept over me as I stole glances into the mirror. The car refused to overtake me or veer off at any crossroads I passed. I attempted to shake off the unease by picking up speed, but the headlights matched my pace with eerie precision. When I slowed down, the mysterious car followed suit, a knot of tension coiling in my gut. The rhythmic song of my tires on the road grew louder, filling the void left by the deserted highway. Desperation clawed at me as I made a sharp turn onto a secluded lane, hoping to outmaneuver my pursuer. Yet, when I dared to look back, those unyielding headlights pierced through the darkness, tracking my every move as if guided by an unseen force. Panic began to pulse in my veins. Tales of being trailed had always seemed distant, but now I found myself trapped in that very nightmare. My palms dampened against the steering wheel as I struggled to devise a plan. Taking a gamble, I wove through a series of unpredictable turns, altering my speed in a bid to lose the enigmatic follower. Despite my efforts, the headlights persisted with unsettling determination, as if the car possessed a will of its own, unceasing, methodical, never straying too far behind. The desolation of the road magnified my vulnerability, leaving me exposed in the sea of darkness. No comforting lights, no sheltering homes, only me, my car, and those ever-watchful lights. At last, a faint glimmer of hope emerged. A small gravel lot materialized in the shadows. With a rush of adrenaline, I veered into the lot, cutting my engine and extinguishing my lights, plunging myself into obscurity. The silence enveloped me as I held my breath, straining to catch any sign of pursuit. A moment passed in utter stillness before the headlights pierced the veil of darkness, inching closer to the lot. My heart hammered in my chest as I watched, hunched low in my seat, a silent observer in the night. The car crept to a halt, its gaze sweeping over the gravel expanse, probing, searching. Time stretched thin, each moment a heavy burden on my shoulders. Finally, the headlights retreated, the car gliding back onto the road, vanishing into the night's embrace. I remained in the shadows, minutes slipping by as I waited for certainty that the threat had dissipated. With trembling hands, I restarted my engine and merged back onto the road, my grip on the wheel tight, knuckles white with tension. Every shadow now seemed to hold a secret, every sound a potential warning. The once familiar road had transformed into a labyrinth of unseen dangers. I stole glances into the rearview mirror, half expecting those haunting headlights to reappear. As I pulled into my driveway and shut the garage door behind me, a wave of relief washed over me. Yet, the tendrils of unease lingered, a phantom chill that refused to dissipate. In the days that followed, I shunned late-night drives, opting for well-traveled paths and safer hours. Each set of headlights trailing me sent my heart into a frenzy. The solitude I once treasured now bore the weight of apprehension. I reached out to the local authorities, recounting the haunting experience, but their hands were tied without substantial leads. Their advice to stay vigilant offered little solace. The encounter etched itself into my memory, a stark reminder of the fragility of familiarity. The nocturnal journeys, once a solace, now carried an undercurrent of caution. While the enigmatic car never resurfaced and time dimmed the fear, the specter of that night lingered, a shadowy echo of the unseen perils that lurk in the quietest recesses of our lives. Story 41. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long, stretching shadows that danced across my doorstep as I warily returned home from a day consumed by endless meetings and looming deadlines. Fatigue draped over me like a heavy cloak as I fumbled for my keys, only to have my gaze snag on a small, unmarked package nestled innocuously on the doormat. Wrapped in simple brown paper, void of any identifying labels or sender details, it lay there like a silent enigma. A prickling sensation crept up my spine at the sight of the mysterious parcel. I couldn't recall ordering anything recently, and the sudden appearance of this anonymous gift sent a shiver of unease through me. Pushing aside the tendrils of disquiet, I picked up the package and crossed the threshold, securing the door behind me with a click that sounded louder than usual. The weight of the unknown pressed against my palms as I placed the package on the worn kitchen table. With a hesitant breath, I peeled back the layers of brown paper, revealing a pristine white envelope sealed without any markings. My fingers trembled slightly as I carefully tore it open, revealing a single sheet of paper adorned with stark, clinical text. The words on the page seemed to pulse with a cold, calculated energy as I read them. Dear your name, you are a stranger to me, yet I am intimately acquainted with every facet of your existence. I have watched, recorded, and documented your most private moments, weaving a tapestry of your life that you were unaware of. Your solitude, your hidden vulnerabilities. They have all been observed, cataloged, and preserved. From the shadows of your solitude to the depths of your secrets, I have been a silent witness, unseen yet omnipresent. The images and recordings that have eluded your awareness are merely a glimpse of the vast archive I hold. They serve as a reminder of the fragility of your privacy, a whisper of how easily the veils of your life can be stripped away. You stand at a crossroads, faced with a choice, compliance or exposure. Enclosed within this envelope, you will find a set of demands. Disregard them at your peril, for the consequences will be swift and merciless. Your reputation, your very essence, will be laid bare for all to see. This is not a mere threat. I possess the means and the resolve to execute my intentions. The decision rests with you. Submit to my will and salvage what little sanctuary remains to you. Defy me and witness the annihilation of everything you hold dear. Yours sincerely, The Observer. As I finished reading, a chill crept up my spine, constricting my chest with a suffocating grip. The words seemed to hang in the air, laden with a weight that threatened to crush me. With trembling hands, I unfolded a second page concealed behind the letter, a list of demands, each demand more invasive and chilling than the last. 1. Transfer $50,000 to an offshore account. 2. Grant remote access to all personal devices. 3. Attend a meeting at a specified location. The directives were precise, methodical, and disturbingly plausible. This was no mere hoax or scam. Whoever had orchestrated this intricate charade possessed intimate knowledge that sent a shiver of dread down my spine. It wasn't solely about money. It was about control, about dominance. A whirlwind of emotions and thoughts swirled within me. Was this some twisted jest, a cruel game aimed at instilling fear? The meticulous nature of the letter, its detached demeanor, hinted at something far more sinister. The impulse to reach for the phone and summon the authorities tugged at me, but a sudden realization halted my hand. What if they were watching me, even now? What if this was a trap designed to isolate me, to sow seeds of doubt and paranoia? Refusing to succumb to the tendrils of fear snaking through my mind, I dialed 911, my voice quivering as I relayed the harrowing ordeal to the dispatcher. Reassurances were offered, a promise of imminent police intervention. While I waited for their arrival, I meticulously double-checked the locks on every door and window, every creak and groan of my aged abode eliciting a flinch of apprehension. The very sanctuary that had once cradled me now felt like a prison, its walls closing in with a stifling embrace. The law enforcement officers arrived promptly, swiftly collecting the package and its ominous contents as evidence. They pledged a thorough investigation and cautioned against acquiescing to the demands, no matter the pressure. Their presence brought a fleeting sense of relief, yet as their departure left me in solitude once more, the silence of the house descended like a heavy shroud, amplifying the echoes of my unease. Days stretched into an interminable expanse, devoid of any breakthroughs. The investigative effort stagnated, thwarted by the meticulous concealment of the sender's identity. The Observer had left no trace, no trail to follow, their shadowy presence lingering like a malevolent specter. In my desperate bid to fortify my defenses, I implemented every safeguard within my grasp, bolting additional locks, installing surveillance cameras, altering passwords, yet the gnawing paranoia remained an unwelcome companion. The tipping point arrived on a night cloaked in darkness, when I returned to find yet another envelope clandestinely slipped beneath my door. Fingers trembling, heart hammering, I gingerly tore it open, dread coiling in my gut like a serpent awakened from slumber. Within lay a solitary photograph, a candid snapshot of myself, engrossed in reading the initial letter at the kitchen table. The image, captured from an external vantage point, bore witness to a violation of my sanctum. Scrawled on the reverse in stark, foreboding script were 3 ominous words: I remain unseen. That night, sleep eluded me. I sat vigil in the enveloping shadows, clutching the phone like a lifeline, my gaze fixated on the windows that seemed to morph into gaping maws of uncertainty. The house, once a haven, now echoed with whispers that reverberated with a sinister cadence. Despite the vigilance of law enforcement, a stark realization dawned upon me. This was far from over. The observer wasn't merely an observer. They held the reins of my reality, orchestrating a macabre symphony of fear and coercion. The unbidden intrusion of the package had shattered the illusion of sanctuary, laying bare the fragile facade of privacy and security. My dwelling ceased to be a refuge. It transformed into a prison of perpetual surveillance. Every moment became laden with a sense of impending dread, an awareness that my life was no longer mine to govern. In the oppressive silence, I could only wait, ensnared in a malevolent game where the observer remained an ever-watchful sentinel, their presence an inescapable shadow looming over my existence. Story 42. The Tale of the Silent Observer. In the hush of dusk, a whisper of messages began to weave into the fabric of my digital world. Innocuous at first, like gentle ripples on a tranquil pond, they bore the semblance of generic greetings from an unknown entity. "How was your day?" they would murmur, or a simple, "nice post." Initially, I brushed them aside, deeming them mere echoes in the cacophony of online noise. But then, a shift occurred. The messages transcended the realm of casual remarks, delving into the sanctum of my personal experiences. The first that pierced through the veil of indifference arrived unbidden, a cryptic missive that sent a shiver down my spine. "I trust your dinner with Alex unfolded smoothly. You appeared to relish the time spent." My breath hitched at the mention of Alex, for our shared meal had been a guarded secret, confined to the walls of my thoughts. Attempting to dispel the disquiet that gnawed at my mind, I altered my social media passwords in a bid to sever the invisible tether. It seemed a logical recourse, a barrier against the unknown. Yet the messages persisted, evolving from vague allusions to intimate revelations. A revelation materialized in the form of a message that unveiled my clandestine visit to a coffee shop, my silent communion with a beloved tome. The sender, shrouded in anonymity, possessed an omniscience that pierced through the veils of my privacy. Report to the platform yielded no respite, for the messages transcended the digital realm, delving into the recesses of my private dialogues and unshared thoughts. The intrusion deepened, unfurling tendrils of unease that coiled around my sense of security. Seeking solace in the familiarity of kinship, I probed for breaches in trust, only to be met with blank stares of bewilderment. A cybersecurity expert's scrutiny unearthed no technological fault lines, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The realization dawned that the watcher was not a faceless hacker, but a shadow lurking in the corners of my existence, privy to the minutiae of my everyday life. Paranoia became my unwelcome companion, prompting me to alter my routines, to shield myself from the unseen gaze that trailed my every step. The suffocating intimacy of a message pinpointing my gym hiatus shattered the fragile facade of normalcy. The stalker's presence loomed large, a phantom specter that cast a pall over my waking hours. And then, a chill settled in my bones as a final missive heralded a threat veiled in simplicity. "I know where you reside. I shall be observing." With trembling hands, I sought refuge in the guardianship of law enforcement, laying bare the haunting chronicle of messages. But the specter remained elusive, an enigma cloaked in anonymity. Security measures became my bulwark, yet the specter of surveillance lingered, an uninvited guest in the sanctity of my home. Abruptly, the messages ceased, leaving behind a void tinged with apprehension. The silence, instead of solace, bore the weight of unanswered queries, a narrative suspended in uncertainty. The identity of the silent observer eluded discovery, a riddle that haunted my waking hours, casting a pall over the mundane. In the aftermath, the tendrils of fear lingered, a testament to the fragility of privacy in a digitized age. The experience etched scars of caution, a constant reminder of the unseen eyes that linger beyond the screen. Though time has dulled the edges of terror, the memory endures as a cautionary tale, a whisper of how technology blurs the boundaries of solitude, how the unseen can cast the longest shadows on our lives. Story 43. On a cool autumn evening, the realization dawned upon me like a whisper in the wind. My car had vanished, stolen into the night. Stepping outside, the empty space where my faithful vehicle once sat greeted me with silent emptiness. It wasn't merely the absence of the car that unsettled me. It was the violation, the intrusion into my personal space without a trace. Swiftly, I contacted the authorities, filed a report, and embarked on the daunting journey of navigating life without my stolen mode of transport. Days turned into a haze of frustration, a whirlwind of arranging alternative rides, juggling commitments, and adapting to the inconvenience that loomed over me like a shadow. The police worked diligently, but updates were scarce, leaving me to grapple with the fading hope of ever recovering my stolen car. Then, as unexpectedly as it had disappeared, my car reappeared. A call from the police informed me that my vehicle had been found and returned to the very spot from which it had been snatched. Relief washed over me, yet it was tinged with a creeping unease. How had it been brought back so precisely? It felt almost too perfect, too orchestrated. Examining the car revealed no signs of tampering, no dents, no scratches, no forced entry. For a fleeting moment, I dared to believe that the ordeal was behind me. But as I settled into the driver's seat, a glint caught my eye. Beneath the driver's seat lay a small, inconspicuous black box, nestled there as if waiting to be discovered. Its presence sent a shiver down my spine. Retrieving it cautiously, I pondered its origin and purpose. Back in the sanctuary of my home, I scrutinized the box. It resembled a recording device, its secrets beckoning me to unravel them. Curiosity overcame trepidation as I connected it to my computer. Within moments, a series of audio files materialized before me. The first recording echoed a familiar voice, my own, engaged in a conversation at a coffee shop, unbeknownst to me. The subsequent files unveiled snippets of my daily life, mundane phone calls, ambient noises, and intimate moments captured without my consent. A chilling realization dawned upon me like a ghostly whisper in the night. This device had been clandestinely documenting fragments of my existence, weaving them into a tapestry of my private world. The implications were profound, the questions swirling in my mind like shadows in the dark. Who had planted this device? Why were they eavesdropping on my life? Was I a specific target or merely a pawn in a larger, unknown game? With a sense of urgency, I turned the device over to the authorities, hoping for answers that remained elusive. Days turned into weeks, and the lingering unease refused to dissipate. Every unfamiliar face, every fleeting glance felt like a potential threat. Installing security cameras, altering my routines, and shunning predictability became my shield against the unseen eyes that haunted my thoughts. Despite these precautions, the fear persisted, an insidious presence that eroded my sense of security. Seeking solace, I sought therapy, a beacon of light in the darkness, guiding me through the labyrinth of anxiety and mistrust. Months drifted by, the immediate terror waning, but the memory of the device etched into my consciousness like a scar. The mystery remained unsolved, the perpetrator unknown, yet the violation lingered, a silent specter in the shadows. The experience reshaped my perception of personal safety, instilling a newfound vigilance in safeguarding not just physical spaces, but the intangible moments that define our lives. Though the enigma of the device endured, it served as a solemn reminder. In a world where unseen eyes lurk, it falls upon us to preserve the sanctity of our private realms, to shield our moments from prying gazes, and protect the fragile tapestry of our existence. Story 44. The unearthing of the diary occurred by chance, a twist of fate, or so I believed. It transpired on a serene Sunday afternoon, bathed in a golden glow that flowed through the windows, stretching time into a lazy dance. I was engrossed in refinishing the weathered wooden floorboards in my living space, methodically sanding and polishing away. As I toiled, my screwdriver unexpectedly struck something solid beneath one of the boards. Intrigued, I pried the plank free, revealing a shallow cavity beneath. Nestled within was an ancient, leather-bound diary, its cover weathered and cracked with the passage of time. The binding was delicate, its edges frayed, as if it had been concealed for decades. My breath caught in my chest. Who had left it there, and for what purpose? With cautious hands I opened the diary, the aged pages whispering softly as they crinkled. The ink had faded to a deep sepia hue, yet the handwriting was precise, elegant, and oddly deliberate. The initial entry was dated October 12th, 1969. It commenced innocently, recounting the writer's recent relocation to a new abode, a tranquil neighborhood brimming with possibilities. My heart skipped a beat as I read the depiction of the house. It was not merely familiar, it was exact. The diarist detailed the layout of the living room, even mentioning the creaky window frame I had intended to repair. They described the warmth of the afternoon sun filtering through the very same bay window beside which I sat. Trembling slightly, I continued reading. The subsequent entries chronicled everyday existence, personal milestones, awkward adolescent years, a cherished family pet. Yet, the deeper I delved, the more unsettled I became. The writer's life mirrored my own with uncanny precision. An entry, dated August 14, 1975, vividly described a car accident, the same one I had experienced. The location, the violent impact, and even the lingering pain I endured afterward were detailed with intimate accuracy. It seemed inconceivable. I had never disclosed the specifics of that accident publicly, nor shared them with anyone beyond my family. The tone of the diary morphed, darkening with each subsequent entry. The writer chronicled battles with paranoia, sleepless nights plagued by an overwhelming sensation of being observed. They narrated lying awake, convinced that unseen eyes fixated on them from the shadows. My heart raced as I recollected similar restless nights, moments when an unexplainable feeling of being watched had gripped me. Clutching the fragile pages tightly, I pondered how anyone could have known these intimate details. Then I stumbled upon an entry dated January 2nd, 1980. The writer recounted a disconcerting encounter at their doorstep with a stranger, someone privy to too much information. Inquisitive queries regarding the writer's past, family, and life left the diarist unsettled and apprehensive. I drew in a sharp breath, recalling a similar unsettling encounter I had just a week prior. A mysterious individual posing personal questions outside my dwelling. His gaze lingered a moment too long before departing, his inquiries echoing in my mind since. The diary's entries persisted, divulging private details no outsider could possibly discern. My relationships, fears, even my innermost thoughts, all meticulously chronicled. The realization struck me with a heavy weight. Someone had been meticulously documenting my life, but how and why? Frantically, I turned towards the final pages. The entries were disjointed and scattered, the handwriting growing increasingly erratic. They spoke of being ensnared in an endless cycle, spiraling deeper into paranoia. The diarist wrote of time feeling fragmented, memories blending with dreams, and a growing certainty of being a part of someone else's tale. The ultimate entry was chillingly brief. The shadows draw nearer now. I sense their breath. If you found this, it's already too late. The pages abruptly ceased, leaving behind a deafening silence. I sat motionless, the diary heavy in my lap. The room felt colder, the afternoon light dimming as though retreating from the somber truths I had just unearthed. The once familiar and secure walls of my home now seemed to enclose upon me, burdened with enigmas beyond my grasp. Was my life truly my own, or had I become a chapter in someone else's enigmatic narrative? Had the diarist been chronicling their own life, or mine? With trembling hands, I reinstated the floorboard, concealing the diary once more in its hidden recess. Yet, even as I secured the boards, I knew it would not suffice to quell the unease now rooted deep within me. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the aged house resonated loudly. Every shifting shadow appeared animated with purpose. I lay in the darkness, my mind ensnared in an unending loop of unanswered queries. The diary had offered a glimpse into another existence, but whether that life preceded mine or ran parallel to it remained a mystery. And in the frigid stillness of my room, I could not shake the sensation that someone was still scripting, and I was the subsequent entry. Story 45. On a cool autumn evening, the subtle changes in my life began to reveal themselves. The leaves rustled beneath my feet as I strolled along the well-trodden path leading to my humble abode. Above, the sky displayed a mesmerizing palette of deep oranges and purples, painting a tranquil scene. Beside me, my loyal companion, Max the Labrador, trotted joyfully, his tail swaying in harmony with my steps. It was a moment of serenity, a tranquil conclusion to an otherwise ordinary day. Little did I realize, it was merely the calm preceding the storm that awaited. The following morning, I awoke to an unsettling silence. Max's usual morning greetings were absent, his bed vacant. Initially assuming he was exploring, my calls for him echoed through the stillness, growing increasingly desperate. With each passing moment, the weight of silence bore down on me, suffocating in its intensity. Panic gripped my heart as I scoured every nook and cranny of the house, my voice growing hoarse from calling out his name. Time blurred into a frantic haze of searching and pleading with neighbors over the phone. Just as despair began to settle in, a glimmer of hope emerged as I spotted him down the street. Relief flooded through me, and I hastened toward him, my heart racing in my chest. However, as I knelt to greet him, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Max was donning a new collar, a departure from his usual faded red one. This replacement was a thick, vintage leather band adorned with intricate carvings and a shining brass nameplate. A sense of unease churned within me as I tentatively reached for the collar, my fingers brushing against a small note tied with twine. With trembling hands, I unfurled the paper, the hurried script upon it sending shivers down my spine. I have seen what you have chosen to ignore. Your home harbors secrets unknown. Beware the buried truth beneath your comfortable facade. My heart raced as I mulled over the cryptic message. What hidden danger lurked within my sanctuary? Who was the enigmatic R with such intimate knowledge of my life? Examining the collar closely, the blank brass nameplate seemed to whisper unspeakable truths. The ancient patterns etched into the leather hinted at a dark history. Max appeared unscathed but unusually subdued, a silent witness to the mysteries unfolding. Determined to unravel the enigma, I resolved to retrace Max's nocturnal wanderings. Following his path through the shadowed streets, I scoured for clues. The once familiar neighborhood now cloaked in an unseen tension, casting a veil of uncertainty over the surroundings. The journey led me to the local park, a place of solace for Max and me. There, a figure sat on a bench, his demeanor uneasy as our gazes met. Though his face bore a semblance of familiarity, his identity eluded me. "Excuse me," I ventured, masking my unease. "Have you noticed anything peculiar here? My dog vanished last night and returned adorned with this cryptic collar." The man's eyes widened, hands fidgeting nervously as he avoided my gaze. "I know naught of any collar," he stuttered, his words laden with hidden meaning. "Beware, for appearances deceive." His ominous words sent a chill down my spine, prompting a hasty departure. Who was this mysterious messenger of warnings? What trials had Max endured in his absence? Returning home, I embarked on a thorough search, scouring every crevice for hidden truths. Yet the facade of normalcy prevailed, masking a lurking unknown. The familiar sights now seemed a disguise, concealing a sinister presence that eluded my grasp. The sensation of being observed persisted, an invisible weight pressing upon me. Days turned into weeks, the lingering unease refusing to dissipate. I watched over Max vigilantly, attuned to any hint of distress or peculiar behavior. While he frolicked as before, the ominous collar stored away in a drawer served as a haunting reminder. Who was R, and what secrets lay buried beneath my facade of normalcy? The sanctuary of my home had transformed into a stage for a perplexing game, orchestrated by unseen hands. As the autumnal leaves danced their descent, a foreboding certainty took root within me. The memory of the cryptic note and the mysterious collar lingered, casting a shadow over the once familiar comforts of home. Safety and tranquility had given way to doubt and apprehension. With each falling leaf, a sense of impending revelation loomed, signaling that this unsettling chapter was but the prologue to a deeper mystery. Story 46. On a cool autumn evening, when the leaves whispered underfoot and the sky blushed with a golden hue, a tale unfolded in the quiet embrace of a neighborhood. In the backyard, amidst the laughter of children and the gentle rustle of fallen leaves, preparations for a family gathering were underway. As the picnic table took shape, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a small object hovering in the sky. Initially mistaken for a bird or a distant aircraft, it drew nearer, hovering directly above our haven, revealing itself to be a drone. Its silent presence stirred an unsettling feeling within me, a whisper of unease in the tranquility of the evening. In the days that followed, the drones became frequent visitors, unwelcome guests intruding upon our moments. They appeared mysteriously, at odd hours, their hovering gaze fixed unyieldingly upon our abode. Not solitary sentinels, but a fleet of eyes in the sky, moving in synchronized dance. Their persistence bore an air of intention, casting a shadow of surveillance over our once serene existence. A sense of disquiet settled upon me, urging me to take action. Nausea churned in my stomach at the cryptic declaration. Why torment me? What is it that you seek? I pressed for answers, but the call ended abruptly, leaving me to grapple with a torrent of emotions. The unsettling words echoed in my mind, grappling with confusion and fear. Was this a twisted fixation, a dark obsession masked as concern? Seeking closure, I enlisted the help of a private investigator, laying bare every detail, the call logs, recordings, and surveillance footage. Weeks stretched into months, and the calls gradually dwindled before ceasing altogether. The investigator's findings unveiled a truth shrouded in shadows. A tech-savvy individual had meticulously gathered information about me through sophisticated means. Their fixation was disturbingly personal, though their motivations remained murky. While the investigation provided some semblance of closure, the fear lingered like a stubborn stain. The experience etched a scar on my psyche that refused to fade. Hypervigilance became my constant companion, a shield against unseen threats. Locks were scrutinized, surroundings meticulously scanned, and a sense of safety questioned at every turn. Though the calls had ceased, their lingering impact persisted. The calm, detached voice from the other end continued to haunt my thoughts, a reminder of breached boundaries and violated sanctuaries. In the end, the ordeal imparted a harsh lesson. The boundary between privacy and intrusion is fragile, easily blurred. Sometimes the shadows that haunt us do not lurk in the expected corners. They lurk just beyond our awareness, waiting for the opportune moment to step into the light. Story 6. As the tale unfolds, it all began with a subtle, eerie feeling, a sensation that lingered, hinting at the presence of an unseen observer. Initially, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, fleeting glimpses of motion caught in the corner of my eye as I carried on with my daily rituals. Yet each time I turned to investigate, there was nothing to be found. But then came the morning of my daughter's 7th birthday. We had arranged a simple gathering in our backyard, adorned with colorful balloons, a play area, and a cake adorned with her beloved cartoon characters. While standing by the window, attending to some final arrangements, he reappeared. Mr. Thompson, our elderly neighbor. He was peering through his window, his gaze fixed intently on our festivities. This time, his scrutiny felt different. It was not mere curiosity. It felt deliberate, almost invasive. My husband Alex and I had settled in this suburban community 3 years prior, whereas Mr. Thompson had been a long-time resident. He was a solitary figure, reserved and enigmatic, residing in a weathered house that seemed to be on the verge of decay. We had exchanged polite pleasantries on a few occasions, yet he remained a mystery. As the celebration unfolded, I noticed Mr. Thompson's unwavering gaze. His face was barely discernible through a slender opening in his blinds, but his presence was undeniable. I attempted to dismiss it. Perhaps he was lonely, merely intrigued by the festivities next door. However, in the days that ensued, his habit grew more conspicuous. Whenever I ventured outside, there he was, observing from his window. Whether I took out the trash or tended to the garden, his eyes seemed to track my every move. It became increasingly challenging to disregard, harder to rationalize. Security cameras became silent sentinels around our dwelling, capturing the drone's clandestine flights as I meticulously noted their patterns. Anxiety coiled around my heart as the realization dawned that our private moments were being harvested by these mechanical intruders. Playful scenes with my children, quiet evenings with my spouse, the mundane rhythm of daily life, all laid bare to unseen eyes. Seeking recourse, I turned to local authorities, sharing the evidence in hopes of respite. Their assurances rang hollow, citing the elusive nature of drones and the challenges of tracking their elusive pilots. Fueled by determination, I delved into the footage, uncovering a thread of purpose woven through the drone's flights. A methodical precision guided their movements, hinting at a calculated interest rather than random observation. Seeking answers, I ventured into the realm of drone enthusiasts, hoping to untangle the web of mystery. Their camaraderie masked a reluctance to delve into the realm of surveillance, casting shadows of doubt upon their innocence. A chilling revelation awaited me as the truth slowly unveiled itself in the reflection of a drone's lens, a figure, obscured yet unmistakable, manipulating the controls from the shadows. With newfound resolve, I returned to the authorities, armed with proof of the voyeur's identity. This time, they heeded the call, launching a thorough investigation that unraveled the web of deceit. The culprit, Ethan Brooks, a freelance journalist, stood revealed as the architect of our invasion of privacy. His justifications crumbled under scrutiny, exposing a disturbing fixation that transcended journalistic pursuits. The police intervened, laying bare the extent of his transgressions and commanding an end to his voyeuristic endeavors. Despite the legal repercussions, the scars of violation lingered, etching a cautionary tale of the fragile divide between technology and privacy. As fences rose higher and security measures tightened, the shadows of Ethan's intrusion lingered, a stark reminder of the need for vigilance in a world where boundaries blur and privacy hangs by a thread. The haunting lesson of our ordeal echoed through the neighborhood, a whispered caution against the perils of unchecked curiosity and the sanctity of personal privacy. Story 47. It was a typical Tuesday morning when I stumbled upon the first puzzle piece, nestled amidst the usual pile of bills and unwanted advertisements. Almost overlooked, a plain envelope with no markings caught my eye, peeking out from beneath a glossy magazine. My name, elegantly written in neat handwriting, adorned the front, devoid of a return address. Inside lay a single puzzle piece portraying a weathered house, partially obscured by overgrown vines and bare trees. There was something unsettlingly familiar about the house, a sense of déjà vu that eluded my grasp. Inscribed in fine calligraphic ink on the back of the piece were the words, "You remember this, but you don't remember why." Brushing it off as a peculiar prank, I set it aside and focused on the mundane tasks of the day. However, the following morning brought another envelope to my doorstep. This time a second puzzle piece awaited me, depicting a cluttered wooden desk adorned with aged letters and faded photographs. The message on the back simply stated, "Piece by piece, you'll remember." In the span of a week, 5 more puzzle pieces found their way to me, each revealing a different fragment of the same eerie tableau. A dimly lit study, furniture veiled in dust, and a crooked family portrait hanging askew on the wall. With each new piece, my disquiet grew. The setting felt disturbingly familiar, like a distant memory shrouded in mist. As weeks passed, more pieces arrived in succession. Unable to ignore them any longer, I cleared my dining table and began piecing together the puzzle. Gradually, the disjointed image transformed into a detailed study room. The same desk, the same faded portrait, and most notably an open leather-bound book inscribed with ominous symbols in an unfamiliar ancient script. The longer I gazed at the completed puzzle, the more intense the feeling of recognition became, yet the source remained elusive. Then a final envelope materialized. Inside lay the last piece of the puzzle alongside a typed letter. "You've made progress. Now you must comprehend." The house depicted in the puzzle belonged to someone dear to you, someone who vanished under mysterious circumstances. The answers you seek lie within the book in the image. Discover it, and the truth shall reveal itself. I sat transfixed, heart racing. The letter dispelled any notion of an elaborate hoax. My mind drifted to my family, scouring for forgotten recollections, buried narratives, anything that could elucidate this eerie missive. That evening, I sought out my parents. Carefully laying out the completed puzzle and the letter, a silent understanding passed between them. My mother's hands trembled as she grazed the edge of the puzzle. "That house," she murmured, her complexion drained of color. "It belonged to your Aunt Margaret before she vanished." A knot formed in my stomach. Aunt Margaret had disappeared during my childhood. I had been informed she had relocated, cutting ties with the family following an unresolved dispute. However, a veil of silence enveloped her departure. No calls, no correspondence, just an unsettling void. "The book," my father interjected, gesturing towards the ancient leather volume depicted in the puzzle. Margaret had a penchant for antiquarian books, but that one, it was unique. She claimed it harbored family secrets, revelations she unearthed just before she departed. Gripped by a blend of dread and resolve, I discerned my course of action. I located the house, long abandoned and ensnared in vines, its windows vacant and hollow as vacant eyes. The atmosphere weighed heavy with silence as I forced open the decaying entrance, crossing into the bygone. The interior mirrored the puzzle's depiction. Dust-laden furniture, forgotten trinkets, and scattered papers cluttered the space. My flashlight flickered upon discovering the desk from the image, strewn with ancient manuscripts and weathered leather tomes. There it lay, the book from the puzzle, untouched and awaiting discovery. Hesitating, I opened its pages. The initial folios were adorned with cryptic symbols and faded ink, indecipherable at first glance. Delving deeper, I unearthed a handwritten journal belonging to Margaret. Her entries chronicled the unveiling of long-concealed family truths, betrayals, concealed identities, and an ominous legacy entwined with the very house in which I now stood. The final passages were frantic and disjointed. They are aware of my findings. The book is the path to understanding, yet it also carries the curse. Abruptly, the entries ceased. Before I could process the weight of the revelation, a faint rustling, akin to fabric against wood, echoed behind me. My flashlight quivered as I whirled around, yet the house remained motionless, its shadows denser than before. Clutching the book, I fled into the chilly night, breath catching in my throat. The house loomed in the background, somber and wise, its mysteries unveiled but far from comprehended. Returning home, I secured the book within a locked box, its presence lingering heavily in my thoughts. The puzzle pieces, no longer mere fragments of a macabre game, had guided me toward a truth my family had endeavored to conceal. Aunt Margaret had not vanished by choice. She had been ensnared by the same enigmas now staring back at me from the ink-stained pages. The past was not merely haunting, it was waiting. Deep down, I sensed the puzzle remained incomplete, for now. Story 48. In the quiet hush of another evening, I made my way warily to my bedroom, seeking solace in the familiar comforts of home. The day's weight lifted as I tossed my keys onto the kitchen counter and ambled towards my room, seeking respite. Amid the usual array of books and trinkets on my dresser, my eyes caught on something out of place: a camera. Initially, I brushed it off as one of my own tools, a remnant of my photography pursuits. My room was always a chaos of gadgets, from lenses to tripods. Yet as I drew nearer, a sense of unease crept over me. The camera was positioned just right, capturing a broad view of my room, even the spot where I had been reclining moments before. Its unassuming lens glimmered in the soft light, sending a shiver down my spine. Surveying the room, I searched for any other signs of intrusion. All seemed normal, but the eerie feeling of being observed lingered. My heartbeat quickened as I reached for the camera, discovering a tiny SD card nestled within. With trembling hands, I slid the card into my laptop. The screen flickered to life, revealing a series of video clips. Initially, the footage was mundane, me lounging on the couch, dropping a book, or working at my desk. These glimpses of my private moments, though innocent, felt intruding. Then, the videos shifted. My family and friends emerged on the screen. My sister at home, engrossed in TV. My best friend at a cafe, engaged in conversation with an unseen companion. My parents unwinding in their living room post-dinner. Each clip, seemingly casual, bore an unsettling weight. Someone had been watching them, monitoring their lives as they had mine. Anxiety surged as I scrolled through the clips, each one deepening the sense of dread. The surveillance extended beyond my room, beyond me. The realization that this unknown entity had invaded not just my life, but the lives of those dearest to me sent a chill through my core. Questions swirled. Who was behind this? Why? Driven by desperation, I scoured my memories for oddities, trying to make sense of this breach. Yet nothing stood out. I had no foes, no conflicts, no reason to be a target. I dialed my sister, then my parents, then my close friends. Each call went unanswered, plunging me deeper into unease. Feeling trapped, I summoned the police. Upon their arrival, I shared the situation, displaying the clips. Initially skeptical, the officers' expressions grew grave as they viewed the footage of my loved ones. They delved into tracing the camera's origin, determined to uncover the source of the surveillance. Despite their efforts, the sense of being watched clung to me. Every creak, every shadow outside my window felt part of a malevolent scheme. My imagination spiraled, fueled by the knowledge of this unseen observer in my life, perhaps controlling it. The investigation progressed sluggishly. No signs of a break-in, no evidence of tampering. The camera had been cunningly disguised, evading detection. Days turned into weeks with scant progress. Each passing day without answers heightened my vulnerability. I tried to resume my routines, but the sense of unease lingered. Every noise, every movement at the corner of my eye set me on edge. My sanctuary had transformed into a stage for an unknown game. One night, a thought dawned on me. Was the surveillance meant to harm or manipulate? The notion that this might be a psychological ploy to unsettle me, rather than a direct threat, filled me with fresh dread. The idea of someone toying with my sense of security for their amusement was almost more chilling than a tangible danger. Determined to regain control, I meticulously documented every oddity, every piece of evidence. I fortified my home with enhanced security measures, cameras, motion sensors, reinforced locks. Vigilance became my shield, a means to reclaim power in a situation that had stripped me of it. While the investigation hit a dead end, the enigma of the camera endured. The identity of the surveilleur remained elusive, their intentions veiled. The ordeal left a lasting scar. The intrusion into my life and the lives of my loved ones served as a haunting lesson in the fragility of security. My sense of safety gave way to a constant awareness of vulnerability. Yet amid the fear and uncertainty, a newfound resolve blossomed within me. Though the camera's mysteries remained unsolved, its presence compelled me to confront my fears and safeguard what mattered most. While vigilance might not replace peace of mind entirely, it marked a beginning, a small triumph in a battle I had not sought but was determined to wage. In the quiet embrace of a crisp autumn afternoon, I recall the day it all began, a day like any other, with golden leaves pirouetting along the sidewalk as I warily made my way home from work. A small envelope, a mysterious harbinger, lay nestled under my door, devoid of return address but bearing my name in elegant script. Intrigued by this unexpected arrival, I carried the envelope inside, where its contents whispered secrets only known to me. The note within was a delicate dance of warmth and praise, penned by a reader of my blog. Their words, like honeyed melodies, lauded my musings on the intricate tapestry of modern relationships. Yet beneath the surface of admiration lurked a subtle edge, a shadow of unease that pricked at my senses. Dismissing my apprehension as mere fancy, I continued with my evening, the gentle caress of curiosity lingering in the air. A week unfurled like a silken ribbon, and another note graced my doorstep. This time, the words bore a personal touch, delving into the intricacies of my daily routines. The Wednesday strolls to the coffee shop, the familiar order of a cappuccino, the coveted seat by the window. A shiver danced down my spine. How could they know these intimate details, woven into the fabric of my existence? Rationalizations faltered as unease tiptoed into the corners of my mind. Perhaps a chance encounter at the cafe had birthed this correspondence, or so I hoped, clinging to the frailty of reason. As the days waltzed by, the letters multiplied, each one a voyeuristic peephole into the sanctity of my world. The writer's observations grew bolder, painting vivid portraits of my abode with unsettling precision, the photos adorning my walls, the books resting on my shelves, even the struggling plant yearning for sunlight by my window. A gnawing doubt gnawed at my core. Was this an elaborate jest, a macabre dance of shadows cast by an unseen puppeteer? The veil of uncertainty grew thicker with each missive, wrapping me in tendrils of disquiet. Then came the tipping point, a chilling plunge into the abyss of fear and intrusion. The letters spoke of my friends and family, whispering secrets only privy to whispered conversations and shared moments. Panic clawed at my chest, its icy grip tightening with each revelation. Seeking solace in the arms of a trusted confidant, I turned to Julia, a beacon of strength in the tempest of uncertainty. Her words, laden with concern, urged caution and meticulous documentation of every haunting detail. A sinister warning unfurled in the next letter, a harbinger of looming shadows. "Be wary of your steps and whispers," it cautioned, a dagger of fear piercing the fragile veil of normalcy. Julia's counsel echoed in my mind, urging vigilance in the face of an unseen threat. With trembling hands, I altered my routines, veering away from familiar paths, shrouded in the cloak of paranoia that now enveloped me like a second skin. But the letters, like insidious whispers in the night, persisted. A map, inked in crimson hues, arrived unbidden, marking out the landscape of my existence, the familiar corners of my world etched in foreboding detail. "I am closer than you think," the words screamed in scarlet defiance, a declaration of proximity that sent tendrils of dread snaking through my veins. Julia's voice, a lifeline in the darkness, urged me to seek the sanctuary of authority. The police, custodians of order in a world spun askew, lent their ears to my tale of woe, increasing patrols and casting wary glances into the shadows. Yet the specter that haunted my days remained elusive, a phantom in the tapestry of my reality. The letters dwindled, their frequency waning like dying embers, but their contents grew darker, each missive a symphony of fear and uncertainty. Cryptic messages taunted my senses, hinting at truths buried deep within the recesses of my soul. A suffocating veil of dread descended, casting a pall over my days, a relentless reminder of the eyes that watched from the shadows. One fateful evening, as twilight painted shadows upon my walls, a figure lurked outside my window, a specter of fear made manifest. Heart pounding like a drumbeat of terror, I reached for salvation in the form of a phone call. The digits of 911, a lifeline in the void. The figure vanished into the night, leaving behind echoes of fear and unanswered questions. The final letter, a photograph of my solitude captured from afar, arrived like a requiem of dread. I am always watching. Do not forget, the words whispered, a haunting refrain that echoed in the chambers of my soul. With resolve born of desperation, I fled the sanctuary of my home, seeking solace in distant horizons. The silence that followed was a balm to my shattered nerves, yet the specter of paranoia lingered, a shadow cast by the ghosts of my past. In the quiet hours of solitude, I resumed my blog, treading cautiously upon the fragile threads of vulnerability. The letters, a haunting melody in the symphony of my life, taught me the value of vigilance and the power of seeking aid in times of darkness. Though the shadows may loom large, the light of resilience shines brighter, a beacon of hope in the labyrinth of fear. Story 50. It all began on a crisp autumn night, the kind where the leaves whispered beneath your steps and the breeze hinted at the chill of forthcoming frost. Weary from a day's work, I returned home, yearning for a peaceful evening, only to discover a small parcel resting on my doorstep. No sender's address, just my name delicately inscribed in precise script. Intrigued, I carried the package indoors and gingerly unwrapped it. Nestled within was an aged photograph of my childhood abode, a place I had long since left behind. The picture was captured from a vantage only someone intimately acquainted with the house could have mastered. Alongside it, a handwritten note simply stated, "I remember when you were happy here." The unexpected gift left me unsettled, but I tried to dismiss it as a mere jest or error. Yet the following day brought another delivery. This time, a dainty locket, identical to one I had misplaced months prior. Enclosed within was a faded image of my late grandmother, her presence evoking a shiver down my spine. The accompanying message declared, "I'm keeping watch." And so the mysterious pattern continued in the weeks that followed. Each carefully wrapped package contained items of profound personal significance to me. A silver bracelet lost on a distant journey, a concert ticket stub, and even a diary from my youth brimming with forgotten secrets. Each object accompanied by a note, each note growing increasingly eerie. One parcel harbored a childhood stuffed bear I believed lost to time. Its note hauntingly recalled, "Remember when you feared the dark? I still see the light fade." Another unveiled a set of keys to my former apartment, a place I had long bid farewell. The note cryptically stated, "Every door holds a memory." The frequency of these deliveries escalated, each note delving deeper into the intimate details of my life, private conversations, innermost fears, recent triumphs. The sender appeared privy to every aspect of my being, from childhood vulnerabilities to mundane present-day routines. One afternoon, amid yet another package's unveiling, I uncovered a finely carved wooden box. Within lay a collection of items that stole my breath away. A lock of hair from my high school prom, a lost ring from a forgotten vacation, and a note bearing a cryptic message, "I've stood by you through it all." Despite my efforts to trace the source of these mysterious packages, all leads turned cold. Postmarks varied across the nation, no fingerprints, no return addresses. Each delivery arrived unblemished, as if meticulously safeguarded to reach me unscathed. In a state of desperation, I turned to my closest confidants, seeking any inkling as to the sender's identity, but to no avail. They, too, were as bewildered and apprehensive as I. It became apparent that this enigmatic individual possessed a knowledge of me surpassing even that of my dearest companions. The final package proved the most disquieting. It arrived on a somber, rain-laden evening. Though dread nearly prevented me from unveiling its contents, curiosity prevailed. Inside lay an old journal of mine, lost to time. Its pages divulged my innermost thoughts, including secrets shared with none. The meticulous preservation of the journal sent chills down my spine, but it was the final note that froze my blood. Unlike its predecessors, it was not succinct, but a lengthy, rambling confession. It detailed years of clandestine observation, a twisted sense of guardianship, a desire to shield me through unsettling means. "I know you better than anyone," the note professed. "Every memory, every moment I am privy to. From joy to sorrow, I have been with you. You are under my watchful eye." The realization that someone had intricately woven themselves into the fabric of my life without my consent was profoundly disturbing. It felt as if my very essence had been scrutinized, documented, manipulated by an unseen force. Driven by a sense of urgency, I sought aid from law enforcement, submitting all evidence gathered. The investigation into the anonymous sender commenced, yet the trail grew cold. The packages bore no identifying markers. The sender had meticulously erased their tracks. Days gave way to weeks. Anxiety lingered. What was once a sanctuary, my home, now felt like a stage beneath constant scrutiny. Every creak, every rustle set my heart thundering. Though the packages ceased, the fear endured. Routines shifted, habits altered, thoughts of fleeing took root. The enigmatic sender had left an indelible mark on my life, reshaping my perception of trust, security, privacy. Though the gifts had ceased, their sinister legacy endured, a haunting reminder that somewhere, someone knew me beyond comprehension. And perhaps in the shadows, they still watched, waiting. Story 51. The soft hum of my laptop filled the room, a gentle background melody as I toiled away in my home office. A sanctuary of comfort and efficiency, meticulously arranged to inspire productivity. The day had unfolded in its usual monotony, a symphony of emails, meetings, and reports blending into one another. But as the late afternoon sun cast elongated shadows across the room, I felt the urge to break free from the screen's confines and stretch my legs, a simple act that would unravel the fabric of my reality. Amidst the familiar landscape of my desk, my eyes were drawn to an anomaly. A large, unmarked manila envelope positioned with unsettling precision at its center. My heart quickened its pace. I could not recall placing it there. With caution as my guide, I approached the enigmatic package and gingerly unfolded its contents. No return address, no clues to it, and just a silent challenge, daring me to look within. As I extracted a dense dossier from the depths of the envelope, my name emblazoned in bold beneath the title Personal Research Report, a chill slithered down my spine. Someone had meticulously chronicled the details of my existence, but to what end, I could not discern. Page after page unveiled a portrait of my life, each revelation more disquieting than the last. The initial section read like an official biography, my name, birth date, education, and professional journey meticulously documented. It delved deeper, unearthing addresses of residences long forgotten, accompanied by annotated maps and cryptic annotations detailing my daily routines. The invasion of privacy crept insidiously with each turn of a page. Photographs of loved ones and acquaintances adorned the subsequent pages, captured in candid moments of intimacy. Names, relationships, and personal anecdotes meticulously recorded with an eerie precision. Some images seemed clandestinely captured from a distance, hinting at a prolonged observation shrouded in secrecy. The dossier transitioned seamlessly into the realm of my professional life, chronicling projects, meetings, and private conversations with an unsettling accuracy. My strengths, weaknesses, and behavioral patterns under stress were laid bare, a disconcerting portrayal of someone who had studied me as a subject of fascination. Venturing further, the dossier delved into the depths of my personal preferences and pursuits. A catalog of books read, movies watched, and frequented haunts meticulously chronicled. Every minute detail, from favorite recipes to fitness routines and online browsing habits, meticulously recorded as though my very essence had been distilled onto paper. Yet, the final section plunged into the realm of the sinister. Surveillance notes and candid photographs depicted my every movement with haunting clarity. Images of mundane activities, a departure from home, a stroll to the car, a moment in a local cafe, frozen in time. Some pictures so recent they seemed plucked from just days prior, capturing my daily routines with alarming precision. Breath caught in my throat, I realized the depth of this violation. The compiler of this dossier held intimate knowledge of my life, secrets shared with none. This was not mere research, it was an obsession veiled in shadows. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone, fingers dancing over the keypad as I dialed the authorities, my voice strained but resolute. I relayed the harrowing discovery, the invasive surveillance, the violation of my privacy. Help was on the way, they assured me as I awaited their arrival. In a frenzy, I combed through my sanctuary, scouring for signs of intrusion, but found none. The room stood unchanged, a testament to the intruder's stealth and precision. The arrival of law enforcement brought a fleeting sense of relief, yet their grim expressions mirrored my own unease as they scrutinized the dossier. Questions pierced the air like shards of ice, enemies, suspicious individuals, motives. I grappled for answers, but none could illuminate the shadows cloaking this violation. The investigation loomed ahead, a labyrinth of uncertainties and dead ends. Weeks passed, marked by heightened security measures and a cautious reclamation of normalcy. Cameras surveilled, passwords fortified, routines disrupted in a bid to elude the unseen gaze. Yet the specter of surveillance lingered, a spectral presence casting doubt upon every facet of my existence. The investigation bore no fruit, no solace in the form of closure. The dossier remained an enigma, a chilling testament to the fragility of privacy in a world shrouded in shadows. I strived to resume the rhythm of life, yet the memory of that thick file lingered, a stark reminder of vulnerability in a realm where privacy is a fragile illusion. Each shadow whispered of unseen watchers, each stranger a potential threat. I existed in a state of perpetual vigilance, haunted by the specter of an unknown observer. The dossier's legacy persisted, a cold, clinical reminder of a life laid bare, a narrative penned by an unseen hand, leaving in its wake a trail of unanswered questions and a relentless pursuit of truth in a realm where darkness reigns. Story 52. As I embarked on the journey of moving into my new abode, I envisioned it as the dawn of an exciting chapter in my life. The allure of this century-old dwelling beckoned me after a hard-earned promotion at work. Nestled on a serene street in a historic neighborhood adorned with majestic verdant trees, it appeared to be a dream realized. However, dreams have a peculiar way of transforming into haunting nightmares. Initially, the weeks passed by uneventfully, brimming with the thrill of settling into my new sanctuary. The house revealed its idiosyncrasies, a faucet that dripped softly here, a door that stubbornly refused to latch there. I dismissed these peculiarities as the expected eccentricities of a residence with a rich history. Then, one fateful morning, I entered the kitchen to discover a spreading puddle of water upon the floor. It was not a mere trickle, but a substantial amount that made me question if I had inadvertently left the tap running. A plumber promptly arrived, inspected the pipes, and reassured me that all was well. "A faulty seal," he remarked. "Common in aged abodes. Just keep a vigilant eye on it." I naively believed that was the end of the ordeal. Alas, I was mistaken. A few days later, a hairline crack appeared on the living room wall. Initially inconspicuous and jagged, it seemed to grow wider with each passing glance, meandering like ivy across the plaster. Alarmed by this ominous development, I sought the expertise of a contractor named Bob. Upon his inspection, He nonchalantly attributed it to the natural settling of old structures. Its standard wear and tear. Nothing to fret about, he reassured me. Despite my desire to trust his words, the anomalies became increasingly difficult to dismiss. One evening, upon returning home, I was greeted by a living room in disarray. The sofa had been relocated to a distant corner, facing away from the television. The coffee table sat askew in the room's center, and my book collection had been haphazardly rearranged. Standing amidst the chaos, I struggled to comprehend the scene before me. Had I unconsciously orchestrated this chaos and forgotten? The unsettling notion gnawed at me, yet I attributed it to exhaustion or stress. Then the bedroom door began unlocking itself. Each morning I awoke to find it ajar, despite securely locking it before retiring for the night. Mysterious fingerprints, smudged and unfamiliar, materialized on my bathroom mirror, their forms indiscernible, yet unmistakably foreign to my own. The tipping point arrived when my neighbor contacted me at work. "I spotted a man in a dark jacket prowling around your property," she revealed. By the time I reached home, the intruder had vanished. My porch light lay shattered, and the garden gnome stood toppled by the steps. Though I reported the incident to authorities, the lack of evidence hindered their investigation. The cumulative weight of these events, the cracks, the disturbances, the unwelcome visitor, proved overwhelming. Bob, ever pragmatic, attributed it all to the house's character. Settling walls, antiquated fixtures, and my hyperactive imagination, he claimed. Yet I could not reconcile myself to that explanation. Driven by desperation, I delved into the property's enigmatic past. The local library yielded scant information, no notable events, no peculiar records. The house appeared as a blank canvas, its history seemingly erased. Meanwhile, the disturbances amplified. Cracks branched out to other walls, water stains materialized on ceilings devoid of plumbing. One day I returned home to find the kitchen cabinets flung open, with shattered dishes strewn across the floor. The conviction grew within me. The house was resisting my presence, pushing back against my very existence. I demanded that Bob conduct a thorough investigation, to which he reluctantly acquiesced. Assembling a team of structural specialists, they meticulously combed through every nook and cranny of the dwelling. Their verdict echoed a familiar refrain. "The house is old," they intoned. "These issues are par for the course in a property of this vintage." Yet, I remained unconvinced. The last puzzle piece fell into place when I managed to locate the previous owner. Initially hesitant, they eventually divulged their own encounters with inexplicable phenomena. Furniture rearranged, unexplained sounds, doors unlocking autonomously. They hastily sold the house, leaving its mysteries for another unwitting soul to unravel. That soul turned out to be mine. Unable to endure the weight of the house's obscured past, I packed my belongings and departed, leaving behind the cracks, the leaks, and the eerie disturbances. To this day, the house stands, cloaked in enigma, a charming facade veiling a disquieting truth. I have since found solace in a new abode, where surprises manifest as creaking floors and squeaky stairs, nothing more. Yet I shall never forget the time spent within those walls, a poignant reminder that some places guard secrets, and some secrets are best left undisturbed. Story 53. The stillness of the morning enveloped me like a heavy blanket, shrouding the familiar sounds of my apartment in an unsettling silence. The absence of the usual coffee machine hum and Dave's gentle movements created a vacuum of quiet that pressed against me, almost suffocating in its intensity. "Dave?" My voice pierced the air, bouncing off the walls that seemed to echo back emptiness. No response greeted my call as I ventured out of my room, a sense of unease creeping up my spine. Dave's slightly ajar bedroom door beckoned me, a sight I had grown accustomed to in our shared living space. I hesitated for a moment before gently pushing it further open. The room lay before me in pristine perfection, every object in its place with a precision that felt unnatural. Despite the neatness, an underlying sense of wrongness lingered in the air, tugging at the edges of my consciousness. In the kitchen, the absence of Dave's usual clutter caught my eye, a subtle deviation from the norm that set off a silent alarm within me. His favorite mug, the one with the worn handle he cherished, was nowhere to be seen. His laptop, a constant fixture on the counter, had vanished as well. Dismissing my initial concerns as trivial, I reached for the coffee pot, only to have my attention drawn to a note pinned on the fridge. The hurried scrawl on the paper sent a shiver down my spine. Trust is a fragile thing. Finally, on a crisp autumn afternoon, I mustered the courage to confront him. With a mixture of apprehension and determination, I knocked on his door, my heart pounding in my chest. After a brief pause, the door creaked open, revealing Mr. Thompson standing before me. He appeared gaunt, his piercing blue eyes framed by deep creases. His gray hair was neatly groomed, and his attire was impeccably neat, a stark contrast to the dimly lit, cluttered interior of his abode. "Mr. Thompson," I began cautiously, trying to maintain composure. "I've noticed you've been observing our home quite frequently lately. Is everything all right?" His eyes narrowed slightly, yet his demeanor remained composed. "Oh, I apologize if I've caused you any distress," he replied in a measured tone. "I've simply been observing." "Observing?" I echoed, struggling to conceal my unease. "Yes," he responded slowly, his gaze wandering as if in search of the right words. "I've always had a keen interest in those around me." The conversation took a disquieting turn as Mr. Thompson began recounting intimate details about our lives, details he could not possibly have known. He spoke of Alex's work schedule, our recent challenges with home maintenance, and even my daughter's illness. He referenced private discussions between Alex and me and plans for a trip we had not disclosed to anyone. My heart raced. "How do you know all this?" I inquired, my voice barely above a whisper. "Have you been spying on us?" His expression remained unchanged. "Not spying," he articulated cautiously, "simply observing. It helps me feel connected to the world." I gazed at him, torn between anger and sympathy. "It's not normal to scrutinize people so closely," I remarked. "It feels intrusive." He nodded slowly, a hint of potential regret crossing his features. "I understand. I never intended to make you uncomfortable. I suppose I've been overly involved." Despite his composed demeanor, his penetrating gaze left me unsettled. After thanking him for his time, I departed, my mind awash with uncertainty and disquiet. In the subsequent days, I endeavored to put the encounter behind me, but the sense of being watched lingered persistently. Then one evening, as the sun painted the sky in a palette of warm hues, he reappeared. This time, he wasn't merely watching. He was seated by his window, engrossed in scribbling within a weathered notebook. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. I acknowledged that I could no longer endure this solitary burden. The following morning, I contacted the local authorities. A compassionate officer visited Mr. Thompson's residence, yet following a brief inspection, he assured me that nothing seemed amiss. "Just an elderly man with a cluttered home," he remarked. "Unusual, but not unlawful." Despite their assurances, my disquiet deepened. Though Mr. Thompson eventually ceased his daily surveillance, the impact had already been made. I remained acutely aware of every movement and shadow near his dwelling, every creak of a floorboard or rustle of leaves. Weeks drifted by, and the unease gradually subsided. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy. Nevertheless, the memory of Mr. Thompson's watchful eyes never truly faded. I often found myself pondering, was his fixation merely a harmless idiosyncrasy stemming from solitude, or did it harbor darker implications? Had his intense curiosity been rooted in benign intrigue, or had it concealed more sinister motives? The cryptic message clashed with my perception of Dave, leaving me unsettled and on edge. Was this some twisted joke or a veiled warning? Ignoring the knot of anxiety forming in my chest, I pushed the note to the back of my mind, chalking it up to a prank gone too far. My search for answers led me to the living room, where a subtle shift in the cushions caught my eye. They had been arranged with a precision that contradicted Dave's usual carefree attitude towards tidiness. Curiosity piqued. I lifted one of the cushions, revealing yet another note folded neatly beneath. Always watching, always waiting. The chill in the room deepened, fear coiling in the pit of my stomach as I grappled with the implications of the ominous message. Something was amiss, something beyond my comprehension. Determination mingled with dread as I made my way to Dave's study area, a sinking feeling settling in the depths of my being. Among the clutter of pens and papers, a stack of photographs caught my eye, each one a candid snapshot of me, captured in moments of vulnerability and unawareness. The meticulously documented dates and times sent a shiver down my spine, realization dawning upon me. Dave had been watching, observing my every move with a meticulousness that bordered on obsession. Fingers trembling, I reached for my phone, intent on confronting Dave, only to be met with another note on his desk. Some things are better left unknown. The weight of the words bore down on me, their implications unfurling like a dark tapestry of secrets and deceit. Driven by a desperate need for answers, I delved deeper into Dave's personal space, uncovering a hidden safe stripped of its contents, leaving behind a void of mysteries. The bathroom mirror bore yet another cryptic message. Everyone has secrets. The realization dawned upon me like a cold wave, washing away any remnants of normalcy. With a growing sense of foreboding, I ventured outside to his car, where a final note awaited me on the dashboard: your turn to uncover the truth. The challenge in those words reverberated through me, a call to unravel the enigma that Dave had woven around us. Leaving the apartment behind, its walls tainted with the echoes of betrayal, I embarked on a quest to unravel the web of lies and deceit that Dave had spun. Each lead led to dead ends, every revelation only deepening the chasm of uncertainty that had consumed me. Days turned into weeks, the investigation yielding no concrete answers, leaving me adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. The remnants of Dave's presence lingered like a specter, haunting my every thought and action. The police closed the case, leaving me with a void that no closure could fill. As time passed and the fear dulled to a mere whisper, I couldn't shake the lingering doubts that plagued my mind. What had driven Dave to such extremes? What truths lay buried beneath the facade of normalcy? And in the shadows of the night, I couldn't help but wonder, was he still watching, waiting for me to uncover the truth that he had left behind? Story 54. In the hushed stillness of my new apartment, a subtle disturbance crept into my world. At first it was merely a whisper, a delicate scratching that danced on the edge of perception. I attributed it to the settling of the old building, the groans of ancient pipes, or the murmurs of wooden floorboards adjusting to my presence. It was easy to dismiss, wrapped in the cloak of unfamiliarity that shrouded my new abode. Days melted into weeks, and the whispers grew bolder, more insistent. What began as a faint scratching evolved into a persistent clamor that haunted the night. I lay awake, straining to locate the origin of the sound, but it slipped through my grasp like smoke on the breeze. The exhaustion of my recent move clouded my thoughts, allowing me to brush off the eerie symphony as tricks of my mind. In the daylight, the apartment stood in silent repose, but as darkness draped the world outside, the noises emerged from their slumber, transformed into a chorus of unease. The gentle scratching morphed into sinister draggings, interspersed with distant whispers that lingered in the air like phantoms. It felt as though an unseen presence roamed the rooms, a ghostly specter that toyed with my senses. Driven by a relentless need for answers, I scoured every nook and cranny, searching for pests or structural flaws that could explain the unsettling cacophony. Yet, my efforts yielded nothing but the cold embrace of normalcy, deepening the tendrils of unease that coiled around my mind. The noises seemed crafted to sow seeds of doubt, to nurture my budding paranoia into a thicket of fear. One fateful night, a child's laughter pierced the veil of silence, accompanied by the ominous scrape of an unseen force dragging across the floor. Panic gripped my heart as the noise encircled me, a malevolent force that prowled the shadows of my room. Clutching the sheets, I battled the rising tide of terror, struggling to convince myself it was a figment of my imagination. With desperation as my compass, I sought aid from a paranormal investigator, hoping for salvation from the spectral torment. Armed with gadgets of detection, they scoured the apartment, capturing elusive whispers and ethereal rustlings on their devices. Yet, their findings offered no solace, veiled in ambiguity and uncertainty, leaving me adrift in a sea of isolation. Seeking refuge in the embrace of friends and family, I found little comfort in their well-meaning skepticism, their doubts echoing in the chambers of my mind. Frustration gnawed at my resolve, pushing me deeper into the labyrinth of uncertainty that gripped my soul. In a final bid for clarity, I embarked on a quest to capture proof of the unseen intruder, setting up surveillance that bore witness to the ethereal whispers that plagued my nights. As the recordings whispered secrets of their own, revealing murmurs and movements that eluded the naked eye, I realized the true nature of my adversary. It was a phantom, a ghostly presence that reveled in its invisibility, a shadow that danced just beyond the reach of perception. The knowledge did little to assuage my fears, instead stoking the embers of paranoia that smoldered within me. Consumed by dread, my days blurred into a haze of fractured sleep and fractured sanity, until I sought refuge in the guidance of a therapist versed in the art of healing fractured minds. Through their gentle touch, I learned to face my fears head-on, to embrace the darkness that lurked within, and find solace in the light that flickered at the edges of my vision. With each session, I unraveled the knots of terror that bound me, weaving a tapestry of resilience and fortitude that shielded me from the whispers in the night. Grounded in mindfulness and self-care, I forged a path back to myself, reclaiming the fragments of my shattered peace. Surrounded by the warmth of friends and the gentle embrace of routine, I waded through the shadows that clung to my past, emerging stronger and wiser on the other side. Months ebbed away, carrying with them the echoes of spectral torment that once haunted my dreams. The disturbances grew fainter, their grip on my soul loosening like chains unshackled. Though the source of the whispers remained a mystery, be it a trick of the mind or a dance with the otherworldly, the true revelation lay in the resilience that bloomed within me. The journey left its mark, a scar etched in the fabric of my being, a reminder of the fragility of the human spirit. Yet it also bore the seed of transformation, a testament to the strength found in facing one's deepest fears without flinching. In the end, it was not the whispers that defined me, but the courage with which I met them, standing tall in the face of the unknown. Story 55. The forest always beckoned me, a haven where the chaos of everyday life melted away, merging reality with the realms of imagination in a mystical dance. Among the majestic trees and rustling leaves, I sought solace along the meandering paths, losing myself in the tranquility that enveloped me like a comforting embrace. It was during one of my aimless wanderings that I chanced upon the weathered remains of an old, abandoned clinic nestled deep within the heart of the woods. Curiosity, not fear, gripped me as I approached the decrepit structure, a relic frozen in time, forgotten by the world. Its once pristine white facade now worn and peeling, revealing the aged gray wood beneath. The windows, either shattered or obscured by layers of grime and entwined vines, whispered tales of a bygone era. The sagging roof seemed to sigh with the weight of years, as if wary of standing witness to the passage of time. Following a trail I rarely traversed, a peculiar sense of déjà vu washed over me as I neared the clinic. Though unfamiliar, it felt strangely intimate, like a half-remembered dream lingering on the edges of consciousness. With a loud creak, the door yielded to my touch, shattering the serene stillness of the forest. Inside, the air hung heavy with dust and the faint scent of decay, a ghostly reminder of the clinic's former vitality. My flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating a reception area frozen in a timeless tableau. Dust-laden desks bore the remnants of yellowed papers, outdated magazines scattered on the floor, all cloaked in a veil of neglect. It was there, amidst the abandoned clutter, that I stumbled upon a peculiar discovery. Medical records strewn haphazardly, their edges curling with age. One record, as I gingerly lifted it from the floor, bore my name in faded typewritten script, sending a shiver down my spine. Intrigued yet unnerved, I scanned the cryptic medical jargon detailing procedures alien to me, the mention of invasive treatments casting a pall over my senses. Doctors and nurses, their names scrawled in barely legible handwriting, populated the margins, their presence a haunting enigma. How could these records exist, chronicling a life I scarcely recognized? Leafing through more documents, each more unsettling than the last, I unearthed a chilling revelation. Details of my medical history, eerily accurate, intertwined with events I had no recollection of experiencing. It was as if an unseen observer had meticulously chronicled an alternate reality, a distorted reflection of my existence. Driven by an inexplicable compulsion, I ventured further into the bowels of the clinic, my flashlight's feeble glow guiding me through dimly lit corridors lined with files bearing my name. Annotations detailing experimental treatments and meticulous observations hinted at a clandestine surveillance that chilled me to the core. In a secluded room, a metal filing cabinet beckoned, its drawers revealing a trove of recent records bearing intimate details of my life. My address, family history, habits, even recent changes observed with unsettling precision. A document describing a mysterious procedure, executed covertly, sent a surge of dread through me, its clinical language a stark contrast to the mounting unease in my heart. A faint scraping sound pierced the silence, emanating from the depths of the clinic, drawing me inexorably towards the source. Descending into the frigid darkness of the basement, my footsteps echoing ominously, I felt a chill that transcended the mere temperature, whispering of unseen malevolence lurking in the shadows. Ajar door revealed a dimly lit chamber, its walls lined with more records, archaic medical instruments, and enigmatic photographs. Images of unfamiliar faces bore a disquieting resemblance to my own, as if fragments of a shattered mirror reflecting distorted echoes of my identity. The files chronicled experiments and observations, their clinical language belying the horror of their implications. The realization struck me with a force that left me reeling. I was the unwitting subject of a sinister experiment, manipulated and monitored by unseen hands that wove a tapestry of deception around me. Fleeing the clinic, heart pounding and mind ablaze with unanswerable questions, I stumbled back into the eerie embrace of the forest, once a sanctuary, now tainted by the shadows that danced malevolently around me. Returning home, the specter of dread lingered, a haunting presence that refused to be dispelled. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of shadow beyond the window, whispered of unseen eyes watching, of forces beyond comprehension entwined in the fabric of my existence. The clinic in the woods had unraveled truths I dared not confront, casting a pall over my past and casting shadows upon my uncertain future. One certainty remained amidst the maelstrom of uncertainty. The clinic, a silent sentinel in the heart of the forest, had been watching long before my discovery. Its secrets, like tendrils of darkness, still reached out, entwining my life in a web of enigmas that defied understanding. And perhaps, even now, it watches, a silent witness to the mysteries that elude even the bravest of souls. Story 56. As I awoke in a room unknown to me, my heart raced within my chest. The walls, stark white and bare, exuded a coldness that seeped into my bones. The faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, sharp and sterile, heightening my unease. Through a small window adorned with faded blinds, a soft, dim light trickled in, casting shadows that danced in the solitude that enveloped me. In the room, a bed firmly bolted to the floor, a solitary metal chair, and a small table stood as silent witnesses to my confusion. My phone, wallet, and keys were conspicuously absent, adding to the mystery of my predicament. Struggling to piece together the events that led me to this unfamiliar place, I retraced my memory to a mundane evening at home, reading a book, setting my alarm, and retiring to bed in peaceful routine. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary until the abrupt shift in my reality. Panic surged through me as I staggered towards the heavy steel door, only to find it stubbornly unyielding to my frantic attempts to open it. My fists pounded against the unyielding barrier as I called out for help, the sound of my own voice reverberating in the empty space, met with an eerie silence that amplified the thudding of my own pulse in my ears. Forcing myself to breathe steadily, I scanned the room again in a desperate search for clues. My eyes landed on a small table near the bed, where a plain notebook and a pen lay waiting. With trembling hands, I grasped the notebook, hoping to find answers within its pages. Instead, what I discovered sent a chill down my spine. The notebook was a meticulous account of my own life, each page filled with detailed entries chronicling my daily routines with unnerving precision. From the time I left for work to the contents of my breakfast and even snippets of conversations with friends, all meticulously documented with obsessive care. Someone had been watching me, observing my every move for weeks, unbeknownst to me. Before I could process the implications of this chilling revelation, a sudden metallic clunk resonated from the door, jolting me back to the present. The lock disengaged, and the door creaked open, revealing a man clad in a pristine white lab coat. His gaze, cold and calculating behind reflective glasses, fixed upon me with an unsettling calmness as he greeted me in a smooth, measured tone. Questions tumbled from my lips. Where was I? Who was he? How did I come to be here? His thin smile remained unflinching as he spoke of monitoring me, attributing my current state to a blackout episode that necessitated my presence in this unfamiliar setting for observation. The cryptic mention of external factors clouding my perception and memory only deepened my sense of disorientation. What unseen forces were at play, and what was their true purpose in keeping me confined? Before I could demand clarity, he produced a sleek device from his pocket, hinting at impending tests to come, his clinical demeanor leaving me with a lingering sense of dread. With a brief farewell, he departed, leaving me alone once more, the heavy door sealing shut with an ominous finality. Frozen in place, my mind raced with unanswered questions, each more perplexing than the last. The notion of external influences warping my reality, the notion of being under scrutiny for reasons unknown, all of it cast a shadow of doubt over my every thought. I needed to break free from this enigmatic confinement, to unravel the mysteries that held me captive. Driven by a primal need to escape, I scoured every corner of the room, seeking a means of liberation. The sealed window and smooth walls offered no solace, but as my hand grazed the bed frame, a sharp edge caught my attention. Stooping down, I uncovered a folded paper hidden beneath the frame, its cryptic message etched in jagged handwriting. Reality is subjective. Trust no one. The words echoed in my mind, stirring a mixture of fear and determination within me. Was my perception being manipulated? My very sense of reality called into question? Hours blurred into moments, time warped by the uncertainty that shrouded me. Abruptly, the door swung open once more, admitting a tall woman with a composed demeanor and piercing eyes that seemed to dissect my every thought. Introducing herself as Dr. Elise Carter, she assumed a facade of empathy as she probed me with probing questions, each more invasive than the last. Her inquiries delved into the minutiae of my recent past, coaxing out details only a vigilant observer could possess. As her interrogation progressed, a realization dawned upon me. She wasn't seeking information, but testing my responses, guiding the conversation towards a predetermined outcome. The unsettling realization that I was a mere pawn in a twisted game of psychological manipulation gripped me with a newfound sense of urgency. I could no longer remain passive in the face of their machinations. When Dr. Carter finally departed, leaving me to my thoughts, a surge of determination coursed through me. Seizing the pen from the table, I plunged it into the lock of the door, each desperate attempt bringing me closer to freedom. With a final click, the door yielded to my persistence, swinging open to reveal a dimly lit hallway that beckoned me towards an uncertain escape. Steeling myself against the unknown dangers that lay ahead, I ventured into the corridor, the chill of the sterile environment seeping into my bones. Every shadow seemed to whisper of hidden truths, every silence pregnant with unspoken threats. This was not merely a quest for freedom from a physical prison, but a battle to reclaim my own reality, to defy the forces that sought to bend my mind to their will. As I treaded cautiously down the corridor, each step echoed with a determination born of defiance. The tests may not be over, but neither was my resolve. Story 57. It all began innocently enough. One peaceful morning, my phone buzzed softly with a notification. I glanced at the screen, expecting the usual, perhaps a social media update or a calendar reminder. To my surprise, it was a text from an unfamiliar number. "Watch your step today." At first, I brushed it off as a mere jest, maybe some mischievous spammer trying to play games with me. Nonetheless, those words lingered in the corners of my mind as I carried on with my day. As the hours passed, a series of peculiar events unfolded. I slipped on a wet sidewalk, clumsily spilled coffee on my shirt, and found myself caught in an unexpected downpour without an umbrella. None of these incidents were catastrophic on their own, yet together they left me with a strange sense of unease. It felt as though my day had been orchestrated to go awry. The following morning, my phone buzzed once more. Another message from that same mysterious number. "Someone will take something you value today." I rolled my eyes, attributing it to mere coincidence. But upon arriving at work, my heart sank. My cherished pen, a gift from my late grandmother, was nowhere to be found on my desk. Despite my frantic search efforts, even crawling under my coworkers' desks, the pen remained elusive, vanished without a trace. As the days unfolded, a pattern emerged. Each day brought a new cryptic text, each day unveiled a new misfortune. "You'll be interrupted during an important call. Be wary of unexpected advice." The messages were vague, yet oddly specific in their forewarnings. What unsettled me the most was their eerie accuracy. They seemed tailored to my very existence. I attempted to block the number, but the text persisted, arriving from slightly different variations of the same string. They seemed to find their way to me, regardless of my efforts to evade them. One night, seated at my kitchen table, I stared intently at my phone, a sense of foreboding tightening its grip around me. An invisible hand of anxiety squeezed my heart as I waited. The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. At the stroke of midnight, the phone buzzed once more. It's time for a real test. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the house made me startle. Every shadow seemed to dance ominously. By morning, I was a shell of myself, moving through the day in a fog of exhaustion and paranoia. Then came the next message. "A close friend will betray your trust." My stomach churned with dread. Amy. We had been inseparable since college, sharing laughter during midnight study sessions, exchanging our deepest fears and dreams. Amy was the one person I trusted implicitly. The notion of betrayal from her felt inconceivable. Yet later that day, Amy called unexpectedly, suggesting we meet for coffee. Her voice trembled, her demeanor uncertain. At the cafe, she fidgeted nervously, sliding an envelope across the table with trembling hands. "I've been hiding something from you," she confessed in a barely audible whisper. Opening the envelope revealed photographs of Amy with my former boss, Richard. The images painted a story I wished were fiction. Clandestine meetings in hotel lobbies, late-night office discussions, whispered exchanges in unfamiliar settings. "I didn't want it to come to this," Amy murmured, her eyes pleading for understanding. "Richard asked me to spy on you. He suspected you were concealing something, and I didn't know how to refuse." Her words pierced through me, a betrayal sharp as a blade. Without a word, I left the cafe, clutching the incriminating evidence tightly in my shaking hands. But that was merely the beginning. The messages persisted, their tone growing increasingly ominous. They shifted from minor misfortunes to looming threats that shadowed my every waking moment. The climax arrived on a dreary Friday morning. "Everything you've built will crumble today." By then, I was barely holding on, the relentless texts, Amy's betrayal, and the ceaseless dread leaving me hollowed out. Despite my attempts to brace myself, the day unfolded in a series of catastrophic events. A major project I had devoted months to disintegrated within hours. A crucial client threatened to sever ties. By day's end, I was handed a termination notice, my boss citing the project's failure as the last straw. I sat in stunned silence at my desk, staring at the final message on my phone. "Your misery is complete." That night, fueled by resolve and desperation, I resolved to uncover the truth. Who was behind these messages, and why target me? Tracing the number led to a dead end, a prepaid phone offering no clues. Authorities dismissed it as mere chance or the work of a skilled prankster. They failed to grasp the essence of the situation. The texts were not mere predictions, but directives, manipulating the course of my life as if I were a pawn on a chessboard. Abruptly as they began, the messages ceased. Yet the aftermath lingered. I had lost my job, my faith in others, and my sense of security. Amy attempted to make amends, to seek forgiveness, but the wound of betrayal ran too deep for reconciliation. Weeks turned into months as I painstakingly rebuilt my shattered world. However, the memory of those haunting texts persisted, a shadow ever present at the fringes of my consciousness. The cryptic warnings, the uncanny accuracy, they had unraveled my reality, prompting me to question everything. Who authored those messages? How did they possess such intimate knowledge? The answers remained elusive, leaving me with an unsettling truth that even in our most ordinary moments, the unknown can reach out and unravel the fabric of our lives. The messages served as a chilling reminder of the fragility of trust and the profound impact of unseen forces that shape our existence. To this day, every buzz of my phone sends a shiver down my spine, a lingering echo of a time when darkness crept into my world. Story 58. The initial inkling that all was not right crept in like a whisper carried by the wind. Whiskers, my feline companion, customarily awaited my return with a symphony of gentle purrs and playful frolics. Yet on that fateful day, a blanket of silence enveloped the house, suffusing the air with an unsettling stillness. My calls for Whiskers reverberated through the empty rooms, unanswered. I scoured every nook and cranny, peering beneath the bed, by the windowsill, and even within the cozy confines of her favorite closet. But Whiskers remained elusive, her usual haunts devoid of her familiar presence. What began as a seed of concern swiftly burgeoned into a garden of panic. I combed through the house tirelessly, overturning every piece of furniture, parting the curtains, yet she remained a ghostly absence. Driven by desperation, I ventured outside, beckoning her name into the void, the sound of her treat bag rustling in the quiet air. Alas, the yard lay barren, the street beyond cloaked in silence. Hours melted into an evening shrouded in dread. The following day, I plastered the neighborhood with flyers bearing Whiskers' image, her emerald eyes and silver fur immortalized on paper. Contact information accompanied the plea for her safe return. I distributed copies to local establishments, implored neighbors for any semblance of information. Some extended their kindness, offering to be vigilant, while a select few pledged to notify me of any peculiar sightings. Days blurred into a week, anxiety coiling tighter with each passing moment. Vague tips trickled in from concerned neighbors, hints of a gray cat near the park, whispers of one lingering by the alley. Yet each lead dissolved into a mirage, leaving me drained and despondent. Just as despair threatened to consume me, a faint, melodic meow pierced the silence one evening. My heart surged with hope as I hurried to the door, and there, perched on the doorstep, was Whiskers. Relief cascaded over me, only to be swiftly eclipsed by horror. Whiskers bore the scars of her ordeal, her once lustrous coat now matted and soiled, a noticeable limp impeding her graceful stride. Her once inquisitive gaze now clouded with dread. I gathered her fragile form, whispering words of solace as she trembled in my embrace, flinching at the touch she once craved. Indoors, I tended to her wounds with gentle hands. Her paws bore the marks of hardship, her fur a tapestry of dirt and neglect. As I cleaned her, offering sustenance and solace, her demeanor spoke volumes of the trauma she had endured. Removing her collar for cleaning, a folded slip of paper caught my eye. Trembling fingers unfurled the note, revealing cryptic words etched in unfamiliar script. She was ours for a while. The chilling message sent a shiver down my spine, a riddle without a solution. Why had she been taken? What had she suffered? And why had she been returned? Come morning, I sought the aid of local authorities, presenting the note and detailing Whiskers' injuries. Their hands were tied, with no witnesses or concrete evidence to pursue. They advised a visit to the vet for a thorough examination and urged vigilance within the neighborhood. At the clinic, the extent of Whiskers' wounds was unveiled, a tapestry of bruises, cuts, and worn pads hinting at a harrowing journey. Physically, she would mend with time and care, but emotionally, the scars ran deep. A serene environment was recommended for her convalescence. In the ensuing weeks, Whiskers tentatively emerged from her shell, navigating her world with cautious steps. Her playful spirit flickered back to life, albeit veiled by a newfound wariness. The enigmatic note lingered like a shadow, prompting me to delve into the abyss of uncertainty. Local shelters and rescue groups were contacted, inquiries made in neighboring communities. Yet the trail grew cold, whispers of answers dissipating into silence. Security measures bolstered my home, new locks, vigilant lights, watchful eyes. The specter of uncertainty lingered, a phantom haunting my every thought. Despite the pall cast by unanswered questions, Whiskers' recovery unfolded in fragile tendrils of hope. Her purrs, once silenced, wove a melody of comfort, her presence a beacon in the night. Though the trauma etched its mark, she found solace in our shared bond. The note, once a harbinger of dread, metamorphosed into a symbol of resilience. It bore witness to her endurance and the imperative to cherish those we hold dear. As she dozed in her favorite spot one evening, her rhythmic breaths a lullaby, a wave of gratitude washed over me. The mystery remained unsolved, a puzzle left unfinished. Yet her return stood as a testament to resilience, a testament to the enduring power of love and healing. Story 59. In the quiet of our building, my neighbor Robert vanished, leaving behind only a haunting absence. His apartment, once a haven of stillness, now echoed with a deafening quietude that unsettled me. Robert was a man of mystery, his reserved demeanor masking a peculiar charm that drew others to him. His antique clocks whispered tales of time, their faint ticking a familiar comfort in our shared solitude. When the authorities brushed off his disappearance as voluntary, I couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that something wasn't right. A curiosity stirred within me, a relentless urge to unravel the enigma of Robert's vanishing act. Robert had always been a recluse, rarely engaging with the neighbors. His apartment, like a fortress, held secrets behind closed doors that beckoned no trespassers. When the management declared his place abandoned, a magnetic pull tugged at me, urging me to seek answers. Under the pretense of leaving a note about rent, I borrowed the spare key and crossed the threshold into Robert's silent sanctuary. Inside, time seemed frozen. Dust veiled the furniture, his clocks maintained their rhythmic vigil, and shelves of untouched books stood sentinel, waiting for their absent owner. Amongst a stack of letters and aged photographs, a yellowed envelope bore my name in Robert's elegant script. Hands trembling, I unfolded the letter, revealing his cryptic warning. Robert's words hinted at shadows from my past, a trail he had followed to me. Bewildered, I delved into my own history, unearthing peculiarities that had long been dormant. Strange gaps and elusive memories surfaced, hinting at a past I had overlooked. As I probed deeper, unsettling truths began to emerge, intertwining my life with Robert's in ways I couldn't comprehend. Visits to Robert's apartment unveiled a world of esoteric artifacts and enigmatic notes, hinting at a darker realm beyond my grasp. His diary, a maze of cryptic musings, led me to a chilling realization. The puzzle he had pieced together linked me to a series of unsolved mysteries. A sense of being watched crept upon me, shadows lurking at the periphery of my vision, a silent presence that whispered of impending doom. The investigation that began as a mere curiosity morphed into a nightmare, enveloping me in a shroud of fear and uncertainty. The darkness I had uncovered threatened to consume me, its tendrils reaching into the recesses of my existence. Paralyzed by the weight of revelations, I stood at a crossroads. Continue the perilous journey into the unknown or retreat and leave the shadows undisturbed. I chose to step back, to let the secrets lie buried in the depths of forgotten memories. Some truths are better left undiscovered, some shadows left undisturbed in the silence of vanished lives. Yet the lingering echoes of that dark chapter haunt me, a constant reminder of the perilous dance with shadows I dared to undertake. Story 60. On an ordinary Tuesday, amidst the hustle of endless meetings and a mountain of reports, I anticipated a tranquil evening ahead, an evening of simple pleasures like dinner and unwinding with my cherished show. Little did I know, the tranquility I sought would soon be shattered. As I absent-mindedly reached for my phone to catch up on the day's news, a sudden cascade of notifications sent a shiver down my spine. My phone buzzed incessantly, not with mundane work updates or casual social media pings, but with urgent messages from familiar faces in my contacts list. Bewilderment gripped me as I opened the first message from Sarah, my dear friend. "Are you all right? I'm deeply concerned. Why do you claim to be in peril?" A wave of panic surged through me. The words were unmistakably Sarah's, yet I had sent her no such distressing message. Trembling, I clicked on another message, this time addressed to my colleague Dave. "Exercise caution. I am aware of the events from last week. Your safety is at stake." Each message grew increasingly ominous. Personal details, eerie specificity, a sense of foreboding woven into every word. And then it dawned on me like a bolt of lightning. My phone had been compromised. Someone had infiltrated my contacts, using my identity to disseminate these chilling messages. Frantically, I attempted to call Sarah and Dave to clarify, but my phone remained eerily silent. No calls went through, no texts were delivered. It felt as if I had been cast out from my own reality, left stranded in a digital void of isolation and desperation. Clutching at straws, I turned to my laptop and hastily drafted explanations in emails. Yet, before I could hit send, a new email materialized in my inbox. Thompson evolved into a spectral presence from the neighborhood's past, a symbol of the delicate boundary between curiosity and intrusion, and a reminder of how the ostensibly mundane could become deeply disquieting. Even now, as I pass by his residence, I cannot resist casting a glance, half expecting to discern his visage in the window, observing. Story 7. Late one evening, as the last rays of sunlight dwindled behind the horizon, Sarah found herself restless in her suburban home. She had always felt a sense of safety within these walls, but tonight was different. The tension she felt was almost palpable, like a shadow hanging over her peaceful routine. As she prepared for bed, an unexpected discovery would unravel her sense of security and thrust her into a nightmare she never imagined. It all began when Sarah noticed a small, unfamiliar device nestled among her kitchen appliances. It was a tiny black camera, sleek and unassuming, perched inconspicuously on top of the microwave. She froze, her mind racing with confusion and a tinge of fear. She was certain it hadn't been there before. The little camera's lens seemed to stare back at her, and she quickly turned it off, her hands trembling, feeling unsettled. Sarah went to her bedroom, hoping to calm her nerves with a good night's sleep. But as she entered her room, another cold shock awaited her. The second camera was fixed in the corner of the ceiling, nearly invisible against the neutral paint. The realization hit her with a jolt. There were cameras in her home that she hadn't installed. Her mind spun with questions. Who put them there? Why? How long had they been recording? Sarah's anxiety mounted as she pondered the implications. She grabbed her phone and began searching for solutions, her fingers flying over the screen as she looked up ways to detect hidden cameras. The fear of being watched was overwhelming. It wasn't just the thought of surveillance. It was the idea that someone had been privy to her most intimate moments. As the night deepened, Sarah decided to check the footage from the discovered cameras. She connected her phone to the cameras, finding that they were equipped with memory cards. Her heart raced as she accessed the footage, praying for a benign explanation. But as the videos played, her worst fears came to life. The footage revealed images from various locations in her home. In one video, Sarah was in the kitchen, preparing a late-night snack in her pajamas, completely unaware of the camera's presence. Another clip showed her in the living room, engrossed in a book, her concentration unbroken by the hidden lens. The cameras had captured her in moments of vulnerability, when she thought she was alone, when she let her guard down. Most disturbing were the videos from her bedroom. The footage showed Sarah as she undressed, changed, and prepared for bed, moments that should have been private, now exposed for an unknown viewer. The sight of herself so intimately recorded filled her with a profound sense of violation. Her home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a stage for someone else's voyeurism. Immediately reporting the discovery, an officer arrived quickly, examining the cameras and the footage. They took the devices into evidence, promising to investigate further. Sarah's hands shook as she explained her concerns, feeling a wave of relief mingled with fear. The authorities reassured her that they would do everything they could to find the culprit. The subject line was blank, the sender an enigmatic address. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The email contained but a single link. Heart racing, I hesitated momentarily before succumbing to curiosity. The link transported me to a sinister website, a twisted repository of personal information about me. Photographs, social media snippets, intimate details never meant for public eyes. At the pinnacle of the page, a haunting declaration awaited me. You are under observation. This is only the beginning. Recoiling from the screen, gasping for air, I realized with a sinking feeling that this was no mere hack. This was a relentless pursuit, a menacing shadow looming over my every move. The realization that someone out there was not just breaching my digital fortress, but actively stalking me sent a chill down my spine. They knew my whereabouts, my confidence, the concealed fragments of my life. Seeking refuge, I reached out to my phone provider from an alternate device, only to be met with delays in their investigation. Meanwhile, the messages persisted. I know where you reside. You might want to fortify your defenses. The notion that an intruder had trespassed near my sanctuary, or worse, within it, coiled my stomach into knots. I scrutinized every lock, fortified my security measures, and clutched pepper spray as a feeble reassurance. Yet, no amount of precaution could dispel the pervasive sensation of being under constant scrutiny. Seeking solace in law enforcement, I lodged a report. The authorities acknowledged the gravity of my plight, but conceded the formidable challenge of tracing elusive cyber malefactors. Stay vigilant, they cautioned. Document everything. Left with no recourse, I enlisted the expertise of a cybersecurity savant named Alex. His investigation affirmed my worst suspicions. The hacker wielded sophisticated tools, adept at circumventing even the most impregnable defenses on my phone. With unwavering diligence, Alex delved into digital footprints, tracing the shadowy path of the cyberstalker. Days blurred into a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. I navigated my laptop with trepidation, restricted to secure networks, while Alex monitored every incoming byte of data with unwavering scrutiny. Then, one fateful night, amid a review of archived emails, a peculiar pattern caught my eye. The messages from the hacker arrived at unnervingly regular intervals, almost mechanical in their timing. An epiphany struck me. Perhaps the malefactor employed automated tools, but intervened manually during critical junctures. A plan began to take shape in my mind, to lure them into a misstep. Crafting a false identity, I dispatched a bait email to the shadowy account, feigning to possess vital intelligence regarding myself. I concocted a narrative of an imminent meeting where confidential revelations about my life hung in the balance. And then I waited. Minutes elapsed before a response materialized. Your inquisitiveness shall be your downfall. A chill gripped my heart. The hacker wasn't merely toying with me. They relished the game. Yet, in their response lay a crucial revelation. I had captured their attention. Alex traced the email's elusive IP address, obscured beneath layers of VPN encryption. Despite the formidable barriers, a faint trail emerged, a lone server inadequately shielded. It was a gamble, but it was worth pursuing. With law enforcement now fully engaged, Alex toiled tirelessly through the night. By daybreak, he had pinpointed the source of the ominous messages to a clandestine server situated across the nation, a haven for cyber malfeasance. Swiftly, the authorities sprang into action, collaborating with local law enforcement in that region. Several tense days passed until a call from the police finally brought reprieve. The hacker had been unmasked. A tech-savvy recluse with a history of digital stalking stood revealed as the orchestrator. Their motive? Domination. For months on end, they had trailed me in the online realm, amassing a trove of personal data and insinuating themselves into my life unbeknownst to me. Relief flooded through me, yet a lingering unease persisted. Though the immediate peril had abated, the wounds remained raw. I fortified every password, secured each account, and bolstered my digital ramparts. Life gradually resumed its course, yet I remained forever altered by the ordeal. I had witnessed firsthand the ease with which privacy and security could be stripped away, leaving behind naught but fear. In a world where each keystroke, each post, each conversation casts a digital shadow, I learned that safety is a fragile prize, one that must be fiercely defended. And so the struggle goes on. Story 61. In the hushed stillness of the night, a chilling discovery awaited me as I returned home. The front door, usually a steadfast guardian of my solitude, stood slightly ajar, a silent invitation to an unwelcome intruder. With a racing heart, I pushed the door further open, the familiar creak of its hinges now a foreboding symphony in the darkness. A hint of metallic lingered in the air, mingling with the musty scent of violation that pervaded the once serene space. My sanctuary, my haven, had been breached. Every corner, every crevice had been upturned and rifled through. Papers lay strewn on the floor like fallen leaves, cushions tossed aside in careless abandon, personal treasures scattered in disarray. The orderly tranquility I cherished had been shattered, replaced by a chaotic reflection of the invasion that had unfolded. Standing transfixed in the threshold, my mind struggled to comprehend the scene laid out before me. Panic ebbed away, replaced by a surreal disbelief that numbed my senses. Venturing further into the desecrated apartment, the weight of the violation began to settle upon my shoulders. It wasn't just material possessions that had been disturbed. A deeper, intangible essence had been tampered with, something fundamental to my being. And then it dawned on me with crushing clarity. My identity, my very essence, had been stolen. The revelation crashed over me like a relentless tide, leaving me gasping for breath. Clutching my phone with trembling hands, I dialed my bank, a flicker of hope struggling to ignite within me. The automated voice on the line felt distant, detached, leading me through a labyrinth of options until finally connecting me to a representative. Hello, my name is Alex Carter. I believe my identity has been compromised. My home has been violated, and I fear unauthorized transactions on my accounts, I stammered, the tremor in my voice betraying the turmoil within. The representative's voice remained composed, a veneer of professionalism that did little to ease my frayed nerves. As the truth unfurled through a series of questions and confirmations, the grim reality emerged. My accounts had been pillaged, my trust shattered. A sinking feeling gripped my chest as I learned of the extent of the breach. The days that followed blurred into a maelstrom of legal battles and bureaucratic obstacles. Each call to financial institutions mirrored the previous: frozen accounts, fraudulent activities exposed, and a daunting roadmap ahead to reclaim what had been callously taken. My existence had been reduced to a series of transactions and verifications, each eroding sliver of my sense of self. The violation echoed in every alert received, in every debt accrued in my name, in every shadow of doubt cast upon my integrity. The impersonator, the thief of my identity, moved through my life with a precision that unnerved me. They wore my skin like a cloak, navigating my world with an intimacy that left me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The financial losses paled in comparison to the emotional toll exacted. It wasn't just money that had been stolen. It was trust, security, autonomy. My life felt like a fractured jigsaw puzzle, with missing pieces that no longer fit. Reclaiming my identity became a Sisyphean task, a relentless battle against an elusive foe. As the months crept by, I forged a path toward restoration. Security measures were fortified, safeguards erected in a fortress of vigilance. Each small victory, each inch of progress was a balm to the wounds inflicted upon my soul. Yet the scars remained, etched deep within the tapestry of my being. The memory of that violated space, of that stolen essence, lingered like a specter in the corners of my mind. I redefined my boundaries, sought solace in the embrace of loved ones, and slowly, tentatively, began to rebuild what had been shattered. But the shadow of the intrusion never truly dissipated, a reminder that safety is a fragile illusion, a veneer easily shattered. Even now, as I navigate the remnants of that dark chapter, I find myself haunted by the echoes of a past upheaval. The thief may have vanished into the night, but their legacy endures, a reminder that in the quiet corners of our lives, vulnerability lurks. And yet, in the midst of this lingering unease, there is a resilience that blossoms, a quiet strength born of adversity, a testament to the enduring spirit within. Story 62. The revelation arrived on a serene Tuesday afternoon. Amidst the quiet of the house, I delved into the depths of old family papers and personal files, seeking to restore order to my life after enduring weeks of inexplicable events. The stillness enveloped me, broken only by the occasional creak of the floor, almost as if the house itself shared in my disquiet. Among a pile of aged documents, my fingers brushed against an envelope bearing the insignia of a law firm unknown to me. Despite its weathered edges, the weight it held felt profound. Intrigued, I cautiously unsealed it. Within lay a formal letter detailing a series of legal disputes tied to transactions conducted in my name. business agreements, property acquisitions, even a lease for a luxurious apartment. A sense of disbelief washed over me. None of these ventures were mine. The letter chronicled substantial financial dealings I had never sanctioned, accounts I did not possess, properties I had never laid eyes upon. The orchestrator of this elaborate deceit possessed an intimate knowledge of my personal information, constructing an alternate existence mirroring my own. My pulse quickened as I perused further, noting addresses, bank accounts, and phone numbers associated with this fraudulent scheme. Frantically, I contacted the law firm in hopes of clarifying the misunderstanding. The receptionist's courteous yet resolute response left me with no choice but to seek the aid of law enforcement or engage the services of a fraud investigator. Clutching the letter tightly, I hastened to the local police station. The officer on duty listened attentively, though initially skeptical. After meticulously documenting the incident, he pledged to escalate the matter to a specialist in fraud cases. While this offered a measure of solace, a chilling realization lingered as I departed the station, that the perpetrator may be closer than I had dared to imagine. Resolute in reclaiming control, I enlisted the expertise of a private investigator named Linda, renowned for her unwavering pursuit of intricate cases. She arrived at my doorstep the following morning, her keen gaze scanning the letter and personal documents with practiced precision. "We will unravel this mystery," she assured me. As Linda leveraged her contacts, I took measures to fortify my defenses. I contacted my bank, reported the identity theft, and placed a freeze on my credit. Each step in the process served as a stark reminder of the profound intrusion into my life. Days slipped by. Linda traced several of the listed addresses, yet most led to dead ends, vacant premises, or long-abandoned offices. However, a breakthrough emerged when she uncovered a luxury apartment in an upscale district I had never visited. Together we ventured there, tension palpable in the air. The building exuded modern elegance, with a gleaming lobby and a vigilant front desk. The doorman, initially guarded, relented upon verifying Linda's credentials. He confirmed that an individual matching the imposter's description had indeed resided there, but had vacated the premises weeks prior. Reluctantly, he divulged a forwarding address from the building's records. Our pursuit led us to a well-appointed townhouse in an affluent enclave. As we approached the entrance, a multitude of questions raced through my mind. Who was this enigmatic figure? Why had they appropriated my identity? Linda knocked assertively. After a prolonged silence, a young woman in her early 30s appeared at the door. Her expression morphed from confusion to apprehension as Linda elucidated the situation and displayed her credentials. "I have no knowledge of what you speak," the woman faltered, her voice trembling. "I have resided here for months, but I have never assumed another's identity." Linda persisted, her demeanor both sharp and composed. Gradually, the truth unfurled. The woman was yet another victim. Unwittingly, she had leased the townhouse through a counterfeit real estate agent tied to my identity theft case. With her cooperation, we unraveled more threads of the imposter's intricate web of deceit. They had surreptitiously adopted multiple identities, financing a lavish lifestyle while leaving a trail of fraudulence and shattered lives in their wake. The scope of the scam surpassed my wildest imaginings, a labyrinth of deception extending far beyond my personal ordeal. Eventually, law enforcement apprehended the imposter through the fabricated accounts and falsified documents. They were detained, their extensive criminal activities brought to light. The authorities dismantled their fraudulent operations, rendering my pilfered identity defunct. Relief cascaded over me, albeit fleetingly. The ordeal had etched enduring wounds. My sense of security, trust, and even self-identity had been profoundly violated. Reconstruction proved arduous. I painstakingly secured every financial and personal record, reset every password, and remained vigilant in a manner previously unimagined. Though life gradually resumed its semblance of normalcy, a lingering unease persisted, a disquieting awareness that someone somewhere had led a life eerily akin to my own. While justice had been served, the experience had left an indelible mark on my soul. Trust seemed fragile, perilous, and the shadows lurking at the periphery of my meticulously reconstructed world could never again be ignored. Story 63. On a typical Tuesday, a seemingly innocent letter arrived at my doorstep, nestled among the mundane stack of daily mail. The plain white envelope bore no stamp, only the unfamiliar name of a medical clinic. With its official appearance and a seal that exuded professionalism, a rush of anxiety and curiosity swept through me as I held it in my trembling hands. Without hesitation, I tore it open, revealing a cover letter addressed to me, expressing gratitude for a recent visit I had never made. Perplexed, I turned to the next page to find detailed medical records, listing grave conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, and a heart irregularity, conditions I had never been diagnosed with. Each entry came with treatment recommendations and prescriptions, sending a knot twisting in my stomach at the realization of the danger that lurked within those fabricated instructions. Searching for answers, I combed through the letter for any hint or contact information, but it offered nothing useful. The clinic's name and logo appeared legitimate, yet the more I scrutinized it, the more it felt like a facade crafted to deceive me. Determined to unravel the mystery, I promptly reached out to my primary care physician. After a thorough check of my records, the nurse assured me that my health information was accurate and there had been no recent communication with the mysterious clinic. Could this be a scam? She cautiously inquired. With a sinking feeling, I scoured the internet for any trace of the clinic's existence, only to find nothing. No website, no reviews, just a void as though the clinic had materialized solely for that letter. Clutching at straws, I drove to the address provided, only to discover a dilapidated building in an abandoned part of town, its windows boarded up and a weather-beaten "For Lease" sign hanging askew on the door. I attempted to open it, but it remained firmly locked. A passerby, noticing my confusion, informed me that the place had been deserted for years, hinting that I might have fallen victim to a scam. The pit in my stomach deepened as the realization dawned. Someone had gone to great lengths to orchestrate this elaborate ruse. But why target me? Returning home, my thoughts swirled with questions. Had my identity been stolen, or was this a malicious prank? Amidst my mental turmoil, one name emerged: Rachel, a member of a recent community group. Her seemingly innocent inquiries about my life now took on a sinister hue. Was it mere curiosity, or something more malevolent lurking beneath her friendly facade? Testing the waters, I casually broached the subject with Rachel over the phone. Her surprised yet detached response lacked the genuine concern one would expect. "That's strange," she offered blandly, advising me to report it. Her composed demeanor felt off, too rehearsed, solidifying my growing suspicion. Rachel was involved, or at the very least, held crucial information. In pursuit of the truth, I enlisted the expertise of a seasoned private investigator named Paul, delving deeper into the clinic's connections while fortifying my home with enhanced security measures. A week later, Paul delivered unsettling news. The clinic's address was linked to a string of fraud cases involving falsified medical documents designed to manipulate and confuse unsuspecting victims. As he peeled back the layers, a more disturbing revelation emerged. Rachel's name surfaced in connection with the cases, although direct evidence remained elusive. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, paving the way for a long overdue confrontation. Confronting Rachel face to face, I observed her carefully, mentioning the letter once more to gauge her reaction. Her feigned confusion and practiced concern failed to mask a glimmer of recognition in her eyes, a telltale sign of guilt. Despite her denial and rehearsed innocence, her facade crumbled under scrutiny, exposing her complicity in the sinister game that had ensnared me. With a breakthrough in the investigation, an encrypted email traced back to Rachel's former employer, a tech firm specializing in data management, provided the missing link. Armed with substantial evidence, the authorities intervened, unmasking Rachel as the mastermind behind the elaborate scheme. Motivated by a twisted obsession and fueled by jealousy rooted in a murky past, Rachel had meticulously orchestrated a campaign of psychological warfare to undermine my security and reality. As she was led away in handcuffs, a chilling calmness in her eyes hinted at a lingering threat, a silent promise that the ordeal was far from over. The scars left by the ordeal ran deep, an indelible reminder of how easily reality could be manipulated by those with ill intentions. Despite the immediate danger being quelled, a lingering sense of being watched persisted, haunting my every move. Fortifying my defenses and working closely with cybersecurity experts, I strived to safeguard my personal information, yet the specter of manipulation loomed large. Though life gradually resumed its course, the fear instilled by that fateful letter refused to dissipate entirely. The chilling precision with which my reality had been distorted left a mark that time alone could not erase. The letter may have marked the beginning, but the echoes of fear it awakened reverberated long after the truth had come to light. Story 64. It was a typical Tuesday when a curious impulse pulled me towards the abandoned warehouse on the edge of town. The old building had always been a silent witness to the changing cityscape, its weathered bricks a stark contrast to the sleek urban skyline. But on this particular day, an unexplainable urge pushed me to step inside. The massive steel doors were firmly shut, but a smaller entrance beckoned, slightly ajar, swaying in the chilly breeze. Despite my rational mind urging caution, my curiosity won out. With a hesitant breath, I crossed the threshold into the unknown darkness. The air inside was heavy with the scent of neglect and decay. Dim light filtered through broken windows, casting peculiar shapes on the dusty floor. My flashlight cut through the shadows, revealing abandoned machinery and forgotten crates. The warehouse stood as a ghostly monument to a bygone era. As I ventured deeper, a sense of unease crept over me. Something felt off, and then I saw it. A section of the warehouse meticulously organized, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. Shelves lined the walls, displaying objects in a peculiar arrangement, almost like an exhibit. Moving closer, a shiver ran down my spine. Among the items was a worn leather notebook, unmistakably mine, lost months ago on a foggy trip. Trembling, I opened it to find my own handwriting preserved on every page. Nearby, a dusty box held personal mementos I had long mourned as lost. A silver locket with my grandmother's photo, a watch from years past, even keys I had replaced. Each piece was placed with precision, as if waiting for my return. A growing sense of dread gripped me as I delved further into this strange archive. Glasses I had broken, a childhood home photograph, sketches from college, all pieces of my life carefully arranged. But what unnerved me most were the journals. Weathered and worn, they mirrored my own writing, recounting forgotten memories and detailing moments only I could recall. Some entries delved into private thoughts, never shared with another soul. Flipping through the journals, a chilling realization washed over me. The entries extended beyond my recollections, describing events that hadn't occurred, or had they? Notes scattered around bore a different handwriting, eerie observations about my daily routines and fears. Phrases like, "She always glances back when watched," and "She hasn't discovered the camera yet," sent shivers down my spine. I felt exposed, as if under a microscope. In the corner, a dusty binder labeled with my name awaited. Inside, meticulous reports on my life, relationships, and struggles filled the pages. Fragmented thoughts hinted at an unknown presence, a watcher with a mysterious agenda. The final entries spoke of revelation, of a deep connection waiting to be uncovered. Before I could process the implications, a faint rustling broke the silence, sending panic coursing through me. Darting towards the exit, clutching the leather notebook, I raced into the daylight, heart pounding. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow alive with hidden intent. The abandoned warehouse loomed behind me, a silent sentinel of secrets and shadows. Who had been surveilling me, collecting my life in fragments? The answers lay within, but the thought of returning chilled me to the bone. Even now, long after that day, the warehouse's presence lingers in my thoughts. It was no longer just a forgotten structure. It was a reflection of my past, laid bare for unseen eyes. And those eyes, they still watch, unseen yet ever present. Story 65. The phone rang once more, its sharp tone cutting through the silence of my living room. Glancing at the screen, my brow furrowed. The number displayed belonged to an area code I didn't recognize. It had been weeks since these calls began, starting as eerie silences and gradually transforming into haunting revelations about my daily existence, delivered in a voice that sent shivers down my spine. This was no ordinary prank. With a racing heart, I hesitated before finally answering, my voice attempting to mask the tension within. "Hello?" I spoke, hoping for a response, but there was only the faint sound of breath on the other end. Goosebumps prickled my skin as I ended the call, staring intently at the screen, seeking answers that remained elusive. The number was etched into my memory, persisting despite my attempts to block it. I had confided in friends and family, seeking solace, yet no one could shed light on this enigma. Pushing aside my unsettling thoughts, I made my way to the kitchen, finding solace in the familiar act of brewing tea. The kettle whistled, drawing my attention to a small, unmarked box on the counter. I couldn't recall seeing it before. With a fluttering heart, I opened it, revealing a delicate silver bracelet adorned with an intricate design. Holding it up to the light, I marveled at the craftsmanship, the unique engraving captivating my gaze. But what truly unnerved me was that this bracelet matched the one I had casually mentioned wanting months ago to a close friend, a detail not shared publicly or with anyone else. Setting the bracelet down, my mind raced with questions. Was this a gift, and if so, from whom? Later that evening, while tidying my bedroom, I discovered another unexpected item, a pair of luxurious dark brown leather gloves. Their quality was undeniable, yet I had never purchased such gloves nor discussed them with anyone. Anxiety gripped me as I pondered who was infiltrating my home and leaving behind these mysterious gifts. The pattern continued. A designer scarf draped over the sofa, a high-end coffee maker gracing the kitchen counter, each item tailored to my tastes but unbeknownst to me. Accompanying each gift was a brief note signed with a single initial, A. Determined to uncover the truth, I installed security cameras, hoping to catch the elusive benefactor in the act. Each morning, however, the footage revealed nothing. No signs of entry, no intruder. It was as though the gifts materialized out of thin air. The authorities took my concerns seriously, but could offer little assistance without tangible evidence. Every item and note were meticulously logged as I sought a clue to this enigma. One fateful night, while reviewing my notes in the living room, the phone rang once more, the same unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Trembling, I answered. "Hello?" My voice wavered, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. This time a voice responded, calm and unsettlingly pleasant. "Good evening," it greeted. "I trust you're enjoying the surprises." A chill ran down my spine as I demanded answers. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The voice chuckled softly. "I am but a friend who delights in your happiness. Your refined tastes deserve the finest, and I aim to provide. Should you wish to converse further, a meeting can be arranged. Until then, savor the unexpected." And with that, the line fell silent, leaving me feeling ensnared in a cryptic game where I was both player and pawn. Resolved to uncover the truth, I meticulously dissected every detail of the gifts, notes, and calls, consumed by the mystery that had engulfed my life. Days blurred into restless nights as I delved deeper, only to realize that the sender possessed an intimate knowledge of my life, unnervingly precise in their revelations. One rainy evening, I returned home to find a chilling gift, a grand mirror, its ornate frame gleaming in the dim light of the living room. A folded note nestled in the corner bore a cryptic message. The mirror reflects not just the present, but the secrets of the past. Meet me at midnight, where time converges. Uncertainty gnawed at me, but a resolute determination took root. Midnight loomed, and with it, the moment of reckoning. Was I walking into a trap, or on the precipice of unraveling the enigma that had gripped me for so long? Story 66. In the stillness of a quiet night, a curious journey began with a fleeting sensation, a whisper of a memory that seemed to belong to someone else. At first, I brushed it off as a fleeting trick of the mind, a fleeting shadow cast by the burdens of the day. But as days turned into weeks, those strange memories grew bolder, more insistent, seeping into my reality like tendrils of mist weaving through the darkness. They weren't vague or fractured, they felt solid, conversations, places, and faces of strangers that felt achingly familiar. It all started one serene Sunday afternoon. Lost in an old photo album, a sudden memory surged forth with vivid clarity. A wedding ceremony in a charming ivy-draped chapel. The scent of blooming flowers, the gentle strains of a quartet, the laughter of unknown guests. It all felt so real that for a fleeting moment I was certain I had been there. Yet the truth dawned on me like a ghostly whisper in the wind. Such an event had never graced my past. Confusion settled in, but I tried to shake it off as a figment of an overactive mind and returned to my daily routines. Yet the phantom memories refused to fade. Conversations with colleagues I never had, references to events that left friends puzzled, vivid recollections of gatherings and milestones that never existed, each one etched in my mind with haunting precision. The turning point arrived on a quiet evening as I delved into the pages of a novel. A passage describing a waterfront dinner party sent a shiver down my spine. The flickering candlelight, the clinking of glasses, the snippets of conversation, all mirrored an experience I was certain I had never lived. The sense of déjà vu gripped me tightly, but the truth remained steadfast. I had never partaken in such a soiree. Driven by a need for answers, I embarked on a quest, meticulously chronicling each false memory in a journal. I scoured through old photographs, social media archives, and calendars, desperately seeking validation for these phantom recollections. I reached out to loved ones, hoping for a shred of recognition, only to be met with puzzled denials time and time again. In a state of escalating concern, I sought solace in the expertise of a cognitive psychologist. After exhaustive evaluations and tests, they found no abnormalities, no signs of memory loss, no cognitive glitches. My mind, they reassured me, was functioning as it should. The notion of false memory implantation was their only tentative explanation, a concept I had only encountered in obscure psychological literature. As I delved deeper, patterns began to emerge. The phantom memories seemed intricately tied to recent visits and experiences. A recollection of a charity gala I never attended corresponded to a real event I had merely passed by. The web of eerie coincidences propelled me further into the labyrinth of truth-seeking. Through my relentless pursuit, I stumbled upon unsettling clues. Names from my fabricated memories surfaced in connection to an organization whispered about in shadows, a group rumored to dabble in clandestine psychological experiments. Their expertise lay in distorting perception and planting artificial memories, an ethical breach spoken of in hushed tones within the realm of conspiracy theories. Disbelief slowly morphed into a chilling realization as signs of surveillance began to surface. Glitches in technology, cryptic messages warning me to cease my inquiries, the feeling of being watched grew ever stronger. Someone was aware of my probing, and they sought to silence me. One fateful night, as I sifted through old files, I unearthed a classified report buried within the depths of my computer. The document outlined experiments mirroring my own experiences, memory manipulation techniques, behavioral conditioning, and profiles that bore an uncanny resemblance to those I had recalled. The final words of the report sent a shiver down my spine. Subjects struggle to differentiate implanted memories from reality. Emotional manipulation remains effective. Further observation required. My reality shattered in that moment. My memories were not mere mistakes, but deliberate fabrications. But for what sinister purpose? Was I unwittingly ensnared in an experiment, or was the plot far more personal than imagined? Determined to unveil the truth, I gathered my evidence and sought the aid of authorities. The investigation that ensued was fraught with obstacles, obscured by a cloak of bureaucratic shadows and elusive leads. The organization seemed to vanish into the ether, its enigmatic figures slipping away without a trace. Survivors who surfaced shared tales akin to mine, yet the legal system faltered against such a phantom adversary. The aftermath left me fractured, a mosaic of doubt and distrust. Therapy became my refuge, guiding me in rediscovering a semblance of reality, though the line between truth and fabrication remained blurred. Time softened the edges of fear, but left behind scars of manipulation that lingered like whispers in the recesses of my mind. Becoming a voice for transparency in memory research, I vowed to shield others from the harrowing nightmare I endured. The ordeal taught me that while the mind may be fragile, it is also resilient. Though my memories had been tampered with, twisted, and reshaped, I pieced together my identity, one fragment at a time. Yet, in the quiet embrace of night, a lingering question persists. What fragments of my being are truly mine, and what was fabricated to be remembered? Story 67. The rain drummed persistently against the windows, a rhythmic beat that seemed to echo the tension in the air. I found myself seated at the kitchen table, fixated on the dim glow of the clock edging closer to midnight. For weeks, my mind had been consumed by eerie phone calls, peculiar gifts, and a growing sensation of being under watch. Tonight, everything spiraled into a realm beyond my wildest imagination. The day had started innocuously enough at a local coffee shop, where I sought solace from the oppressive atmosphere of my home. Lost in my thoughts as I sipped my coffee, an elderly man materialized beside my table. His gaunt frame, weathered eyes, and worn coat exuded an air of mystery far beyond the ordinary. With a voice both raspy and commanding, he placed a weathered journal before me. But Sarah's trust in her home had been shattered. Days turned into weeks as Sarah waited for answers, living in a state of constant anxiety. Her home no longer felt like a refuge, but a potential trap. The police updates were scarce, and she felt helpless as she tried to resume her normal life. Every creak of the floorboards and every unfamiliar noise made her jump. The once cozy corners of her house now seemed sinister and alien. One evening, while checking her mail, Sarah received a letter with no return address. Inside, she found a single sheet of paper with the chilling message, "I know you're scared. You should be. I see everything." The note was unsigned, but the message was clear. The sender knew her fear, knew her vulnerability, and was taunting her with it. This letter only deepened Sarah's terror. She began taking extra precautions, installing additional security measures, and changing her daily routines to avoid predictable patterns. Her sense of safety was irrevocably altered. The haunting presence of the unknown watcher lingered over her every moment, turning her home into a constant reminder of her invasion. Months passed, and the police investigation yielded few leads. Despite their best efforts, the identity of the person responsible remained a mystery. Sarah was left grappling with the uncertainty and the profound sense of intrusion that had upended her life. She continued to live in her home, but it was no longer the place of comfort and relaxation it once was. It was now a battleground of fear and vigilance. The cameras were gone, but the psychological scars remained. Sarah struggled to reclaim her sense of privacy and security, navigating a world where her trust had been irrevocably fractured. The ordeal had taught her a harsh lesson about the fragility of safety and the eerie potential for betrayal in the most familiar places. As she adjusted to her new reality, Sarah found solace in small victories, reconnecting with friends, reestablishing a semblance of normalcy, and reclaiming her personal space. Yet the shadow of that night, the night her private moments were stolen and exposed, continued to loom, a haunting reminder of the invisible threats that can shatter even the most secure of lives. Story 8. The workplace had transformed into my sanctuary, a realm where hours melted away in the depths of tasks and responsibilities. I took solace in my unwavering commitment and meticulous precision, often lingering into the late hours to perfect every detail. When the sun set and the office quieted, only a handful of souls remained, enveloped in the hushed hum of productivity. Among them was Gary, the janitor, a man of few words and a steady presence. Initially, his professionalism was a comfort. The office gleamed under his care, and his interactions carried a polite air. Yet as days turned into nights, a subtle unease crept into my consciousness. Gary's interest in my routines felt more probing than friendly. His comments about my late hours and work specifics strayed beyond casual conversation, hinting at a knowledge that unsettled me. One fateful evening, as I toiled away on a crucial project, Gary approached, his words laced with a concern that bordered on intrusion. His gaze lingered too long, his observations too intimate. I feigned a smile, eager to escape his watchful eyes, but his presence lingered like a shadow. "This belongs to you," he uttered, urgency lacing his tone. Bewildered, I questioned his actions, but his gaze bore into mine with a silent plea. "There's no time to explain. Read it. You must know before it's too late." Before I could grasp the situation, he vanished into the rain-soaked streets, leaving me frozen in disbelief, the weight of the journal heavy in my hands. Returning home, I kindled a solitary lamp and opened the aged diary with trembling fingers. Yellowed pages bore faded ink, the elegant yet frantic script hinting at a hidden urgency. Initially, the entries seemed mundane, capturing ordinary moments of daily life. But as I delved deeper, a chill crept over me. Each page unraveled events with uncanny precision, events from my own life. Specific details, even unspoken thoughts, were meticulously chronicled. My pulse quickened as I stumbled upon an entry mirroring the bizarre phone calls and enigmatic gifts that had plagued me. The writing delved into darker territories, recounting being followed, sensing a presence unseen, and waking to a chilling realization of intrusion. As I turned to the latest entry, dated August 12, 2024, tonight, a sense of foreboding gripped me. The ink screamed a dire warning. The time draws near. The encroaching darkness in your life will soon culminate. The Watcher has observed your every move and is approaching to claim. At the stroke of midnight, the final act commences. Beware the mirror, for it is the portal. The journal slipped from my trembling grasp as a cold sweat prickled my skin. My gaze darted to the ominous mirror that had appeared at my doorstep weeks earlier, standing ominously in the living room. The clock read 11:57 p.m., urging me to seek answers. Clutching the journal, I tiptoed into the dimly lit room, where the mirror exuded a malevolent aura, as if it held a malevolent sentience, watching my every move. The clock's hands crept toward midnight, each second stretching into an eternity. The room grew colder, the shadows around the mirror seeming to dance with a life of their own. At 11:59 p.m., an eerie stillness descended, devoid of wind or rain, suffocating me in its oppressive silence. Ding. The clock announced midnight. My gaze locked with the mirror, anticipating the unknown. But as the seconds passed, nothing stirred. Only my own reflection gazed back, distorted in the dim light. A soft rustling behind me shattered the silence. Heart thundering, I whirled around, finding nothing but emptiness. Gasping for air, I turned back to the mirror, only to witness a figure standing behind me in the reflection. A shadowy silhouette, hollow eyes fixated on me with sinister intent. Before I could react, a familiar voice echoed from the mirror, chilling me to the core. You have arrived, but the final act unfolds. The figure materialized from the mirror, morphing into the elderly man, twisted by a malevolent force. His voice dripped with venom as he condemned my interference. Paralyzed by fear, I clutched the journal, a spark of defiance igniting within me. With a surge of desperation, I hurled the journal at the mirror, shattering its malevolent presence. The twisted figure let out a distorted shriek, dissolving into fractured reflections. Gasping for breath, I collapsed amidst the shards, the journal's pages whispering their ominous truths. Silence enveloped the house once more, but the lingering chill of uncertainty remained. The mirror was gone, yet my sense of safety had shattered along with it. I survived the night, but the journal's warning lingered in my mind, a harbinger of the looming final act yet to unfold. Story 68. In the hushed embrace of a new city, Greg appeared like a whispered promise of companionship. Amid the unfamiliar streets and faces, his presence felt like a gentle breeze on a still night. I was seeking connection in a world of strangers, and Greg's arrival seemed almost fated, a chance encounter that bloomed into friendship. His words flowed with a captivating charm, weaving tales of adventures and shared passions. Music, literature, the call of the wild, all became our common ground, binding us in a web of shared experiences. Greg had a way of turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, leading me to hidden gems in the city and painting our outings with a touch of magic. Yet, as the days melted into nights, a subtle unease crept into my soul. It began with whispers of inconsistencies in his stories, like ripples disturbing the surface of a tranquil pond. Details that didn't quite align, places that existed only in his words. A veil of doubt descended, shrouding my once trusting gaze. Each tale he spun felt like a carefully crafted illusion, designed to dazzle and beguile. I delved deeper, tracing the threads of his past, only to find a tangled web of half-truths and fabrications. Greg's history was a tapestry of fleeting connections and shadowy disappearances, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The truth unfurled like a dark flower in the dead of night. Greg's charm was but a mask, concealing a darker purpose beneath its beguiling surface. He was a master manipulator, a puppeteer pulling strings of deceit to orchestrate his own twisted narrative. Confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, casting a shadow over our once idyllic friendship. As I dared to peel back the layers of his deception, Greg's facade crumbled, revealing the cold calculation that lay beneath. His eyes, once warm with camaraderie, now held a glint of malice, a glimpse of the true darkness lurking within. Stepping away from the web he had woven around me, I found solace in the clarity of boundaries and the sanctity of authenticity. The scars of his manipulation became a beacon of awareness, guiding me to seek genuine connections untainted by the allure of false charm. In the aftermath of his deceit, I emerged stronger, wiser, with a newfound resolve to trust in the whispers of my own intuition. Greg's legacy was not one of friendship, but of caution, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk beneath the facade of charisma. As the city whispered its secrets in the night, I stood tall, a survivor of shadows and deceptions, embracing the light of truth and the serenity of genuine connections. And in the quiet of my solitude, I found a peace that no illusion could ever tarnish. Story 69. On a cool autumn afternoon, a sudden knock shattered the tranquility of my everyday routine. Opening the door, I was met with two stern-faced officers in uniform, their presence casting a shadow of foreboding. Their grave expressions delivered the startling news. I stood accused of theft, a crime I knew was not mine to bear. Disbelief engulfed me, for my existence had been one of quietude and compliance with the law, far removed from any shadow of criminality. Receiving the summons, I scrutinized the details of the alleged transgression. A break-in at a local electronics emporium, with a trail of evidence pointing insistently in my direction. Shock gave way to bewilderment as I delved into the incriminating charges. The evidence presented was damning. My fingerprints found at the scene, surveillance footage capturing a figure resembling me, and a witness swearing to have seen me near the site of the crime. The more I pored over the accusations, the clearer it became that this was no mere misunderstanding, but a meticulously crafted ruse to ensnare me. Desperate for aid, I sought the expertise of Sarah, a seasoned defense attorney renowned for her keen intellect and unwavering determination. She pledged to unearth the truth buried beneath the layers of deceit. Our first task was to dissect the evidence, with the fingerprints stirring the deepest unease. They mirrored mine with unsettling precision, raising suspicions in Sarah's discerning mind. Requesting the original surveillance footage, she set out to scrutinize the timestamps and visual quality. When the footage finally arrived, we combed through it frame by frame, revealing discrepancies that eluded the naked eye. The lighting contradicted the reported time of the crime, while the shadows appeared eerily distorted, a clear indication of tampering. Determined to unearth more clues, we ventured to the electronics store where the burglary had taken place. Within its cramped confines and shattered rear window, we scoured for any signs left behind. It was in the alley behind the shop that a peculiar discovery caught my eye. A set of footprints leading away from the broken window, meticulously placed as if part of a staged performance. Interviewing neighboring shopkeepers in search of witnesses, a breakthrough emerged. One clerk, initially pivotal in identifying me, confessed under scrutiny to his faltering eyesight and past misidentifications. His wavering testimony unraveled another thread in the tapestry of accusations against me. Then, a revelation surfaced. Sarah uncovered a chilling link between the store owner and a notorious local criminal, a master manipulator known for weaving intricate webs of deception. Whispers hinted at his expertise in framing unsuspecting individuals to shield his own illicit dealings. Further investigation unveiled the store owner's dire financial predicament, suggesting the break-in was not a simple theft but a calculated insurance scam. And I, a hapless pawn in their malevolent game. Armed with this newfound knowledge, we returned to the authorities. Initially met with skepticism, Sarah presented a compelling case supported by forged documents, manipulated footage, and the damning association between the store owner and the criminal orchestrator. To our relief, additional witnesses from the criminal's inner circle stepped forward, cementing the veracity of our narrative. The legal battle was arduous, each court hearing a stark reminder of the nightmare that had befallen me. Yet, slowly but surely, the web of deceit began to unravel. The store owner and his co-conspirator were apprehended, their intricate machinations laid bare for the world to witness. Though my innocence was affirmed, the scars of the ordeal ran deep. The vulnerability I had felt, the unsettling realization that one's life could be upended by treachery, lingered long after the final gavel fell. Justice prevailed, but the emotional toll endured. I gleaned hard-won lessons on trust, resilience, and the fragility of personal security. The pursuit of truth became my guiding light, and caution tempered by unwavering determination my shield against deceit. The individuals who sought to frame me faced the consequences of their betrayal, yet their shadows haunted me, a reminder that even the most unassuming lives can be shattered by falsehood. But in confronting that darkness, I discovered a resolve within myself, unyielding and fortified by the trials endured. Story 70. The encroaching feeling of unease that had woven itself into the fabric of my existence had become unbearable. My once cozy abode, my sanctuary, now resembled a labyrinth of elusive shadows concealing enigmatic truths beyond my grasp. Greg Thompson's inexplicable disappearance had left a void, a mystery that seemed to deepen with each passing day. Despite my relentless quest for answers, the elusive truth remained elusive, slipping through my fingers like sand. What became increasingly apparent was the unsettling sensation that I was being observed, monitored by an unseen presence. On a dreary afternoon, amidst the pitter-patter of raindrops, I discovered an unmarked envelope nestled in my mailbox. Its nondescript appearance, wrapped in plain brown paper with no indication of its origins, sent shivers down my spine. With trembling fingers, I brought it inside, placing it gingerly on the kitchen table. A moment of hesitation hung heavy in the air before I mustered the courage to tear through the wrapping. Inside lay a small black box, its contents a mystery waiting to be unraveled. My hands quivered as I opened the box, revealing a solitary, unmarked DVD resting within. The sight of it twisted my insides into knots, a foreboding sense of dread creeping over me. I had no inkling of what dark secrets the disc held, nor who had dispatched this ominous gift. Yet an instinctual knowledge whispered that whatever lay within was far from benign. With a heavy heart, I inserted the DVD into the player, the room bathed in an eerie glow as the screen flickered to life. Static crackled ominously before giving way to a familiar sight, my own living room. A sharp intake of breath escaped me as I beheld myself, captured unawares, engrossed in a book on the couch. The footage was unnervingly clear, too precise to be the work of an amateur. The timestamp revealed it was recorded a mere 3 nights prior. The scene transitioned seamlessly to my kitchen, then to my bedroom, each frame meticulously composed, every intimate moment meticulously documented. From mundane activities like breakfast making to restless pacing through the house, the camera seemed to linger on my every move, even capturing moments by the window where I often felt a prickle of unseen eyes upon me. The absence of sound amplified the oppressive silence, intensifying the intrusion of my privacy. Gasping for breath, I halted the video, grappling with a rising tide of panic. Someone had breached the sanctity of my home, a silent voyeur capturing my every move, my every whispered thought. Steeling myself, I forced a second viewing, scrutinizing each frame with a newfound intensity. The precision of the footage, the calculated angles, bespoke not a random act but a deliberate, targeted violation. A chilling realization washed over me. This observer was not content with mere surveillance from afar.